Once it has been forced, it will become possible to know the truthfulness of this statement in the transformed, post-evental situation. What will remain forever unvariable by knowledge, of course, is whether the term that forced the statement does indeed belong to G, since this is a matter of its militant investigation alone. Badiou offers a couple of compressed illustrations, beginning with a caricature of Newtonian astronomy. The declaration made in the new subject language of Newtonian physics that the gravitational pull of an as yet undiscovered planet is affecting the orbits of certain other planets clearly cannot be varied in the scientific situation as it then is. Its eventual verification will depend on whether future investigations, undertaken in delight to the event of Newton's discoveries, will be able to connect, here, through the combination of calculation and observation, a hitherto invisible term of the situation, here, the solar system, with the implications of this event. Clearly, if this new planet can be shown to exist, that is, if its eventual connection qualifies it for membership in G, the declaration will have been truthful in the new extended universe that will become the solar system supplemented by scientific astronomy, e. Pending the investigation and connection of such a forcing or validating term, however, the truthfulness of the declaration is suspended, its verification can be anticipated but not confirmed. Along the same lines, consider a simple declaration made in the subject language of a post-Maoist delight to the events of May. The factory is a political place. This means that a factory is irreducible to the logic of corporate protests, on the one hand, and to that of the parliamentary supervision of moderate trade union demands, on the other. The validity of such a statement is undecidable in our currently depoliticized situation. The situation will have to be investigated through the organization of militant meetings and rallies at factories. The investigation of a positively connected, rallied, group of workers will force the statement to become variable in any new situation in which such an as yet indiscernible political mobilization has been established. And if such a factory or group of workers has yet to be encountered, the only conclusion the subject of this procedure can draw is that the investigations must continue until the truthfulness of the statement can be confirmed, e. So while a truth always remains heterogeneous to knowledge, forcing ensures that truths are also the sole known source of new knowledges, e. More precisely, forcing operates at the point where a truth, however incomplete it might be, authorizes anticipated knowledge, not about what is, but about what will have been if the truth comes to its completion, see, CFPM. Marx, for example, confronted by the intolerable nightmare of history, the senseless accumulation of millennia of toil and suffering, forced it into intelligibility as the story of class struggle, in anticipation of a society in which that struggle will have been resolved. Likewise Galileo, at the outset of a preliminary mathematization of nature, anticipated its eventually total mathematization and a consequently total physics. Such speculations are not strictly internal to the truth process itself, which simply continues step by step, through the investigation of one element after another. To explore them involves the transformation of what can be known of the situation to come. This is what Plato had already anticipated, Badiou explains, when he indicated that the duty of those who escape from his famous cave, dazzled by the sun of the idea, was to return to the shadows and to help their companions in servitude to protect from that by which, on the threshold of this dark world, they had been seized. Only today can we fully measure what this return means. It is that of Galilean physics back toward technical machinery, or of atomic theory back toward bombs and nuclear power plants. The return of disinterested interest toward brute interest, the forcing of knowledges by a few truths, e. Since it is the truth of S and not the absolute beginning of a new situation, the addition of G will not alter the profound being qua being of S, e. What it enables, authorized by the indiscernible set of conditions that come to belong to it, is the very cation in S, G, of truthful statements that were previously undecidable in S. It is in this way that art, science, and politics change the world, not by what they discern in it, but through what they indiscern parcequilsy indiscernent. These procedures change the way things are named, so as to reveal, in its inconsistent unnameability, that unnameable being that is the very being of that which is, e.e. As far as the discourse of ontology itself is concerned, the paradigm of an undecidable statement is Cantor's continuum hypothesis, ch. Cohen developed the technique of forcing precisely in order to demonstrate the independence of ch from the basic laws of set theory, i.e., the axioms that normally decide the variability of statements in the situation of set theory, by showing that can be forced into a one-to-one correspondence with just about any transnite cardinal, be it or. This unmeasurable ontological gap between belonging and inclusion provides a general description of the being of what all subjects do, in ways that vary, of course, according to their situations. This is why the impasse of being as being locates, ontologically, the passé of the subject. We know that in a normal situation the gap between belonging and inclusion, between and, is covered over by the representations of its state, and that it can be exposed only through an exceptional rent in the fabric of being, that is, in the wake of an event. Thus exposed, the impasse of being is the point where a subject is summoned to decide its measure, both to set a limit upon the normally exorbitant excess of the state, and to measure himself, what he is capable of, in this pure space of presentation, the space that was liberated from representation through an eventual convocation of the void. The subject. We are now in a position to understand more exactly what Badiou means when he denies a subject as any local conjuration of a generic procedure, by which a truth is sustained, e.e. Negatively, this denition precludes conceiving of the subject as a substance, since the procedure evades the counting for one that determines existence, an empty point, since the procedure clearly proceeds as a multiplicity rather than a point, and since the void itself is inhuman and asubjective, the transcendental organizing mechanism of an experience, since the word experience can refer only to what is presentable or countable in a situation, whereas the evental sequence eludes the count, it is supernumerary or ultra one, the seat of meaning, since a truth remains indiscernible and thus devoid of any meaning that the situation might recognize, a structural principle, since evental procedures are invariably rare and exceptional, simply autonomous, or indifferent to that to which it is subject, since every faithful subject emerges as the subject of a truth, for example, of a political or artistic sequence, an origin or result, since the procedure is always underway. In excess of the situation's resources, the consciousness of truth, since every subject is local, or night, and is not in a position to know or count out the unending subset collected by a truth. More positively, the subject as local conjuration of a generic procedure will be the connection, through the insignificant void of a proper name, Paul, Lenin, Cantor, Schoenberg, of an intervention, that imposed the name of the event, with an operator of delighty, that makes its implications stick. Lenin qua subject, for instance, is both the October Revolution, in his evental aspect, and Leninism, as delighty to the attempt to generalize that revolution. Cantor is both the inspired inventor of in-night numbers and the slow process that strives, in delighty to this invention, to reconstruct the entire language of mathematics, a process that has run from Zermelo to Bourbaki. It is because an intervention concerns a situation specific exposure to the void that is the name of being in general that subjectivation can be described as an occurrence of the void. Badiou's denition suggests a number of distinct though overlapping ways of describing the roles played by a subject in the elaboration of a truth. Listing these allows us to review the whole sequence of a generic procedure. What an event exposes is the void of a situation S, that is, the pure being of what it presents, what it counts as one, in the suspension of all representation. The subject is, RST and foremost, a response to this exposure, an attempt to articulate its implications. If the event reveals the void of the situation, it is from this void that the subject constitutes himself as fragment of a truth process. It is this void that separates him from the situation or the place, inscribing him in a trajectory without precedent. The subject is he who chooses to persevere in this distance from himself, inspired by the revelation of the void, which is the very being of the place, pm. A truth proceeds as the collecting together of all those elements in the situation that respond or connect positively to this revelation of its void. These connections are established by a subject in delighty to the event. The subject undertakes the night sets of investigations that a truth then collects, as the elements of that generic subset G that dnes the being of a truth. But the subject is not itself to be identified with any particular set of investigations, he is between the terms that the procedure collects, his only substance is that combination of persistence and chance that leads him to encounter and test this term or that term, one after another. Strictly speaking, chance, from which is woven every truth, is the matter of the subject. We might say, then, that the subject is separated from the generic subset the truth itself by an in-night series of chance encounters, e.e. What an event implies cannot be said in the language of a situation S as it stands. By definition, the situation as such can say nothing of its void. This is why the subject who intervenes to name the event, or draw its implications, is also the active principle behind the forcing of new knowledges, e.e. By definition, no night subject is in a position to know an in-night truth. The very attempt implies a truth's termination. Instead, by testing the elements of S with respect to the event, a subject can predict what a situation transformed by the implications of that event will be like. Over the course of his investigations, the subject will rework terms of the language of S in order to anticipate the implications of the event. In the process, such words, for instance, painting, perspective, and form for the subject Picasso, or sexuality, superego, and drive for the subject Freud will be both stripped of a discernible referent in S and then used to force the very cation of statements made about new elements that will have been presented in the transformed situation. The testing of such terms in an endless sequence of evental investigations will ensure that they evade every principle of classification recognized in S. Technically, they will intersect with every consistent extension of the conditions distinguishable in S, clearing a referential space that will have been LLED if the truth comes to be in the new situation. For instance, when the subject Galileo declared the principle of inertia, he anticipated by several decades its eventual verification within the new order of knowledge formulated by Descartes and Newton. Galileo could only wager that by reworking the terms he had at hand, movement, equal proportions, etc., he would name a principle that would become variable in the situation that the indiscernible, unending subset we call rational physics would transform. Unable to know a truth, what drives the subject of truth, as opposed to subsequent users of knowledge, is instead a form of rigorous faith, or condense, a condense that the endless, haphazard pursuit of investigations is not in vain, e.e. Strictly speaking, it is thus a truth that induces its subjects, and not the other way around. Truths are in night accumulations, subjects amount only to night points of a truth, the subject is nothing other, in its being, than a truth grasped in its pure point, it is a vanishing quantity of truth, a differential eclipse of its unnishable in nighty, c. The inventive truth that is tonal music or trans-night mathematics in nightly exceeds the night investigations, musical works, theorems, made by those subjects called Schoenberg or Cantor, even though what this truth amounts to at any night stage of its accumulation will be made up solely of the collection of these works or theorems, e.e. Since every truth is exceptional, the subject must be RMLY distinguished from an ordinary individual. What Badiou calls an ordinary someone, quelqu'un, is simply an indifferently in-night element already presented in a situation. By contrast, a subject in no way pre-exists the truth process that inspires him. Subjectivation is the abrupt conversion of a someone. Although all someones can become subjects, Badiou offers no grounds for accepting the moralizing presumption that every human animal is a subject, ta. Unlike those ethical ideologues preoccupied with the nebulous administration of human rights, Badiou is determined to distinguish the attributes of true humanity from the ultimately quantifiable sufferings of ordinary animality. For Badiou no less than for Lacan or Zizek, subjectivation is essentially indifferent to the business and requirements of life as such. That it is truth that induces its subjects ensures, moreover, that there is nothing private or capricious about Badiou's subjective conception of truth. Although what is addressable to all is so only if it is absolutely gratuitous, sp. those who answer the call live it as absolute necessity. Starting out from the radical obscurity of the evental sight, the subject is precisely the imposition of clarity and certainty in circumstances of initial uncertainty and confusion. As a rule, he who is a militant of truth identifies himself, like everyone else, on the sole basis of the universal, and knows that he is justy et justy only to the degree that everyone is, sp. Badiou's subject is always anybody. Subjective, here, means impersonal, rigorous, and universal, never introspective or idiosyncratic. All truths are singular, but no truth is solitary, or particular. Since every true subject is deprived of all identity, there is no choice to be made here between subjective or universal. Subjective simply means, indifferent to objective differences, sp. In this way an evental truth procedure rescues, as actually universal, the one initially banished from ontology. The one is not, yet the one can come to be as for all. The only possible Pauline correlate to the resurrection is humanity as a whole, just as the immediate political dimension of the Jacobin sequence must be man in general. As Simone de Beauvoir has observed, mediocrity is reserved for those who do not feel responsible for the universe as a whole. We are now in a position to confirm the important differences between Badiou's and Lacan's conceptions of subjectivation. Both thinkers understand that the subject is decentered in relation to the individual, or the ego, s. It is simply regarding the nature of this eccentricity that the two differ. For the analyst, the subject as subject of the unconscious is structurally or systematically eccentric, thanks to the unconscious agency of the sine-er, the play of distinction and polarization that allows the subject to speak. As Zizek notes, the Lacanian subject of the sine-er is not a positive, substantial entity persisting outside the series of its representations. It coincides with its own impossibility, it is nothing but the void opened up by the failure of its representations. In Lacanian theory the subject is nothing but the impossibility of its own signifying representation, the empty place opened up in the big other by the failure of this representation. For Badiou, by contrast, this impossibility is simply what can be known of the subject from within the existing situation. Becoming a subject is in every case exceptional, the result of an operation in which language and sine-cation enjoy no special privilege. In the extraordinarily compressed critique of Lacan that closes l'être et l'événement, Badiou distinguishes his evental conception of the subject that emerges from the supernumerary ultra-one of an event from the essentially void-based subject of Descartes and Lacan. In order to preserve the subject of truth from imaginary or sensual delusion, Descartes and Lacan believe they must hold the subject in the pure void of its subtraction if the truth is to be preserved. Only an evacuated subject can be perfectly traversed by the integral transmission that is scientific logic. Lacan thus persists in thinking of the subject as a structure, as an empty set, as opposed to the consequence of an event. Only by cutting the link between subject and structure, and thereby suspending the mediation of language, is it possible to complete the dissociation of truth from what Lacan himself calls, with justifiable contempt, exactitude, or adequation. Moreover, when the later Lacan does make some moves in this direction, toward the other side of fantasy, it is only to identify with that most anti-philosophical of congregations, the drive. Unlike desire, the drive never comes to an impasse. The drive knows nothing of prohibition and certainly doesn't dream of transgressing it. The drive follows its own bent and always obtains satisfaction. Only the drive is truly independent of the other, but this independence is trapped within the effectively thoughtless pursuit of inarticulate jouissance. What Badiou proposes, in short, is the liberation of truth from the drive. Toward a topological understanding of the subjective space in his seminars over the last few years, Badiou has begun to provide a more nuanced understanding of the process of subjectivation. The transformation of an individual into a subject is starting to look like a less insistently immediate process. Badiou realizes that an event can evoke a range of possible subjective responses, ta. Rather than speaking of just one operation of the subject, as was the case in Théorie du Sujet, or just 4 applications of this operation, as is still effectively the case in L'être et l'événement, he now speaks of the familiar subject of delighty in permanent tension with other rival. Though equally subjective gers, the reactionary and the obscure. Rather than insist that the subject is simply decided into existence, more or less instantaneously, he now believes that the subject appears over time, over the course of a more articulated process, as an inscription in a subjective space, ta. He now sees each effect of truth as raising the possibility of a counter-effect, no longer considered as simply external to the process of subjectivation, but as internal to the subjective space itself. In short, he now considers the subjective realm precisely as a space, as something that no one gur can fully occupy and determine, as something that every subject must traverse. Although it is too early to evaluate these new developments properly, it is certainly worth summarizing Badiou's 2 main innovations. First, by replacing the literal connection between an event and its name with the implicative connection of an event and its evental statement, see On the Edge of the Void in this chapter, Badiou ensures the ontological independence, or detachment, of this statement, ta. The statement is not ontologically but logically related to the event. The truth of the statement itself will not be marked by any ontological trace of the subject position of whoever RST declared it, just as any true scientific result, even if originally arrived at by accident or coincidence, will stand up independently of its haphazard occasion. The declaring implies a series of detachable consequences more than it enfolds them in a proximity to its insight. Hence a further difference of Badiou from Descartes, whose cogito remains coextensive with the subjective position that declares it, and from Marx, for whom there is a direct link between the identikation of the subject of history and the truth of this history itself. To lend the event an implicative dimension is already to submit the process of its affirmation to a kind of logical mediation, as distinct from the immediacy of a pure nomination. More important, Badiou now carves up the process of subjective intervention to accommodate the possibility of VE distinct subjective gers, but without thereby diluting the direct connection each maintains with the evental statement. To dilute this connection would be to reduce the subject into the passive, impotent agent of memory or interpretation. The RST gur, adapted from Lacan's Matheme of Hysteria, coincides with an immediate, unprocessed expression of the evental statement. The hysterical assertion is always a variant of something has happened, and this something is too urgent, too catastrophic, to put into ordered words. Every eruption of truth is hysterical, Badiou writes, and the hysterical gur inspires or energizes each of the successive gurs of the subject, ta. The second position conforms to the gur of the master. Mastery belongs to the subject of delighty, the subject who puts the hysterical assertion to work. While the hysteric is entirely caught up in the declaration and effectively paralyzed by it, the master is able, at a distance from the immediate circumstances of the declaration, to draw out the consequences of the declaration and make them apply. Freud was himself the master who put the speech of the hysteric to work, just as Marx was the master who drew the consequences of the hysterical uprisings of the SNS, ta, ts. Mastery is an attribute of the self-sacrificing militant, of the adherent to the revolution, who sees the continuation of a truth as a task to be undertaken methodically here and now. If the hysteric speaks in the urgency of the evental instant, the master lives in the unfolding present of its consequences. The gur of the master clearly corresponds to Badiou's own subjective self-description. With the third gur we enter the realm that Badiou has previously condemned as anti-subjective pure and simple. This is the gur of reaction, which consists in the active denial of the event. The reactionary gur can be considered subjective insofar as its position remains entirely derivative of its relation to the evental statement. Simply, this relation is a negative one. Reactionary gurs may be dened, for instance, by their belief that the revolution was pointless or that their once consuming love was in fact an illusion. Every reactionary is a relativist, unable or unwilling to distinguish truth from matters of opinion, that is, from the diversity of more or less. This is why the reactive gur implies the democratization of truth, its dissolution in the bland coordination of consensus, ta. The fourth gur also entertains a negative relation to the present consequences of an evental statement. This is the gur of obscurity, le sujet obscur, who refuses to recognize the possibility of truth en act. The obscurantist devalues an ongoing, and thus unproven or unapproved, delighty in favor of a rigid conformity to the absolute past of an allegedly original event or revelation. Such, for example, is the gur of religious orthodoxy, for whom the certainty of inherited knowledge regarding a past denitive events des any subjective capacity to proclaim a truth in the here and now. The obscure subject more des every present, and thus divided, open-ended, subject in the name of a denitive truth attributed to an originally subscient law, ta. For such an obscure subject all that is clear is the past, a past that has since become clouded in the present. Religious fundamentalism is thus the obscure form of the declaration God is dead, that is, that God no longer lives in the present, or that the present must be morti ed in honor of the divine past. Likewise, Stalinism is an obscure form of revolutionary politics, one that abandons an active delighty to a particular event, October, in favor of a dogmatic insistence upon invariable historical laws. Other examples include an obscurantist resistance to scientific discoveries, an iconoclastic hostility to art, a conservative political traditionalism, and, in the realm of love, a morbidly possessive jealousy, one that attempts to hold the beloved to an unchanging guarantee or promise of love, or for it is the same thing that pretends to enfold love into the institutional connement of marriage and the family. In each case, the obscure gur takes the disastrous step of substantializing the truth, of confusing the true with the variable, with a doctrine or a revelation. Finally, Badiou raises the possibility of a fth gur, which is nothing other than a gur who has returned to a position of mastery and delighting. Such is the gur who revitalizes a truth and restores the present as a time of consequence. Badiou draws here on Husserl's notion of desedimentation. Every truth is, in principle, renewable. Badiou cites the return to Archimedes and Greek mathematics during the Renaissance, the consolidation of neoclassicism as opposed to an obscure academism, the renewal of love, in its anarchic nudity, as an escape from the restrictions of family, ta. Taken together, and given the initial declaration of the hysterical gur, the four subsequent gurs correspond, respectively, to the production, the denial, the repression, and the resurrection of truth. This new axiomatic theory of the subject is thus a topological theory, a theory of the transformations of the subjective space, which is to be analyzed as the system linking these various gurs of the subject, faithful, reactionary, obscurantist, and renewed. The cycle of these correlations can be summarized in the following diagram, simply ed from ta. Indifference to E. Reactionary gur. Occultation of E. Production of E. Another gur of delity. Resurrection of E. Obscurationist gur. E. Located in its site. E implies E, equals subjectivation. Hysterical, affirmation of E. Figure of delity. Surrounding situation. The diagram can be read as follows. Everything begins with an event, which is precisely cited but ontologically unfounded, i.e., which takes place at the edge of what is rootless or belongingless in the situation. The event implies an evental declaration, say, I love you. The initially hysterical affirmation of E will give rise to a gur of delighty, I am who I am, because I hold true to this love. Indifference to E will give rise to a reactionary gur, I, who once cared about love, now insist that it was all a mistake. Occultation of E would give rise to the obscurantist gur, I am entitled to possess you entirely, since you once promised to love me forever. The resurrection of E, the rebirth of love, would allow for the renewal of the faithful Gur, or the creation of another such Gur. Having completed our survey of Badiou's general conception of the subject, we are now in a position to address directly one of the most serious objections yet put to this conception, Zizek's suggestion that it is fundamentally a form of ideological identication. The RST thing that strikes the eye of anyone who is versed in the history of French Marxism, Zizek argues, is how Badiou's notion of the truth event is uncannily close to Althusser's notion of ideological interpellation. Zizek sees Badiou's knowledge as taking the place of science in Althusser's opposition of science and ideology, thereby aligning truth with ideology. He supports this argument by emphasizing the fact that Badiou's ultimate example of the event is religion indeed, the very religion epitomized by the same Saint Paul who plays such a prominent role in Althusser's discussion of interpellation. This event, precisely, does not teach any of the four generiques of the event Badiou enumerates: love, art, science, politics. Christian religion would appear, then, to be Badiou's own symptomal torsion, the element that belongs to the domain of truth without being one of its acknowledged parts or subspecies. With regard to Badiou's own classification of generic procedures in four species, does not religious ideology occupy precisely the generic place? It is none of them, yet precisely as such it gives body to the generic as such. Zizek even suggests that Badiou might be read as the last great author in the French tradition of Catholic dogmaticists from Pascal and Malebranche on. We need only recall that two of his key references are Pascal and Claudel. His conclusion, religious revelation is the unavowed paradigm of Badiou's notion of the truth event. This accusation is certainly not one that Badiou, who from the beginning has presented his work in terms of the contest between the enslaving categories of ideological objectives, quality, continuity, temporality, and the negative, and the true categories of scientific processes, number, discretion, space, and affirmation, can afford to ignore. There are three good reasons, however, why Zizek's argument here does not hold up. First and most important, he pays virtually no attention to the foundational role of mathematics in Badiou's thought. In particular, he disregards the decisive consequence of that axiom of infinity presumed by every component of Badiou's system, the ruin of any elementary conception of the one, and thus the definitive proof of God's non-existence. Rather than profoundly Christological, Badiou's thought must be characterized, RST and foremost, as post-Cantorian, which is to say, rigorously atheist. The model for Badiou's delighty is not religious faith but mathematical deduction pure and simple. Second, Zizek does not fully acknowledge the well-defined place of anti-philosophy in Badiou's system. Although he concedes that Paul Gers in Badiou's account as the anti-philosophical theoretician of the formal conditions of the truth procedure, he nevertheless goes on to ask how it was possible for the RST and still most pertinent description of the mode of operation to a truth event to occur apropos of a truth event that is a mere semblance, not an actual truth. From a Hegelian standpoint there is a deep necessity in this, confirmed by the fact that in our century the philosopher who provided the definitive description of an authentic political act, Heidegger in Being and Time, was seduced by a political act that was undoubtedly a fake, Nazism. So it is as if one is to express the formal structure of delighty to the truth event, one has to do it apropos of an event that is merely its own semblance. This is to encourage the confusion, which Badiou has been at great pains to avoid, of the legitimate anti-philosophical rival to truth and its merely disastrous simulacrum. Badiou has always insisted that philosophy should work as closely as possible to anti-philosophy, while RMLY defending itself against corruption and evil, le mal. It is, nally, only because Zizek ignores the foundational role of mathematics in his system that he can attribute to Badiou the inversion of Althusser's categories of science and ideology. This is at best a highly misleading suggestion. Badiou's subject is in several respects inspired by the precise consciousness of the theory of scienticity, very much as Althusser defined it. Althusser's science is emphatically a practice that asserts its own criterion and that contains in itself finite protocols with which to validate the quality of its product, i.e., the criteria of the scienticity of the products of scientific practice. Once the sciences are truly constituted, they have no need for verification from external practices to declare the knowledges they produce to be true, i.e., to be knowledges. If Althusser famously presents science as a subjectless discourse, this is mainly because he, more like Zizek than Badiou, was unable to conceive of the subject in anything other than ideological terms. This is not to say that Badiou's subjectivation is in any way reducible to Althusser's theoricism, which was for years one of the main targets of Badiou's polemics. But, more recently, Badiou himself has come to acknowledge his debt to his former teacher, recognizing that, thanks to his uncompromising insistence on the rationality of thought, Althusser was indeed the philosopher of his generation, contrary to Lacan, Foucault, or Derrida, all anti-philosophers. Badiou's most recent reading even NDS in Althusser glimpses of a subjective register, albeit one without the subject, thanks to the irreducibly militant dimension of his work, A.M. It is indeed because Zizek's own perspective is so close to Badiou's that their differences emerge with such striking and suggestive clarity. Zizek has explicitly allied himself with Badiou's campaign against the new sophists of postmodernity, at least since. A self-declared Paulinian materialist, Zizek, like Badiou, recognizes that subjectivity and universality are strictly correlative. He says, I become universal only through the violent effort of disengaging myself from the particularity of my situation. Kant, Hegel, and Schelling, after Lacan, have provided his primary points of reference. For all these reasons, nowhere is the distinction between philosophy and anti-philosophy more pertinent today than between Zizek and Badiou. Like most anti-philosophers, Zizek tends to write in episodic, often repetitive fragments, governed by the same driving obsessions from book to book. In typically anti-philosophical style, Zizek favors elusive, paradoxical formulations over systematic elucidation, circling endlessly around that repressed kernel of the real which philosophy is never able to confront. Zizek's version of Hegel's absolute knowledge implies an equally anti-philosophical impossibility of accordance between knowledge and being. As opposed to Badiou's reasoned wager on immortality, Zizek's work is guided by an ultimately morbid fascination with a lethal thing, a profoundly pessimistic conception of man as nature sick unto death. As Bostiels has suggested with particular force, Zizek, like Lacan and Lacan, again opposes an effectively static or structural conception of the real to Badiou's essentially interventionist or activist approach. Whereas Badiou maintains that the symptomal real that literally founds a situation is accessible only to those subjects who actively affirm the implication of an event that took place at its edge, Zizek's belief that critique can simply re-ect upon the real, albeit as the kernel that resists reaction, or recognize the real, albeit as the gap that resists recognition, reduces thought to an ultimately passive and at best therapeutic form of engagement with the real. Perhaps all that such thought can do, in the end, is acknowledge and affirm the real as drive and identify with its mindless jouissance, with the utter stupidity of presymbolic substance in all its abhorrent vitality. In the end, all drive is ultimately the death drive. And death, we know, is one occurrence that never qualies as an event. Chapter. The most familiar conceptions of truth dne it in terms of coherence, correspondence, or confirmation. A coherence model of truth, variously advocated by Gadamer, Davidson, Rorty, and Foucault, frames it in terms of the ultimately harmonious integration of discursive regularities, to use Foucault's term, with a specific context or location. If the word truth means anything, Rorty might say, it means something like this is how we do things around here. Truth as coherence downplays any sharp distinction between the statement of truth and its reference between nature and its mirror. By contrast, according to a correspondence or realist theory versions of which are defended by Gödel, Matti, Bhaskar, and nor is truth remains a function of the relation between an assertion and the extra-linguistic reality it describes or refers to. Since there is no reason why such assertions should exhaust the full truth out there in reality, one definitive aspect of correspondence theories is that what it takes for a sentence to be true might well transcend what we are able to know. Given some disputed statement, Dummett has famously characterized realism as the belief that statements of the disputed class possess an objective truth value, independently of our means of knowing it. They are true or false in virtue of a reality existing independently of us. Dummett's own anti-realism and understanding of truth in terms of confirmation thus opposes to this the view that statements of the disputed class are to be understood only by reference to the sort of thing which we count as evidence for a statement of that class. Though not strictly reducible to very cationism, anti-realism demands a direct proof or demonstration before accepting a statement as true. Anti-realism thereby implies the possibility of statements that are neither true nor false, i.e., that violate the principle of bivalence. Badiou's conception of truth is not only not reducible to any one of these three alternatives, it undercuts the basis for their distinction tout court. Badiou's truth certainly surpasses what can be known or proved, but it does so only because it links its assertion with the method of its very cation. A truth sets its own conditions, more rigorous than those of any correspondence, coherence, or confirmation. Truth is not knowledge, but neither is it independent of us. It is we who make truth, but precisely as something that exceeds our knowing. So Badiou's truth coheres, in the sense that a generic procedure must group an internally consistent set of investigations or conditions. It is expressly founded on the real of the situation and implies the unrestricted application of bivalence, and it is effectively self-verifying, composed over time in a laborious series of incremental steps. Subjectivation itself provides, in the absence of an object, the confirmation of its own truth. Badiou believes that there is no truth in general, there are only particular truths in particular situations. But precisely as the truth of its situation, each truth, in its essential inconsistency, is an exposure of the sameness of being. A situation counts its elements, and its state counts groups of these elements as one. Only a generic procedure, by contrast, exposes the truth of what is counted in a situation, that is, its inconsistent being. Generic procedures reveal that which is counted, or presented, in the indifferent and anonymous equality of its presentation. See. Badiou maintains, since the being of the situation is its inconsistency, a truth of this being will present itself as indifferent quel conque multiplicity, anonymous part, consistency reduced to presentation as such, without predicate. A truth is this minimal consistency, a part, an immanence without concept, which indicates in the situation the inconsistency that it is, MP. Each truth represents, in sum, what is most anonymous, or least speci-ed, in the situation, whose truth it is. True theater, for instance, is one whose audience must represent humanity in its very inconsistency, its innate variety. The more it is united, socially, nationally, the less it supports, in time, the eternity and universality of an idea. The only audience worth the name is generic, an audience of chance, p.m. Having looked at the mechanics of subjectivation in this chapter we review the more general characteristics of Badiou's conception of truth. Truth is a matter of acts rather than words, of axioms rather than definitions. Truth is very exactly the conjunction noted of thought and being, but this conjunction is neither essentially temporal nor grammatical. It escapes the supervision of anthropological rules, the logical rules of language or culture, ct. The chapter then moves on to consider Badiou's critique of constructivism, the explicit antithesis of any generic conception of truth, and his elaboration of a subtractive alternative to militant destruction before concluding with a brief evaluation of his response to the more philosophically substantial challenges posed, respectively, by Kant, Spinoza, Hegel, and Deleuze. Axiom or definition. That the truth is axiomatic, or decided, means precisely that it cannot be denied. An axiom in no sense describes what it prescribes. Those who live and assert the truth of love or art, say, are not likely to be in a position to deny art or love to the satisfaction of those who deny its truth. If the substantially existent is ontologically primary, as the Neo-Aristotelian ontological tradition maintains, it makes sense to begin with definitions of existence. Definition is the linguistic mode of the establishment of the preeminence of the existent agent over the empty univocity of being as being. Dialectics, for example, the manipulation of successive delimitations, proceeds by definitions, qualications, and counterdefinitions. It begins and ends with the one, ct. But we know that for Badiou, the existent or agent is always a result, the effect of a particular structuring or count. The existent is something that comes to be through its belonging to a situation. What thus comes to belong can itself be only purely inconsistent multiplicity. The pair definition and existence cannot be primary. In a far more rigorous way than certain philosophers of difference or difference, Badiou insists that there can be no definition of the multiple, ct, no matter how differentiated or convoluted such a definition might be. It is the inconsistency of multiple being that is primary, even though only an exceptional procedure can expose this inconsistency, from time to time, for what it truly is. Badiou's approach is post-Gödelian in at least this familiar sense: a truth always says more than can be denied or proved, or, as Hofstadter puts it, proviability is a weaker notion than truth. The claims of truth always exceed our ability to demonstrate their necessity. Any program that seeks, like Frey's, an objectively eternal foundation is bound to fail. Following Frey's own eventual renunciation of mathematical philosophy, Russell and Hilbert, in this respect, stand as examples of a faith misplaced or of an axiomatics misfounded. Hilbert had sought an exhaustive proof of consistency that might cover the whole of mathematical reasoning. It was thus almost impossible for Hilbert to accept Gödel's result, which dealt nothing less than a death blow to his entire project. Russell, likewise, famously wanted certainty in the kind of way in which people want religious faith. Like Badiou, Russell found in mathematics a perpetual reproof of the confusing plurality of opinion and private judgment, the random particularities of taste and bias. But, unlike Badiou, he sought to ground such reproof on a strictly non-human foundation, in a region of absolute necessity that he imagined as a last bulwark against the dreadful sense of human impotence, of weakness, of exile amid hostile powers. Hence the sorrow and disarray that he said set in once the splendid certainty which I had always hoped to end in mathematics was lost in a bewildering maze. In the end, unable to end an alternative between absolute certainty and mere tautology, Russell could not resist the belittling conclusions of Wittgenstein's Tractatus, and came to believe that to a mind of sufficient intellectual power, the whole of mathematics would appear trivial. Badiou's own conviction, by contrast in mathematics as much as politics, remains essentially intact, precisely because it depends on literally nothing outside its own integrity. The only price to be paid for such axiomatic independence is the loss of any objectively consistent description of this integrity as such. For all its subjective power, in other words, true thought must accept a certain ignorance regarding exactly what and how it thinks. Axiomatic thought must accept a merely implicit intuition of what it does, if it is to preserve the perfect clarity of its effect. The word set, for instance, does not occur among the axioms of set theory. Axiomatic thought grasps the disposition of undefined terms. It never encounters either a definition of these terms, or a practicable explication of what they are not. The primordial statements of such thought expose the thinkable without thematizing it. Of course, the primitive term or terms are inscribed. But they are inscribed not in the sense of a nomination whose referent would have to be represented, but in the sense of a series of dispositions, where the term is nothing outside the regulated game of its founding connections. This apparent limitation, of course, is simply the condition that axiomatic thought must meet in order to sustain its effectively absolute power. If thought engages with nothing that is fundamentally external to or enabling of its prescription, the criteria of thought must be internal to the operation of thought itself. Beyond historicism, evental time and subjective immortality, the self-founding validity of a truth is eternal or incorruptible in a particularly rigorous sense. Once subtracted from all that is non-thought, thought as such is invulnerable to decay. A truth, the infinite, unending deployment of an evental implication, can never be exhausted. The same principle does not apply, clearly, to the subjects of a truth, which is why they need to draw on an ethics of truth. However, we also know that every eternally valid truth begins with a precise event, just as it stems from a particular situated place. The articulation of the eternal and the historical has been, from the beginning, one of the major preoccupations of Badiou's work. This articulation is what organizes Badiou's distinctive concept of evental time. Remember that, for the Maoist, truth emerges as a revolutionary unity produced through the cumulative, historical development of the proletariat. In Badiou's later work, to an effectively timeless mathematical ontology corresponds a more strictly eternal or endless concept of truth, e.e. The model of this correspondence is again axiomatic. An axiom is precisely that paradoxical declaration that asserts an eternal principle because it is established in one point. It is precisely in the wake of something that happened once, at a specific moment, that we can speak of truly eternal consequences. Only the present impact of an exception can last forever, since normality endures for merely as long as it works, for as long as it is convenient. Mere corruption or change is something entirely different from time. Time begins with subjective intervention. From the beginning, true time is diagonal to the chronological accumulation of time, that is, a time constrained by an already established measure. On the one hand, every event constitutes its own time, such that there is no time in general, there are times. Each truth carries with it its own time, ta. The time of a truth always overthrows an already established time, just as a revolution is the closing of an era, d. On the other hand, truth is itself oriented toward the eternal, to the eternally renewable. All truth, as generic in 90, is eternal, pm. Not only does a truth set a new beginning for time, but its validity exceeds chronological time as such. Once it has been declared, it will always have been true. Scientific statements provide the most obvious examples. Truth is thus a forgetting of time itself, the moment in which we live as if time, this time, had never existed, d. Or again, the time of truth is the time of a properly eternal present, indifferent to both the inheritance of the past and the promise of the future. The subject of delighty lives exclusively in an unfolding present, the present of evental consequences. Nowhere is the incisive simplicity of Badiou's orientation more apparent than in his conception of time. Whereas Sartre's philosophy is organized around the future, Bergson's around the past, and Derrida's around the deferral of presence, Badiou's subject lives in a time that is entirely saturated by the present, a time without promise, inheritance, or reserve. Wherefore, Heidegger temporality was the very medium of the authentic subject, in a supremely intimate relation cemented by mortality. For Badiou temporality is merely an external environment for the subject, in a relation exploded precisely by truth's indifference to mortality. Where, for Deleuze, time in its pure state is the very form of a fully cosmic creativity, for Badiou time is pure only in terms of the discontinuity of a present. Framing things in the more systematic terms of his theory axiomatique du sujet, we can summarize Badiou's analysis of time as follows. Mere being as being, mere presentation as such, is simply timeless. Only truth is temporal, and the cut between the merely timeless and the actively temporal is marked, of course, by the event, which marks the beginning of a new time. The evental declaration E is not itself locatable in this time, since it gives rise to it, E remains co-present with this time as a whole, it is the index of the opening of a time, ta. Declaration of E is the pure instant from which an entire temporal universe expands. The hysterical declarer of E is the person who lives in anticipation of a properly miraculous time, the literally instantaneous compression of all time into a single decisive moment, without duration. Affirmation of the consequences of E constitutes the present of time, as distinct from the instant. The subjective gur of mastery is fundamentally a master of the present as such, that is, of the ordered movement from one consequence to another. A faithful subject is nothing other than a present fragment of truth, a shifting point in its forever unfolding being there. If a truth could be thought of as whole, it would be already nished. In a very general and obviously non-chronological sense, Badiou denies modernity as the predominance of the present in the entangling of time. To be modern is to be fully contemporary with what is truly taking place in your own time, without yielding to the temptations of routine or regret. The reactionary gur yields to precisely this temptation. What the reactionary denies is the distinctive urgency of the present as such, that is, the presence of the present. The reactionary recognizes only an indeterminate temporality, in which the present is either diluted in a diffuse continuity, this is the way it's always been, nothing ever changes, or dissolved in a series of entirely discontinuous moments, it all depends on the circumstances, it's impossible to generalize. Either way, the result undermines the possibility of radical change here and now, in favor of a cautious adherence to the past, to whatever seems true because tried. The reactionary tends to privilege memory over improvisation. Every pious invocation of a politics of memory is reactionary by definition. The obscurantist gur obliterates the present. The original event is all that matters, and its truth can be recovered only by escaping time altogether. The obscurantist is not oriented simply toward the past but toward death pure and simple. Death in the present is the price every obscure subject must pay to rejoin his atemporal truth. The gur of renewal revives, rather than remembers, the present. Strictly speaking, there is no collective memory, no subjective history of truths, they exist only in the present, in their active reenactment, and it is the possibility of endless renewal that guarantees the eternity of truth. As Badiou says, truths are eternal because they are resubjectivizable, re-experimentable. This is not to say that truth is a matter of proximity to what is timelessly correct, a criterion that concerns only knowledge. Contemporary truths are not more true than those of the past, they are simply those that remain true for us, as disruptive of our routine. Against constructivism. We are now in a position to follow Badiou as he distinguishes his theory of truth from its main philosophical alternatives. Badiou's closely argued readings of his more significant rivals have resulted in some of the most striking extensions and renements of his system. Several of the meditations that make up l'Événement are devoted to a critique of constructivism, conceived as an orientation broad enough to include nominalism, Leibniz, Wittgenstein, the linguistic turn, Anglo-American analytic philosophy, and perhaps incongruously, Foucault. Constructivism privileges language over being, meaning over truth, and communication over conviction. Truth in the constructivist sense is simply a matter of appropriate conformity to widely recognized norms, such that to say something true is to say something correct. Like the sophists before them, constructivists equate knowledge and truth, and in doing so, eliminate the possibility of an encounter with the indiscernible or undecidable. Constructivism turns on the conviction that thought cannot think something indiscernible. That there can be neither concept nor thought of that which is inaccessible to sutrate a language. A constructivist universe is one in which every definition in which everything remains in its properly recognizable place, in which the state, or representation, maintains a perfect grip on what is presented in the situation. Once true meaning has been equated with habitual use, then, as Wittgenstein admits, philosophy may in no way interfere with the actual use of language, it can in the end only describe it. Such a philosophy, very deliberately, leaves everything as it is. Consider the case of Leibniz, who dreams of that well-made language which could articulate an absolutely discernible universe. The articulable universe would be defined as a logically consistent continuity of innately divided parts, conceived as so many intrinsic denominations or monads. The immeasurable nayness of things would be rendered by a sort of universal calculus, justified by its presumed approximation of God's own calculation creation. Leibniz thus posits an innate dispersal with no foundational term, that is, with no chance of an encounter with the void of being. Badiou has gone on to indicate two major problems with this arrangement. First, in the absence of any extensional difference between them, in what precise sense are monads genuinely distinct? In the end, are they not simply an innate collection of names of the void? Second, Leibniz leaves no room for disruptive innovation, as so many intrinsic denominations, monads can do only what they are, can experience only what they include. As Badiou writes, what seems to happen to them is only the deployment of their own qualitative predicates e.e. The mathematical version of constructivism and, in particular, that branch of constructivism known as intuitionism has its roots in the belief that meaningful statements must be conned to assertions whose validity can be directly established or produced for inspection. Associated with some of the great names of modern mathematics, Kronecker, Poincaré, Borel, Brouwer, Bishop, and others, constructivism rejects such classically acceptable means of indirect proof as reductio ad absurdum or the excluded middle. It denies any evidence-transcendent notion of truth, and in particular any reasoning which results from treating innate collections as cases of being rather than cases of becoming, in other words, as if they have any existence transcending that of the rule of generation by which they are given to thought. Seen from a constructivist perspective, the foundations of mathematics are derived not from exceptional axioms or inventive decisions but from certain structurally consistent rules, along with the mental or linguistic operations that give rise to them. In Wittgenstein's arch-constructivist view, mathematics is simply a matter of thoughtless calculation or tautology. Proof in mathematics is exactly not a means whereby something is found out. Since constructivism requires direct evidence before it can acknowledge truth, it excludes in advance everything that Badiou associates with the subject and the event, e.e. Whereas classical reasoning invites an encounter with contradiction by means of the excluded middle or reductio ad absurdum, every constructive reasoning simply exhibits a case according to the law. Whereas each truth procedure turns on the resolution of an undecidable, the maxim of constructivism is simply always think and act in such a way that everything remains clearly decidable, e.e. Constructivism is very precisely the spontaneous philosophy of law and order, the philosophy of the status quo as such. It is a conception of philosophy that leads, sooner or later, to the justification of what Lakatos quite accurately calls a thought police. To be precise, constructivist and generic philosophies part company at exactly the point that Badiou identifies as the crux of every ontological orientation, the point where, given an innate set n, set theory indicates that there is a still more innate excess of n over n. Whereas generic thought holds the roving errands of the excess for the real of being, for the being of being, MP, constructivist thought is organized around the drastic specification and reduction of this excess. In a universe that recognizes the existence only of constructible sets, Cantor's continuum hypothesis, the presumption that the power set n of an innate set n is the next largest number after n itself, or that equals follows as a matter of course. In the constructivist universe, the state literally succeeds the situation that it governs, e.e. the representation of parts ts perfectly over the presentation of elements. Seen from within, the constructible universe is thus order incarnate. Seen from without, however, from a perspective that tolerates no limits in which inaccessible cardinals abound in a mind-boggling profusion, in which the unamiable and indiscernible can be thought in a perfectly precise sense, the constructible universe is remarkable for its stupefying poverty, e.e. If constructivist claims have never been taken very seriously by most working mathematicians, it is all too easy to show that a broadly constructivist approach to language and reality today remains the almost universally accepted doctrine, ct. As for deconstruction, it can occur here only as a kind of constructivism turned against itself. Deconstruction preserves the constructivist coordination of language and thought intact, a position best summarized by Gadamer's famous quip being that can be understood is language. Derrida's insistence that the experience of thought is also a matter of language is a quintessentially constructivist position. Simply, what is again and again constructed, in Derrida's work, is the deferral or complication of any particular construction. Subtraction and destruction. It is easy to see how the critique of constructionism might spill over into a celebration of destructionism for its own sake. Every true attempt to grapple with the real of a situation must rest&d a way of cutting through that which passes for reality in that situation, i.e., its status quo. As Badiou has written, it is reality that gets in the way of the uncovering of the real, and each grappling with the real presumes the penetration of every pretension of substance, every assertion of reality, of semantic depth or cultural thickness in the situation, ls. There is an essential difference, however, between what Badiou calls the destructive and subtractive versions of this penetration. The destructive option presumes that only the full, literal elimination of reality will allow for the unqualified affirmation of the real. Only destruction of the old can make room for the new. Only the annihilation of previous notions of art can clear the way for an entirely new avant-garde practice, just as only the wholesale destruction of inherited cultural norms can enable the birth of an altogether new revolutionary man. Needless to say, never had the appeal of the destructive option proved so strong as in the revolutionary 20th century, which was driven from start to finish by an unhinching passion for the real. An entirely unrestricted innovation can arise only from the ruins of an absolute destruction, ls, cf. N. The great error of the 20th century was not its willingness to endure the violence of true innovation, but its readiness to accept the destruction that must accompany the pursuit of definitive forms of such innovation. The century was betrayed by its readiness to engage in the search, in each domain of truth, for some kind of NAL solution, be it another war to end all wars, Mao, or a definitive formalization of mathematics, Bourbaki, or a definitive consummation of art in the avant-garde, with Breton or Debord. Destruction and definition are linked together as the disjunctive elements of a fundamental couple, ls. Badiou is the RST to admit that his early work was led astray by the apparent necessity of an essential link between destruction and novelty, ls. In all of his subsequent work he has sought to weaken this link, beginning with the realization that destruction is a merely objective category. The alternative, subtractive option seeks to purify reality, not by annihilating it, but by withdrawing it from its apparent unity so as to detect in it the minuscule difference, the vanishing term that is constitutive of it, the inconsistency that sustains it. That which takes place differs only barely from the place, but it is in this only barely, this rare space of imminent exception, that everything of true value happens, ls. Along with Mallarmé's poetry, Badiou's aesthetic illustrations include Anton Webern's diamantine work, vanishing wisps of sound woven around fragments of silence, and Malevich's landmark painting of white square on a white background, the subtraction of pure form from color, which leaves, in the form of a geometrical illusion, the indication of a minimal difference, the abstract difference between form and background, and in particular, the empty difference between white and white, the difference of the same, which we might call vanishing difference. Subtraction avoids destruction because rather than treat the real in terms of identity, it is treated from the beginning as a gap in the continuous fabric of determination. To treat the real as a substance or identity requires the destruction of its simulacra or false pretenders. Subtraction, by contrast, presents only the minimal difference of an interval as such. Subtraction invents new means of formalization at precisely that point where recognizable difference is minimal, where there is almost nothing, at the edge of whatever is void for that situation, ls. Subtraction is no less penetrating of reality than destruction. It is no less driven by a passion for the real. Simply, it limits its action to the strictly subjective domain, such is its action restraint. That truth is subtracted from knowledge means precisely that truth does not contradict it, e. The subtractive approach understands that the operations that consolidate reality representation, appearing, semblance, the state of the situation are not simply external to the real as a cover that might be removed, but are organized as its ontologically irreducible repression. The state cannot be destroyed, but a truth can puncture its repression and suspend its domination. The very force of the state is itself derived, ultimately, from the real excess and disorder, the excess of parts over elements, that it is designed to conceal. Althusser deployed a similar logic to make sense of ideology as the symptomal representation of a real that it localizes, subjectively, as misunderstanding mechanisance, and so did Freud to make sense of neurosis, as driven by precisely those unconscious forces it is designed to dect, The attempt to destroy the symptom, in either case, solves nothing. What is required is its analysis, its disaggregation into parts, so as to subtract from it that inconsistent truth that is nothing other than a pure part as such, and any part whatever, an inclusion with no discernible denition, e.e. a missed opportunity, Kant. As opposed to Badiou's void-based ontology, Kant centers his critical philosophy around the epistemological irreducibility of perception, that is, around the constituent relation between subject and object. Kant's conception of objectivity and scientific truth is grounded in the irreducible role of perspective in the formulation of knowledge. We know the world only according to a subjective perspective, but each such perspective opens onto a necessarily independent or objective world. Subjective experience is itself organized in the objective terms of a universal time and space, and in the RMLY scientific categories of substance, causality, and so on. Against Leibniz's rationalism on the one hand and Hume's empiricism on the other, Kant insists that sensual experience and pure understanding can make objectively valid judgments about things only in connection with each other. So Kant, like Badiou, holds that thought is not, indeed, in itself a product of the senses, and is to that extent also not limited by them. But unlike Badiou, Kant insists that it does not therefore have its own and pure use forthwith, without the assistance of sensibility, i.e., intuition, since it is then without an object. As to whether there might be noumenal objects, that is, objects wholly detached from our sensibility's intuition, this is a question that can be answered only indeterminately, something about which we must forever remain completely ignorant. Badiou emphasizes the need, today, to extirpate the universal from Kantianism, that is, to overcome the reduction of the universal to the form of moral judgment and empirical knowledge. No philosophical adjective is likely to annoy Badiou more than neo-Kantian. Kant's authority is invoked as much by intuitionists like Brouwer as by the contemporary advocates of human rights. But Kant needs to be taken seriously because he proposed a kind of subtractive ontology of his own, through the evacuation of things in themselves, and provided access to a sort of actual innity, grounded precisely in the purely subjective or practical awareness of moral obligation. Kant's moral philosophy rests on a kind of ultimately axiomatic prescription, or categorical imperative. Though comparable in certain respects, Badiou's conclusions are RMLY opposed to Kant's in both domains. We will come to the ethical questions in chapter. The ontological matter must be dealt with here. Kant is an important rival to Badiou because, breaking with Spinoza and Leibniz, he proposed for the RST time a philosophy made fully autonomous of the play of substantial reality. He subtracted the categories of pure reason from any constituent relation with noumenal realities. Kant might seem, then, to occupy a special place in the Neoplatonic campaign to isolate thought from substance, the ideal from the physical, experience from creation, or the real from reality. But no. No sooner had Kant fenced off the eld of things in themselves than he subordinated the autonomy of pure reason to the bland domain of the mere object or phenomenon. Whereas Plato had looked for certainty at a level of coherence beyond the illusions of appearance and consensus, for Kant it was precisely the world of appearance that alone seemed certain and coherent. Seeking a secure foundation for reason against Hume's skepticism and Swedenborg's delirium, Kant argued that reason can be sure of itself only when it links sensory intuition and conceptual understanding in the synthetic unity of an object. Pure thought provides no knowledge. The pure concepts of the understanding have an exclusively empirical application, such that thinking is the act of referring given intuitions to an object. Void or objectless perception, then, must be simply empty or thoughtless. For all his obvious differences from Leibniz and Aristotle, Kant's true contribution is therefore to what Badiou characterizes as the anti-Platonic ontological tradition. Aristotle, remember, had conceived of logic as playing a secondary, clarifying role in the perception of substantial or phenomenal confusion. Kant preserves this role. He subordinates ontology to epistemology, and in doing so, con-rms the foreclosure of any actually innate reality as such. Although Kant's categories might appear to foreground logical relations, inherence, causality, limitation, and so on, as the primordial foundation of thought, Badiou argues that such relation, Verbindung, liaison, presupposes the more fundamental unity, Einheit, of the faculty of relating, Lehre, itself, that form of self-consciousness that Kant calls originary apperception. It is this synthetic faculty that rst unies or counts ses own diverse perceptions as perceptions of a single presented object, and that ensures the corresponding unity of the subject, the transcendental unity of self-consciousness. Such originary apperception corresponds roughly to what Badiou calls the structure of a situation, that is, that which presents x and y, or counts them as elements. The logical or categorical relations linking x to y might then correspond to the metastructure or representation of what is thus presented, its distribution in parts of the situation. Like Badiou, Kant thus distinguishes the counting for one, the guarantee of consistency, the originary structure of all presentation, from relation L-line, the characteristic of representable structures. But whereas Badiou everywhere pursues the delicate subtraction of presentation from representation, Kant conceives of presentation as nothing more than the raw material for representation itself. The mind makes one or object i.e. the elements it perceives so as to be able to establish logical relations among phenomena. The structures presented by originary apperception are simply what the metastructural relation of the phenomenally diverse requires if it is to work properly, that is, if it is to operate in keeping with the apparent certainties of Euclidean mathematics and Newtonian physics, ct. Kant's synthetic one is only thought for relation. His elements exist only in order to be grouped in subsets or parts. The very category of object can designate only that which, of the existent, can be represented according to the illusion of relation du lien, ct. If Badiou is to demonstrate the failure of Kant's epistemology, he must show first that the illusions of object and relation cannot eliminate the properly foundational role of that which is without object or void, and second that this objectless reality is alone real, thereby confirming the merely illusory status of relation. Kant says that what we can know is simply the ux of phenomena in conformity with certain consistent structures of perception. What we know is always an object. But since the concept of object is not itself empirical, it in no way answers the question of its own ontological status. The general concept of object can be only anything at all, a kind of object equals x, that is, something whose being overlaps with what Badiou calls pure or inconsistent multiplicity. Such an empty, undetermined, or transcendental object equals x is quite literally nothing for us. Strictly speaking, the object equals x can be nothing other than a name for the ontological void, ct. Likewise, while any actually perceiving subject is empirical or contingent, and corresponds in its plenitude to the general ux of phenomena, nevertheless the form of the subject in general, of originary apperception or the transcendental subject equals x, is itself void of all empirical specification. Against Descartes, Kant famously maintains that this grammatical subject of apperception, while it organizes all possible knowledge, cannot know itself, as a phenomenon. The I think says nothing about what I am. In order, then, to account for the perceptual unication of any particular object, Kant is obliged to conceive of this structuring operation as the correlation of two voids, subjective and objective. The transcendental subject equals X and the equally transcendental object equals X must be posited as primitive terms prior to all intuition and experience, and act as nothing other than names of the withdrawn void of being itself, ct. This was Kant's great opportunity. Full acceptance of this correlation as void might indeed have led to a genuinely subtractive ontology. But, Badiou concludes, Kant's powerful ontological intuitions remain the prisoner of those epistemological relations whose operation they are ultimately designed to guarantee. Rather than ground his philosophy RMLY on the void, Kant assigns the foundational function to the relation of the two voids, objective and subjective, ct, such that it is precisely the work of perception and synthesis that proceeds as primary. It is this work that ensures the smooth coordination of empirical object with empirical subject. Only such coordination guarantees that the heterogeneity of existence remains rational and objective, rather than delirious. Against this conclusion, Badiou argues that it is precisely the concept of the void itself, as deployed in the rigor of mathematical deduction, that upholds the heterogeneously existent, once we admit, since the void is certainly not an object, even if it is perhaps a letter, that we are not restricted, in order to avoid delirium, to the phenomenal connement of objectivity, for the void is not a phenomenon either. Because thought can deduce order directly from the void, there is simply no need for it to pass through the detour of perception and the relation of objects. What an ontology based on the void eliminates, very precisely, is any foundational role for relation as such. There can be no relation with the void. In particular, there can be no object-mediated symmetry between the void of the count for one, the transcendental subject, and the void as name of being, the object equals X, ct. The notion of object cannot, Badiou insists, be the primary category of thought. Both object and relation must be dissolved in the austere univocity of what set theory articulates of pure multiple presentation, founded on the sole void. The RST question Badiou himself must answer is simply this: if there is to be no relation between ontology and epistemology, and if the void is to be the sole basis for the heterogeneously existent, how exactly are we to describe the transition from void to existence? Can this transition then be anything other than purely contingent, if not indeed delirious? A second question concerns the indirect ontological implications of what Kant called practical reason. No less than Badiou, Kant asserted the ultimate primacy of pure practical reason over its speculative empirical counterpart. Kant's moral philosophy is nothing other than a sustained affirmation of universally binding subjective truth, made in the absence of any reliable knowledge as such. If we are indeed night as phenomena, as moral agents we act as in night noumena, and, through these actions, illustrate the noumenal basis of our freedom, our immortality, and so on. Precisely because practical reason is free of any heteronymous or empirical motives, Kant's moral philosophy holds RM even though there is nothing in heaven or on earth from which it depends or on which it is based. Is there not, then, an important sense in which the supremely Kantian effort, the effort to annul knowledge wissen in order to make room for faith, Glaube anticipates, if we swap delighty for faith, the central preoccupation of Badiou's philosophy? The obvious difference of Kant's arrangement from Badiou's is that Kant grounds his practical reason less upon the random incidence of an event than upon the constituent attribute of freedom as the property of all rational beings. Badiou sees freedom as an exceptionally fragile achievement, whereas Kant sees it as a necessary presumption. Though Kant accepts that we cannot know freedom as something real in ourselves and in human nature, he believes we do know that we must presuppose it as the very environment of our action. Kant thus lends the universal a deliberately law-like character, grounded in the literally regular employment of a general faculty. In Kant's hands, moral behavior becomes the realm of a general legislation or supervision, a matter of public duty and obligation. With the evental or extra-legal dimension of his work, Badiou thus has a reply of sorts to the great problem of Kant's moral philosophy: how to individuate the free or autonomous, transcendental, self, that is, how to situate the self in the empirical world in which it acts. On the other hand, by making subjectivation so radically exceptional a procedure, Badiou turns the extraordinary human capacity for truth into something little short of the miraculous. If thought is a capacity for truth, how does the varied employment of this capacity explain its constitution as a capacity? Three rivals, Spinoza, Hegel, Deleuze. Less epistemologically driven orientations pose more substantial challenges to a subtractive conception of philosophy. Like Badiou, Spinoza, Hegel, and Deleuze all claim to formulate rigorously univocal notions of being, and all accept versions of an actually innate truth. But they collapse these two dimensions together, as one. They maintain, in their different ways, or rather, at their different speeds, the intrinsic innate of being. They assert the coherence on a single plane of being and truth, and in doing so, they posit an effectively divine subject of being. In the process, all three eliminate the dimension of the event, in favor of the eventual unity of truth. Spinoza. Like Badiou, Spinoza insists that all truth is generic, or again, that what ultimately can be thought of being is mathematical. The problem is that he tries to make these conclusions automatic, as if based on a divinely eternal axiomatics. For Spinoza, the notion of an actually innate creative substance provides an ontological solution to every conceivable problem. As Badiou writes, Spinoza is the most radical ontological effort ever made to identify structure and metastructure. To indistinguish belonging and inclusion, e.e. For Spinoza, to exist is simply to belong to God, where God is both structure and state. Everything that is to be conceived as the effect of this one cause, the expression, or explication, of a perfectly subscient plenitude. As a direct consequence, Spinoza attempts the ontological eradication of the void, e.e., just as he excludes any event, by prohibiting excess, chance, and the subject, ct. In l'être et l'événement, Badiou's counterattack dwells on Spinoza's apparent inability to relate night and innate. If God is purely innate and sole cause, how can this innate give rise to night modes? The point where the innate ceases to be innate can be only the void of the innate itself, and such a boundary would violate the univocity of substance. Spinoza turns here to what Badiou deems the incoherent concept of an innate mode. Something corresponding to the totality of the universe, we must suppose that the direct action of the substantially innate produces in itself only innate modes. But it is impossible to justify the existence of even one such mode. If they exist only as inaccessible, that is, as a void for us, e.e. In a more recent article, Badiou emphasizes Spinoza's inability to sustain a fully univocal logic of creation, one that moves directly from virtual creator to actual creatures. Badiou detects this failure in Spinoza's confusion of two apparently incompatible modes of actualization, a logic of causality, a thing is a set of modes that come together to produce a single effect, and a logic of expression, a thing bears witness to the innate power of substance. The crux of this incompatibility concerns, again, Spinoza's attempt to resolve the relation of night and innate through the ambiguous mediation of the intellect, intellectus. Like love and desire, the rational intellect is a mode of the attribute of thought. Finite human intellect is to be explained through its inclusion in the divinely innate intellect. For this to work, however, Spinoza is obliged to complicate the supposedly inexorable rules of divine causation or expression. The intellect is both part of this substantial expressive order, and the means by which this order is itself expressed or made known. Alone among modes, the intellect has the peculiar property of grasping or conceiving the general innate of all modes. Starting out from God as supreme cause, the innate intellect must be, like any other mode, an effect of God, but it also effectively comprehends God. The intellect is a modal anomaly or exception. Badiou is pleased to see in the intellect, thanks to its undecidable status, a localized subject effect, ct, an effect quite at odds with its divinely ordained causation. In order to restrict this exceptional in-night mode to a properly night dimension, Spinoza has to take another problematic step. All that follows from an in-night mode is itself in-night. Unlike the attribute of thought, however, the attribute of extension naturally lends itself to night division. The restriction effected upon the night intellect, then, must come from an already restricted source in extension, namely a body. The night intellect is precisely the idea of the body. But what this intellect can know, as Badiou points out, cutting short a long debate among Spinozists, is not the particular singularity of one such body, my body, but instead what is typical of all bodies. What can be known by the night mind is guaranteed by what is common to all things, that is, the famous common notions that account for what there is in general. And what there is of course nothing other than the nature of creation or God. The attempt to isolate night from in-night thus comes full circle. What the night intellect can know is necessarily in-night, or common. Spinoza's philosophy remains stuck within what Badiou calls a closed ontology, closed by the attributive identikation of the divine in nighty, ct. Badiou's resistance here is not that Spinoza emphasizes the generic or mathematical aspect of thought, far from it. It is that he poses these characteristics as natural and necessary. For Spinoza, the axioms linking night to in-night are always already established laws. He thus reduces the drama of human thought to a more or less quickly accomplished process of adequation to these eternal axioms, a matter of coming home to God. Where Spinoza seeks to conjoin generic truth with a regime of absolute causality, Badiou insists that the generic can be reached only through subtraction from this regime, through thought characterized by intermination, difference, undecidability, atypicity. Ct. Badiou's discussion of Spinoza is somewhat partial. He does not consider the quasi-evental dimension of Spinoza's concept of encounters, and in particular of encounters with common notions. He disregards the crucial relation between actual and virtual capability, that is, the relation whereby, through such encounters, we more fully actualize the attribute of thought we express. By thus learning to realize our potential, so what is given as night comes to express the in-nighty that it is in its being. Spinoza believes that we are created as beings that, in order to become what we fundamentally are, RST need to learn how to grow up out of our passive affections, our ignorance, our sad dependence. The properly ethical dimension of Spinoza's work thus retains some degree of active negotiation with worldly interests and temptations as such. By contrast, Badiou defends a notion of the event that effectively converts the subject to be, all at once. It is not clear then, if he is any more able than Spinoza to establish a genuine connection between night and in-night. The process whereby a truth induces a subject, whereby a subject becomes the night component of an in-night truth, MP, remains curiously abrupt. There is precisely nothing between subject and truth, other than chance. Nor is it clear that his solution retains any of that worldly aspect of Spinoza's work so ably endorsed by Deleuze, the counting of effects, the internal transformation of interest and passion, and so on. Arguably, Badiou's purely mathematical notion of the in-night is in-nightly less inclusive than Spinoza's no less axiomatic conception of a substance expressed in an in-nighty of qualitatively different kinds, or attributes, of in-nighty. As for his critique of intellectus, Badiou's own conception of truth may be vulnerable to much the same sort of objection. Does not mathematics play a comparable role in Badiou's thought? On the one hand, it is one mode of truth among several, and no less evental or contingent than the others. But it is also exceptional in its provision of tools for the transmission of truth in general. Ontology is both a situation, and the means of describing all situations qua situations. Mathematics is both one of four generic procedures and the privileged medium for the portrayal of every procedure, a guide to the consistency of thought in its entirety. Set theory provides Badiou with nothing less than the regulative idea for prescriptions in general. If each truth procedure is subscient in itself, what is properly philosophical is the abstraction of these procedures from all speculative empiricism, and the assignation of the form of these determinations to their generic foundation, the theory of pure multiplicity. Whatever the situation, outside mathematics we are blind. Hegel. Badiou believes that Hegel writes himself into much the same impasse as Spinoza, that is, into the substantial identity of being and truth. Hegel's innate ontology avoids the decision of the axiom of innate. He tries to draw the innate out of the immanent structure of being itself. However violent and disruptive the process of negation might be, he maintains a dialectical continuity between subject and object. At all costs, Badiou must demonstrate the necessary failure of this effort. Badiou's subject comes to be as an abrupt break with the regime of continuity and in the radical absence of an object. By the same token, there can be no constituent relation between the innate per se, the multiple as such, as postulated by the axioms of set theory, and the mere diversity of worldly particularities. Hegel is famous for his equation of reason and reality, where the truth of reality is actually, metaphysically innate unendlich. Every innate thing is simply an aspect of the innate whole, an aspect dened by its dynamic relations with other such things that negate and constrain it. Mere mathematics is incapable of describing such an innate dynamism. Like other pre-Kantorian metaphysicians, Hegel concludes that the mathematically or potentially innate is a bad or spurious substitute for the true concept. It is able only to suggest an endless succession of innate things, an innately tedious approximation of the genuinely or metaphysically innate. Its image is a straight line, open in either direction, no particular segment of the line itself ever approaches the innate. As in a world cut off from its creator, nothing carries the linear segments toward their innate limit, just as no particular number in the sequence of natural numbers ever approaches an actually innate number. The bad innate involves simply the repetition of one thing after another. The switch to a good innate depends upon liberating the movement of repetition as such, for its own sake, as freed from any result. The repetitive moving beyond, the moving from to or to, and so on, must be conceived as a purely intransitive action. The good innate thus bends its every segment toward and within the creatively innate. As God breathes eternal life into mortal shapes, so the truly or absolutely innate invests the night with its innate movement. Its image is the circle, a line bent back into itself. Closed and entirely present, without beginning and end. Genuine philosophy should concern itself, then, only with things that present themselves directly as innate with regard to their content and power, things like freedom, spirit, God, that is, the very things that merely mathematical science fails to grasp. Hegel's substantially innate notion of force compels an understanding of creation and innate reality as inner difference, a repulsion of the self-same, as self-same, from itself. This simple innate, or the absolute notion, may be called the simple essence of life, the soul of the world, the universal blood, whose omnipresence is neither disturbed nor interrupted by any difference, but rather is itself every difference, as also their supersession. It pulsates within itself but does not move, inwardly vibrates, yet is at rest. Hegel thereby inverts Aristotle's judgment, and explicitly repudiates the mathematically for the metaphysically innate. Like Spinoza, then, in Badiou's view Hegel maintains that there is a being of the one, whose counting for one the pure multiple holds in itself, e.e. The difference is that Hegel believes that this effective identity of the one and the counted for one must rst develop over all of historical time. Hegel presumes, via the interiority of the negative, an identity in becoming of pure presentation, on the one hand, of the there is, ilya, as such, and, on the other hand, the structuring or counting operation whereby there comes to be one, ilya to ln, e. CFTS. In other words, any given element, any structured unit, has a constituent relation to its inner being, i.e., to what is structured or presented, to what corresponds, in Badiou's own account, to purely structureless inconsistency. This relation is something more than what Badiou conceives, in his own ontology, as a simple structural counting for one, more than the non-relation between a count and what is counted, between consistency and inconsistency. It is worth proceeding fairly carefully here. Remember that Badiou deems the elements presented by any situation or set different because they are counted for one as different ones, A, B, C, D, and so on. The difference between the elements is the difference of same to same, that is, the pure position of two letters, e. Such minimal difference is precisely what Hegel cannot admit as real. Hegel's law of the counting for one is that the counted term possesses in itself the other Mark-Markotra of its being, e. Any one element is what it is only to the degree that it is not another, that is, to the degree that it exceeds itself toward the others it is not. The negativity that separates one element from another also sustains each element in a constant, dynamic relation, a relation that moves them toward their eventual overcoming toward the absolute. Any particular element or one is nothing other than the movement to overcome what limits it as merely one among others. Hence there is a built-in movement from night to in-night, being as being generates from itself and out of itself the operator of the in-night, l'operateur d in ni. Hegel replaces the foundational decision of in-nighty with an inherent law of being that ensures the intrinsic or substantial continuity of the one, s, and the in-night, e. This continuity is the root of what Badiou attacks as romanticism. What he must demonstrate is the necessary incoherence of this arrangement. Badiou looks for evidence of this incoherence in Hegel's apparent failure to derive one single definition of the in-night. The lack of such a one must violate the dialectical condition of an intrinsic continuity. The merely night moving beyond, outre passement, of individual ones remains stuck in the bad or mathematically in night. At no point in the endlessly repeated sequence of particular overcomings can there be a global affirmation of an in-night being as such, that is, a being immeasurably more than the cumulative repetition of ones. In Hegel's view, Badiou writes, the going beyond must itself be got beyond, e. This second move denies the good or metaphysically in night. Badiou's question, then, has to do with how we can move from the imminent repetition of the bad in night to the global affirmation of the good, without a disjunctive decision, without recourse to the axiom. Hegel's answer is to distinguish between the result of the bad in nighty, the objective, effectively mindless repetition of the night, and the mechanism of the repetition itself. The fact of repetition is one thing, the power to repeat is another. This power or capacity, a kind of awareness of repetition, a repetition become conscious of itself, is itself the good or affirmative in night, e. The crux of Badiou's argument is that without tacit recognition of the disjunctive decision to affirm the in night, the good, qualitative in nighty cannot join up with a properly quantitative notion of in nighty at all. Despite Hegel's effort to maintain one dialectical continuity, the moment of this disjunction is irreducible. As Badiou writes, banished from representation and experience, the disjunctive decision returns in Hegel's text itself, through a split between two dialectics. Quality and quantity, both labeled in night. The question that might be asked of Badiou himself, at this point, is, why does such a double derivation need necessarily be inconsistent with the notion of the in night? Badiou thinks that this duplicity, this two-ness of the in night itself is a problem rather than an opportunity. Again, it might well be argued that this is precisely the strength of Hegel's system. In declaring the unicity of the in night, even if what is produced, through this axiomatic unicity, is an in night multiplicity of in nities, does Badiou not accept a radical discontinuity between ontology and world, between mathematical multiplicity and dialectical moving beyond? The axiom commands everything it creates, but by the same token, it has no purchase on what it excludes. From a neo-Hegelian perspective, Badiou's philosophy must go as a return to broadly Kantian dualisms, reworked in terms of the dichotomy of truth and knowledge, or subject and object. Although Badiou's truths are too emphatically situated in a particular situation to be vulnerable to the sort of arguments Hegel marshals against Kant, still the subtractive conjuration of these truths is unlikely to seduce Badiou's more conventionally dialectical or materialist critics. The most obvious question needs no further introduction. Once ontology has been conned to numbers, How is philosophy to confront the crowned anarchy of things? Deleuze. If, as Badiou submits, his system is the most rigorously materialist in ambition that we've seen since Lucretius, his greatest contemporary competitor must surely be Gilles Deleuze. After Leibniz and Bergson, Deleuze is the most significant of the modern gurs working in what Badiou calls the neo-Aristotelian ontological path, working, that is, from the assumed priority of a creative energy or substance. The need for some sort of comparison of Badiou with Deleuze is clear enough, and I am not the RST to make it. Badiou's early opinions of Deleuze and Guattari make interesting reading today. The Maoist could not end words strong enough to deride the pedantic complacency of these petty teachers of the desiring ambush, these old Kantians, these hateful adversaries of all organized revolutionary politics. He mocked the egoism of Saint Gilles Deleuze, Saint Félix Guattari, Saint Jean-François Lyotard, T.C. Deleuze's desiring UX was for the early Badiou nothing more than a reinvention of Stirner's petit bourgeois individualism, the simple inversion of conservative structuralism. Deleuze's micro-revolutions of the desiring individual were for the author of Theory du Sujet limited to the elements rather than the parts of a situation, and such element individuals always stay in their place, t.s. By definition, there can be no molecular critique of the molar concept of politics, pp. More recently, Badiou has recognized Deleuze as his most consequential peer, perhaps his only worthy opponent in the search for an answer to the problem particular to contemporary philosophy: what exactly is a universal singularity? He wrote a detailed, nearly balanced critique of Deleuze's Le Pli, Leibniz et le Baroque soon after it came out in, a book-length study followed in. The later Badiou is prepared to recognize a certain convergence of interests. He applauds Deleuze for his refusal to go along with the hegemonic theme of the end of philosophy and for his rejection of every form of hermeneutics. Deleuze was the RST philosopher of his generation to understand that a contemporary metaphysics is necessarily a theory of multiplicities and a grasping psyche of singularities. With their notion of a subject monad that disconnects knowledge from all relation to an object, Leibniz Deleuze are in line with what Badiou recognizes as the genuinely contemporary problem of a subject without object. That said, Badiou presents Deleuze's philosophy as substantially opposite to his own on every count. We know that, according to Badiou, there have never been more than two schemas, or paradigms, of the multiple, the mathematical and the organicist, Plato or Aristotle. Number or animal. Such is the cross of metaphysics, and the greatness of Deleuze. Leibniz is to opt without inching for the animal, revelation of Gilles Deleuze, Le Pli. Number is the domain of the abstract, the ideal, the punctual, the decisive, the discontinuous; animal is the domain of the sensual concrete, the natural, the plain, modulation, continuity. Both Deleuze and Badiou are philosophers of the radically new, of the as yet unrepresentable, of experiences that call for genuinely creative thought as opposed to the more or less habitual processes of recognition, expectation, classification, representation, comparison, manipulation. But whereas Badiou pinpoints every location of the new in an eventual break and thereby ensures the radical discontinuity between truth and the situation in which it comes to pass, Deleuze conceives the new as in some sense folded within the innate complexity of what is already there, d. To be sure, Deleuze scans the foldings of the already there only so as to prepare the way for all that is not yet. Nevertheless, Badiou argues, the whole effort of this scanning is to demonstrate how the new or the not yet can emerge, in all its apparent aberration, in the cruel violence of its eruption, in fundamental continuity from the already there. Deleuze writes the realm of the continuous as such, that is, a realm in which Cantor's continuum hypothesis is taken as proved, a realm without gaps. Such continuity eliminates all genuinely disjunctive breakdowns in sine cation in advance, revelation of Gilles Deleuze, Le Pli, and thus blocks the process of subjective intervention in Badiou's sense. As Badiou reads him, Deleuze is essentially a philosopher of nature, which is to say, in the end, a philosopher of description or construction, rather than subtraction. His worldly qualitative multiplicity excludes Badiou's deductive, mathematical multiplicity. His fold is precisely a qualitative or anti-extensional concept of the multiple. At the opposite extreme from a resolutely set theoretic understanding. Deleuze is the pre-Socratic to Badiou's Plato. He is the philosopher of physis and universal chaos, whereas his rival seeks, after Descartes, to promote thought to a position philosophically independent of any global contemplation of the universe, d. In short, Deleuze identity is, purely and simply, philosophy with ontology, d. A move that brings him closer to Heidegger than he might have liked to admit. As far as Badiou is concerned, then, Deleuze's philosophy proceeds as a misappropriation of the event. Deleuze collapses the difference between the place and the taking place. His event is simultaneously omnipresent and creative, structural and unprecedented, revelation of Gilles Deleuze, Le Pli. He presents the world itself as a pure emission of singularities, as a continuous stream of events, each of which is an affirmation or expression of the one event of life, of vital intensity as such. While Badiou insists on the punctual rarity of an event, on grace, and the ontologically exceptional status of a subject, Deleuze's philosophy concludes that tout est grace. Very precisely, where Badiou subtracts every truth from the ordinary and the everyday, ls, Deleuze seeks a quasi-mystical equation of the two declarations: everything is ordinary, and everything is unique. Precisely this equation opens the door to a pure contemplation, and immediately brings about the identity of the mental and the physical, the real and the imaginary, the subject and the object, the world and the I. Deleuze thinks that what happens is always a fold in the unique ontological continuum. He wants to conceive the event, the very form of discontinuity, as thinkable within the interiority of the continuous, revelation of Gilles Deleuze, Le Pli. By Badiou's criteria, this effort is mistaken for much the same reason that both Spinoza and Hegel are mistaken: it is impossible to establish an evental theory of the singular. Once event means, everything that happens, insofar as everything happens. To Deleuze's sensual fold Badiou opposes the ascetic rigor of the cut. So according to Badiou, and he is undoubtedly right, the consequence of Deleuze's philosophy is a restoration of the metaphysical one. Indeed, Badiou argues, Deleuze is the most radical thinker of the one since Bergson, d. Like Spinoza and Nietzsche before them, Bergson and Deleuze understand that intuition of the one, which can go by the name of the whole, substance, life, body without organs, or chaos, is the intuition of its immanent creative power, or that of the eternal return of its differentiating power as such. The goal of philosophy is then, in keeping with Spinoza's maxim, to think adequately the greatest possible number of particular things, the empiricist side of Deleuze, his disjunctive syntheses, his petit circuit, so as to think, adequately, substance or the one, the transcendental side of Deleuze, or of his relation, or grand circuit, dot. For Badiou, any such reinvestment in the one violates the post-Kantorian break with theology. The monadological formula of infinity, defended in Le Pli, inevitably returns us to the snares of that subject whose paradigm is God, or the one in night. If everything is event, then it is the subject who must take upon himself both the one and the in night. Leibniz Deleuze cannot escape this rule, no more than Hegel can. Hence Deleuze's dilemma, to the degree that he insists on the radical univocity of being as continuous with what happens, he is forced to abandon any viable concept of the event as rupture. Or, insofar as he wishes to retain a concept of event rupture, he is forced to introduce a notion of discontinuity into the fabric of univocal being itself, virtual as distinct from actual, relations as distinct from terms, intensity as opposed to extension. Deleuze may well insist on the univocity of being, but Badiou goes one step further, to emphasize the univocity of the actual to the exclusion of any virtual one, d. cfct. A truth, in its militant delighty, can be only actual, pure and simple. Badiou's book on Deleuze is by any standard one of the strongest and most compelling yet written. Unlike so many of Deleuze's readers, Badiou acknowledges the fundamentally univocal aspect of his work. That he remains within a vitalist paradigm, that he maintains an ultimate ontological unity, that he assigns thought the task of thinking one single event for all events, and so on, are indeed the deliberate and explicit goals of Deleuze in his work from start to finish. Badiou's account of his rival's conception of time, virtuality, and the eternal return is without a doubt the most lucid and incisive available. Nevertheless, there is a significant gap in Badiou's critique. Deleuze's philosophy is certainly a philosophy of the one, so long as we remember that the one is already in itself nothing other than the power by which its immanent modes occur. It is also true that such a philosophy must imply a fundamental continuity between being and innovation, a continuity between philosophy and ontology presupposed by the disjunctive production of differences, and it is this very continuity, of course, that the whole of l'événement is designed to interrupt. But it is a mistake to present this emphasis on the one in competition with an emphasis on difference and multiplicity. By adhering to this apparent dichotomy, Badiou turns what Deleuze calls actual beings into equivocal simulacra, that is, essentially misleading surface delusions obscuring the virtual truth of being. It is this move that allows for the presentation of Deleuze's work as ascetic in a rather distorted sense. If actual beings are equivocal or misleading, it follows that it is in renouncing their form and by dissolving themselves within their own virtual depth that beings, objects, are nally disposed, thought, imaged, according to the univocity of the one. I think Deleuze's position is a little more complicated. The most important dualism in his work is not between actual and virtual so much as between what might be called ignorant actuals on the one hand and knowing actuals on the other, that is, between actual creatures who affirm their status as pure creatings, or actualizations of a virtual intensity that they embody in extension, and actual creatures who, caught up in ressentiment and reactive forces, the delusions of psychology, semiology, representation, and so on, deny or otherwise evade this status. The word equivocal should be reserved for a variant of Spinoza's use of the term. All actual creatures are fundamentally expressive of the one and therefore consistent with the univocity of being, but some of these creatures become indirectly or reactively expressive of being, mere signs of being. Only such creatures are in any sense deluded or misleading. It does not follow, therefore, that actual beings must dissolve or die in order adequately to express the one. They are already expressive, through the very process of actualization itself. It is simply a matter of enhancing their expressive power or making it active, of being all that they can be. This certainly involves the preliminary death of equivocal signifying psychologizing delusions, but need not involve the dissolution of actuality tout court. Because Badiou equates actual and equivocal, he disregards or at least plays down what is arguably Deleuze's own central concern, the difficult, laborious process whereby we ourselves, in our actuality, might become maximally or actively expressive of the one. Though we are originally endowed with the power to become rational, this becoming is itself irreducible. All human beings must develop, through inventive experimentation, the means of transcending our initially childish passivity and ignorance. Mere reaction upon what we are capable of will remain abstract and ineffectual until we actively discover what a body can do. The difficult invention of such means of becoming active is the very substance of Deleuze's work. By failing to take it properly into account, Badiou risks equating an intuition of the one with abstraction pure and simple. Moreover, even so lucid an account underestimates some of the fundamental ways in which Deleuze's project is at least partially consistent with Badiou's own. Both Badiou and Deleuze write against a merely spécifique or relational coherence in favor of an ultimately singular self-determination, of truths for the one, of creation for the other. Both believe that all true creation creates its own medium of expression and existence. Both presume a classical or pre-Kantian equation of thought and being, both write a version of return as the test of ontological selection, both insist on the eternal or untimely primacy of the idea, both are the implacable enemies of metaphor and interpretation, both aim to write a fully literal discourse, a discourse of the ellipse and of the proper name, both rage against every invocation of community or territory, both refuse a conventional ethical framework governed by individual autonomy and responsibility for others, both discount what Deleuze calls the other structure. For both, philosophy begins where mere discussion ends. One symptom of this partial proximity is a blurring of the essential distinction of the Aristotelian, Leibniz, Bergson, Deleuze, and Platonic, Descartes, Mallarmé, Badiou, ontological paths. After confirming Deleuze's allegiance to Leibniz and Bergson, Badiou is obliged again with good reason to recognize the Neoplatonic aspect of his rival's univocal emphasis. Ultimately, Badiou concludes, Le Deleuzisme is a re-accentuated Platonism, cf. The broadly Neoplatonic task for both thinkers is not so much to relate the univocal to the equivocal for both. This relation is essentially one of subtraction alone, as it is to provide an internally consistent account of a divided univocity, for Badiou, one divided between pure being and appearing, or between inconsistency and consistency, for Deleuze, a difference explicated in systems in which it tends to be cancelled, a life that alienates itself in the material form that it creates. Perhaps the most striking sign of convergence here is the proximity of Badiou's soustrayer to Deleuze's extrayer. The discontinuous logic of the one effectively inverts the disjunctive logic of the other. For Deleuze, the true what he variously calls a problem, an idea, an event, or a concept is itself a purely virtual entity. This virtuality may then become actual, in a material situation on the one hand and a verbal proposition on the other, but this actuality adds nothing to the idea or event. Conversely, we who are given in actuality and begin in it must work to extract a virtual event from what happens to us and so, on the Stoic model, become adequate to it, or expressive of it. For Badiou, on the other hand, a truth is a complete and actual part of the situation. Badiou turns Deleuze's arrangement on its head. The situation precedes the truth that emerges, through subtraction, as its puri et ideal. The logic of purication or singularization itself, however, is at least roughly similar in each arrangement, and both sequences culminate in a kind of becoming imperceptible. Deleuze's idea is real or true because it is entirely independent of its merely derivative actuality. Badiou's generic procedure is true because it is entirely withdrawn from what actually governs its situation. Both Deleuze and Badiou conceive the subject as the bearer of a truth that exceeds him. Deleuze locates this excess in terms of the virtual as distinct from the actual, while Badiou frames it in terms of the transcendent or innate as opposed to the local or nite. The role played by the virtual for the one is played by the transcendent for the other. At its limit, the difference may be less substantial than it seems. Badiou shares, moreover, the problem Deleuze and Guattari confront in Mille Plateaus, the risk of that black hole posed by an unrestricted deterritorialization. Deleuze and Guattari know that a too sudden destratification may be suicidal, hence their duly classical emphasis on sobriety and moderation. Badiou's ethical philosophy, as we shall see, obeys a similar structural necessity. The ethics of a truth amounts entirely to a sort of restraint retinue with respect to its powers. See. Both Deleuze and Badiou, in order to avoid disaster, appeal to a problematic ethical power somehow above or beyond that of the truth itself. It is not clear, Nally, whether Badiou's materialism can be as inclusive as that of Deleuze. Deleuze delights in describing mechanisms of transformation between the most varied levels of ontological intensity and the most disparate registers of being, chemical, cosmic, animal, mechanical, molecular, and so on. His is a univocity that aligns these very different sorts of reality on the same plane of consistency. Badiou's univocity operates, on the contrary, by disregarding the particularity of beings in favor of the abstract homogeneity of their being as being. When push comes to shove, Badiou's tendency is to conceive of all substantial reality as too much the product of illusion to be worthy of philosophical attention. His ontology cannot itself then describe the steps whereby univocity is maintained over the expansion of its eld of inquiry to include the various concrete situations that compose material or historical existence. Such situations, in their materiality, retain a somewhat mysterious supplementarity, a reliance on something more, about which his philosophy has thus far had little to say, e. In order to match Deleuze's comprehensive embrace, Badiou will need to develop a logic of material or organic situations that demonstrates how their structurings are indeed consistent with the basic axioms of set theory. For both Badiou and Deleuze, relations are external to their terms. For the one, the terms alone count, in a fully extensional universe of sets. For the other, it is only relations made absolute, so to speak, that become an act. While Deleuze cannot account for the individuation of his virtual relations, problems, event, ideas, and so on, Badiou cannot esh out the material, endlessly rammed identity of thought and being. In the end, both philosophers stumble over the problem of relationality in its broadest sense. Part 3. Badiou holds that the production of truth operates in four elds or dimensions: science, more precisely, the matheme, art, more precisely, the poem, politics, more precisely, of emancipation, and love, more precisely, the procedure that makes truth of the disjunction of sexual positions. He calls the operation of truth in these four elds generic procedures or the conditions of philosophy. The terms are synonymous. The generic procedures condition philosophy, because philosophy works from the production of truths and not directly from itself, not from some kind of pure contemplation. Any philosopher must practice the conditions of philosophy. To know and study modern poetry, to work through recent mathematics, to endure and think the two of love, to be militant in political inventions, such is the strict minimum to be expected of those who claim to be philosophers. It is no surprise that philosophers are rare. Why these particular four domains? Because they mark out the possible instances of the subject as variously individual or collective. Love obtains in the situational sphere of the individual. Love affects only the individuals concerned. And it is thus for them alone that the one truth produced by their love is an indiscernible part of their existence. On the other hand, concerns only the collective dimension, that is, a generic equality without exception. And in mixed situations with an individual vehicle but a collective import, art and science qualify as generic to the degree that they effect a pure invention or discovery beyond the mere transmission of knowledges, e. In short, there is an individual subject to the degree that there is love, a mixed subject to the degree that there is art or science, a collective subject to the degree that there is emancipatory politics. What about the other domains of human experience? As a general rule, they are not conceivable in terms of pure subjective conviction, that is, they cannot be fully subtracted from the operations of knowledge and representation. They have no means of withdrawing from the state of the situation. Every subject is artistic, scientific, political or loving. For outside these registers, there is only existence, or individuality, but no subject, MP. There can be no subject of athletics, of agriculture, of charity, of education. The ordinary service of goods precludes all subjectivation. And, whatever happens, there can be no philosophy of commerce, philosophia mercanti, e. Truths are material productions because the generic procedures do indeed provide the material, or real, basis of philosophy. The generic procedures are truly the matter of philosophy. And they are material productions because the labor of a truth accumulates step by step, one investigation at a time, as an experiment without any external or covering law, in the absence of any metalanguage ct.d. That the generic procedures condition philosophy does not mean that philosophy must itself be either mathematical, artistic, political, or romantic. Badiou has little interest in a philosophy of politics or of mathematics. When he says that philosophy is conditioned by politics or art, he means that a particular philosophy is conditioned by particular political movements or particular works of art, not by certain abstract considerations on political society, human cooperation, or the rationalization of public institutions, let alone by general reactions on the nature of sensation, taste, inspiration, and the like. Badiou's own philosophy, for example, is conditioned by certain political initiatives undertaken in France in delight to the principles of May, along with certain poems by Mallarmé, Céline, and Pessoa. Philosophies that claim to be conditioned only by some general ideas labeled political thought are in fact conditioned by the prevailing state logic of the day, in the case of much recent political philosophy, by the ideology of liberal parliamentarism. All four generic procedures, whether individual or collective, follow the same path, which Badiou summarizes with the following adaptation of Lacan's famous diagram. Event, undecidable. Truth, generic. Unamiable. Subject, indiscernible. 1 plus 1. Fidelity. Innate finite. Forcing. Nomination. Such is the trajectory of a truth. It begins with an event or undecidable statement, a supernumerary, 1 plus, supplement. What it presents, ultimately, is an unamiable, 1, that is, an element in the situation about which variable statements cannot be forced. Between the undecidable and the unamiable, a truth passes through those night investigations that are decided by a subject and grouped, through the persistence of delight, in an innately accumulating indiscernible or generic set. Over the next 4 chapters I consider each of the generic procedures in turn, before paying special attention, in chapter, to the place of the unamiable as the highest stage of truth. Chapter. Following in Plato's footsteps, Badiou conceives of love as one of the direct conditions of philosophical thought. The truth of love, like that of the other conditions of philosophy, cannot simply be deduced, abstractly, by philosophers with a romantic disposition. It must be experienced or undergone. Love involves the conversion of a hateful self or dead ego, a being that one could not, by definition, love, into a subject. Only a subject is worthy of love, and the subjective process of a truth is one and the same thing as the love for that truth, sp. In the case of love, of course, such truth is private by definition, and it will come as no surprise that Badiou has had less to say, thus far, about love than about the other generic procedures. Nevertheless, inasmuch as what motivates any subject is always a love of truth, it is appropriate to begin our review of the procedures with a brief discussion of love. It is typical of anti-philosophy to hold that love is what is inaccessible to theory. On this point anti-philosophy conforms to romantic Dasein. Love is supposed to be the experience par excellence of a vague, ineffable intensity or confusion. The anti-philosopher maintains that what can be said of love is at best suggested through the imprecise and roundabout medium of art. When Badiou, by contrast, insists that love is a domain of truth, he means that it is as precise, as austere, in its operation as the domain of mathematics itself. Indifferent to all sentimental confusion, and against any merely moralistic supervision of sexual desire, the philosopher seeks an exact appreciation of the disjunctive character of love. In particular, Badiou says, any truly contemporary effort to put philosophy under the condition of love is unthinkable, today. If we neglect the radical enterprise by which Lacan organizes, in thought, the quasi-ontological face-à-face of love and desire. A truth is always the truth of its situation, composed through some kind of evental supplement to that situation. What truth, then, does love pronounce? Certainly not the truth of a romantic fusion, of two become one. Still less the truth of our natural disposition, via a momentary return to prelapsarian plenitude. As a rule, no difference is natural, and to begin with not that which decrees that there are men and women, RT. On the contrary, far from governing naturally the supposed relation of the sexes, love is what makes truth of their unrelation de liaison. Love is the only experience that we have of a two counted from itself, of an immanent two. Love proclaims the truth of sexual difference, or, in other words, love affects the axiomatic disjunction of sexual positions. Through love, as through every form of truth, what we normally know as related is thought as unrelated. Through love, an individual qua individual realizes, he is not a self-subsistent one, an ego, but a disjointed part of an original bifurcation, or two. As Judith Butler reminds us, there is no I prior to its assumption of sex. Love is thus that contingent experience which allows access to something true about the situation of sexual differentiation and, through it, of that energy which drives our desire and so exceeds our conscious experience. The truth of sexual difference remains elusive for those who have not loved. Before love, so to speak, sexual difference is not real. A true experience of sexual difference is reserved to the sole subject of love. The sequence is not RST, biological, sexual difference, and therefore, romantic, love. Biological difference has no role to play here. In the most literal sense, the sexes do not pre-exist the loving encounter but are rather its result. B. True sexual difference is not an objective domain in any sense. It is not a matter for doctors and sociologists. In everyday life, what passes for sexual difference simply re-acts the current state of the situation, with its various conventions and clichés. Love is the only process through which the difference of the sexes is not simply experienced, suffered, and articulated, but also made accessible to thought. And the difference of the sexes is not only an empirical phenomenon, but more radically the RST and fundamental scene of difference tout court. It is in love that thought frees itself from the powers of the one, and is exercised according to the law of the two. From being counted as ones among others, love splits us into that part of a two from which we begin an investigation of the innate, of everything that touches our love. Love is, RST and foremost, a matter of literally unjusty and commitment to an encounter with another person. Everything begins with the encounter. The encounter is not destined, or predestined, by anything other than the haphazard passage of two trajectories. Before this chance encounter, there was nothing but solitudes. No two pre-existed the encounter, in particular no duality of the sexes. Inasmuch as sexual difference is thinkable, it is so only from the point of an encounter, in the process of love, without our being able to presuppose that a primary difference conditions or orients that encounter. The encounter is the originary power of the two, thus of love, and this power that in its own order nothing precedes is practically beyond measure. The encounter is not properly the encounter between two individuals, two consolidated bundles of interests and identities, but instead an experience that suspends or nullifies precisely this representative notion of the two, a two as 1 plus 1. The power of the encounter, Badiou writes, is such that nothing measures up to it, neither in the sentiment itself nor in the desiring body. Love re-acts, in the private sphere, the general evental status of the two, MP, and every two operates in the element of non-rapport, of the unrelated. Love is the approach of the two as such, and the truth of this approach is obviously inaccessible to knowledge, especially the knowledge of those who love, MP, CFPM. The true worthiness of the beloved can never be verified or proved. A loving subject remains a subject insofar as the couple continues to draw present consequences from an original declaration that they believe without knowing why. Fidelity to love implies attestation before justification. The only serious question to be asked of love, as with Proust's Swan, is always a question about the existence of love itself. Is it still there? No less than any other truth, love thus testes to the void of relationship lean, c. Everything in Badiou's account turns on the assertion that there can be no sexual relationship ilny pas de rapport sexuel. Badiou adopts this idea more or less as is from Lacanian theory, where sexuality is itself dénied as the effect on the living being of the impasses which emerge when it gets entangled in the symbolic order, i.e., the effect on the living body of the deadlock or inconsistency that pertains to the symbolic order qua order of universality. Sexual difference is nothing other than the result of incommensurate relations to the sine that is, differing relations to our incorporation into, or alienation by, language. Man is dénied as wholly determined by symbolic castration, that is, by total alienation in language, and is thus bounded by the symbolic system, forming a free, exceptional, but delimited whole within it. He is whole, yet forever cut off from the substantial thing of his primordial, incestuous, desire. Woman, on the other hand, is defined as being only partially enveloped in the symbolic or phallic function. She is thus not bounded, not whole, and not limited in her enjoyment. Woman is open to an unrepresentable jouissance, a jouissance for which there is no sine er. As Zizek summarizes things, the masculine universe involves the universal network of causes and effects founded in an exception, the free subject which theoretically grasps its object, the causal universe of the Newtonian physics. The feminine universe is the universe of boundless dispersion and divisibility which, for that very reason, can never be rounded off into a universal whole. Badiou endorses a version of this Lacanian distribution of roles. The adopted position called man is for all, pour out, at one with the symbolic phallus of a universal mathesis. Woman, by contrast, is not all, pot out. Woman is what punctures this totality in favor of an innately unbounded excess. These two positions are adopted as incommensurable responses to the event of the loving encounter. Masculine desire is infected, by the void that separates the sexed positions in the very unity of the loving process. Man desires the nothing of the two. Whereas the woman, errant, solitary guardian of the original unity, from the pure point of the encounter, desires nothing but the two. Between nothing and nothing but, between for all and not all, between totality and innity, there is no common measure. Man and woman do not, pace Plato's Aristophanes, together in a single whole. As Badiou writes, the two positions are totally disconnected. Totally must be taken in the literal sense. Nothing of the experience is the same for the man position and the woman position. Cfb. The original discord of sexual difference precedes any socialized conception of a familial same. Badiou's most recent contribution to the formalization of the truth of love turns on love as process, or as duration durée, or as the construction of a scene, a sustainable scene or staging of the two. This requires a preliminary admission that, although the two sexual positions are indeed incompatible, still we should not accept the segregative thesis whereby there would be strictly nothing in common between them. Instead of nothing, Badiou posits a non-empty but absolutely undetermined, non-describable, non-composable term, which he notes as you. The new thesis is that there is indeed something that is simultaneously in relation with the two positions, but that this something in which we recognize the ghost of an object is made of nothing, and can be made the object of no analytical description. This term acts as a punctual rapport within the non-rapport of man and woman. Though it is in rapport with both positions, there is nothing that enters into rapport with it, other than the void. On this basis, Badiou can propose a more developed definition of love. A loving encounter is what attributes, eventually, a double function to the atomic and unanalyzable intersection of the two sexed positions, that of the object in which a desire ends its cause, and that of a point from which is counted the two, thereby initiating a shared investigation of the universe. The difficult, continuing exercise of love is the living of this irreducibly double function, the maintaining of a single split desire, the introspective sharing or centration of an indeterminate sexual desire the lovers can never explain, and the external elaboration, from this disjoint center, of innumerable common practices or shared investigations of the world. We might do well, at this point, to distinguish Badiou's concept of sexual difference from the rather more familiar ideas of another of Lacan's long-standing interlocutors, the anti-philosopher Luce Irigaray. No one has done more than Irigaray to emphasize the irreducible duality of the sexes. Gendered orientations, as she has explained in book after book, cannot be reduced to complementary functions but correspond to different identities. Aware that the truth is always produced by someone, she has an interest, like that of Badiou, not in describing, reproducing, and repeating what exists but in knowing how to invent or imagine what hasn't yet taken place. What she evokes as the identity of woman is an ongoing project, an identity of the future. And among the contributions to this project, love plays a decisive role in the shift from merely parochial difference to a kind of immortal transgression. That said, Badiou is diametrically opposed to Irigaray's conception of love and sexual difference on every point. What Irigaray means by a generic identity is the exact opposite of Badiou's meaning. It is precisely a call for a kind of socio-cultural separatism, an assertion of women's right to their own speci culture, complete with a specifically feminine sort of social organization. A religion, a language, and either a currency of their own or a non-market economy. Whereas Badiou would subtract the truth of sexual difference from all positive or culturally validated indicators, for Irigaray the goal is social and cultural sexualization for the two sexes. Whereas Badiou seeks, in the case of love as in that of everything else, a precise and systematic conceptual description, Irigaray embraces a typically anti-philosophical distrust of concepts and a deliberately anti-systematic means of presentation. Whereas Badiou reserves the truth of sexual difference to an exclusively subjective realm of thought, Irigaray anchors it in an ultimately speci-ed physical frame of reference, the body as primary home, as thematized by the motifs of virginity, maternity, muscicity, and so on. Whereas Badiou stresses the absence and impossibility of a sexual relationship, Irigaray specifies a vague notion of relation as an essentially feminine disposition and the natural starting point for an eventual reconciliation of the sexes, as guided by woman's primordial experience of maternity. Whereas Badiou grounds his ethics of sexual difference in a positive delight to an ephemeral encounter, Irigaray's version leads to an ever more insistent emphasis on the civil rights and responsibilities of the two sexes, on a legally protected right to and respect for difference as an end in itself. Whereas Badiou's work, Nally, is in permanent anticipation of an anarchic atheism, Irigaray's work is infused with nostalgia for a mythical age of women's law, when the divine and the human were not separate. So while Irigaray looks for a specifically legal codification of the ultimately natural, if not mysterious, sexual differences, Badiou insists on the radically axiomatic status of sexual differentiation as an essentially artificial and illegal process. The two sexes differ, radically, but there is exactly nothing of substance in this difference, RT. That sexual difference is a matter of truth means precisely that it can be grounded only upon an objective void, as an assertion made in the absence of any cultural or biological justification. An axiom never comes with a guarantee. As loving subjects, we can say that there is man and woman, but we cannot infer the saying from a description or an empirical saying, p.m. Like all truth procedures, love is sited on the edge of the void, and every love is established in the joy of the empty gap of the two of the sexes that it founds, nn. Again, if the two sexes are utterly disjoined, this is because this disjunction, which is to say love itself, is one. Since there are two sexes, there is only one humanity, see. The two of the disjoined and the one of the disjoining exclude the dialectical possibility of a third position. There is no sexless angel. There is no additional position outside the two, and the two positions cannot be counted as two, see. The two is not reducible to the couple, and only the couple is visible to an outside observer. Badiou, like Girard, holds that desire, as desire for something or someone, is always the effect of a socially mediated triangulation. Such mimetic desire has nothing to do with love. Love is no more a matter of inter-individual negotiation or envy than it is of romantic fusion or obsession. If love involves two individuals, the subject of love is itself, like all subjects, singular. The subject of love is not the loving subject described by the classical moralists. The lovers as such enter into the composition of one loving subject, who exceeds them both, my emphasis. Like all truth processes, love is threatened by a terrible danger or evil, the conversion of its own axiomatic subjectivity into a denitive objectivity. The danger threatening every love is that the medium of disjunction might itself be named and objecti-ed, dened, and thus turned into a force of fusion. According to Badiou, this medium is sexual pleasure, la jouissance sexuelle. It is the subjective experience of this jouissance that makes present the void separating and joining the two sexes, the place in which their disjunction is subjectively indistinguishable from their fusion. But this indistinction must not be objecti ed. The subjects of love must not attempt to know their disjunction. A unity of fusion, the romantic idea of full, fusional love, under the puri ed sign of the one, is exactly the evil of love, nn. True love, then, must not try to force, in Cohen's sense, everything in its situation. The sexual medium of love itself must resist the forcing of love's truth. This is what Badiou means when he says that sexual pleasure is the unamiable of love. Love as a subjective or generic procedure may eventually rename everything in its shared situation except its unamiable medium itself. Chapter. If truth is a subjective composition, then of all the generic procedures, the notion of an artistic truth may for many readers be the most intuitively plausible or recognizable. Modernity has long been comfortable with versions of aesthetic defamiliarization. However, what is at issue in Badiou's own broadly modernist conception of art is not some kind of aesthetic process or faculty, but the particular consequences of certain concrete artistic events or truths. As opposed to aesthetic speculation, what Badiou calls in aesthetics describes the strictly intraphilosophical effects produced by the independent existence of some works of art, p.m. From the start, this sharply distinguishes Badiou's position from the more familiar orientations of his major rivals in the eld of aesthetics, however radical their understanding of artistic defamiliarization might be. Where Adorno and Lyotard, for example, look to the general characteristics of an aesthetic conception of things as a means, precisely, of representing the objectively unrepresentable reality of things, Badiou looks for the quite exceptional consequences resulting from a delighty to a couple of privileged artistic sequences or congruations. In ultimately anti-philosophical style, Lyotard and Adorno pick out and celebrate instances where conceptual thought breaks down in favor of an aesthetically accessible reality beyond the concept. Since to think is to identify, Adorno's goal is to dissolve conceptual thought in favor of the object's non-identity, thereby gaining insight into the constitutive character of the non-conceptual in the concept. Badiou, by contrast, seeks to isolate the precise conceptual consequences of an encounter with art. Adorno believes that philosophy always threatens the liquidation of the particular, and that it is the privilege of artistic perception to help break the bonds of a logic which covers over the particular with the universal. Badiou's in aesthetics, on the other hand, is one of the conditions of philosophy, and, like all such conditions, articulates the singular directly with the universal. Badiou distinguishes his position from three more established ways of conjuring the relation of art to philosophy. The RST is didactic, and it argues that art, barred from a direct relation to truth, can only imitate certain effects of truth. Notional or untrue, this imitation can be highly convincing and so must be carefully controlled and supervised by extra-artistic means. Examples include the Plato of the Republic and Brecht, whom Badiou accuses of a Stalinized Platonism. The second position is romantic, and it holds that art alone is capable of truth. Romantics urge the creation of glorious art as incarnation of the absolute as subject, p.m. Badiou calls the third position classical, and links it to Aristotle, Descartes, Spinoza, and Lacan. For a classicist, art is not really a problem at all. It is not only incapable of truth, but incapable of providing a convincing imitation of truth. Its nature is simply therapeutic, its effect cathartic or pleasing. Art's very innocence limits it to a purely decorative role. In Lacan's psychoanalysis, for example, art allows the unsymbolizable object of desire to approach, in subtraction, the very plenitude of a symbolization, but its ultimate effect remains imaginary, p.m. Badiou argues that all three positions are today saturated beyond recovery. A contemporary didacticism, since Brecht, has been discredited by the prescriptions of socialist realism. Romanticism has exhausted itself, since Heidegger, in unfulfilled prophecies of a divine return. Classicism has become cynical, since Lacan, disarmed by its own demystication of desire, by the eventual domestication of art through an ever more reneged analytical mastery. This saturation of aesthetics is reacted in the poverty of the only genuinely contemporary contribution to the issue, the theme of the end of the avant-gardes, maintained from Dada to the Situationists. Badiou dismisses this short-lived effort as a mere didactic-romantic mélange didactic in its desire to put an end to art, the denunciation of its alienated and inauthentic character, and romantic in its conviction that art would then be reborn as absolute, as complete awareness of its own operation, as the immediately legible truth of itself, p.m. Although he admires the splendid and violent ambition of the great avant-garde innovators themselves, ls. Badiou accepts that it is impossible simply to return to their agenda. He refuses to pursue its ultimately destructive implications. In its determination to work exclusively in a forever revolutionary present, the avant-garde was ultimately unable to resist the suicidal chimera of a perpetual beginning. It was thus unable to move beyond an essentially hysterical conception of the creative instant as such, a conception that leads only to the radical erasure, or dissolution, of art as such, its dissolution in the unsustainable dream of a general aestheticization of everyday life, ls. The avant-garde, in short, was unable to devise a genuinely sustainable answer to the question, what is art's work? Hence the need for a new alternative, a fourth position, one able to sustain both the immanence and the singularity of art as truth. Philosophers must have the modesty to recognize that what art teaches is nothing other than its existence. It is simply a matter of encountering this existence, which means, thinking a thought, p.m. A work of art is not an object of reaction or appreciation, any more than love is reducible to the couple available for external observation. The thinking of a truth must take place from within the truth procedure itself, from outside its subjectivizing effect. Poetry is only wordplay, or versification, or decoration. Badiou has no distinct place for a theory of reading or interpretation as such. As with all genuinely creative thought, the nature of an encounter with art cannot be simply receptive or descriptive. The relation of thought to a truly contemporary moment in art, a moment of artistic improvisation as such, when past experience and a knowledge of rules do not suffice to predict or produce a new result, can be that only of a localized prescription, and not a description. Against any notion of art as cultural therapy, as particularist, as identitarian or communitarian, as imperial or representative, Badiou of RMS the production of contemporary works of art, universally addressed, as so many exceptional attempts to formalize the formless or to purify the impure. The sole task of an exclusively affirmative art is the effort to render visible all that which, from the perspective of the establishment, is invisible or non-existent. Like all truth, an artistic truth begins with an event and is sustained by a subject. As distinct from science, art is a matter of putting ultimately sensual experience into verbal, visual, audible form. The evental side in an artistic situation always lies on the edge of what is perceived, in that situation, as the void of form. Artistic events take place on the border of what is formless, or monstrous, the point at which the formal resources of the existing arts are overextended, for instance, chromatism as the saturation of the classical tonal system. An artistic event demonstrates that it is possible to conceive of what has hitherto been considered monstrous or formless as formable. As the material for a new formalization or putting into form, an artistic event is the demonstration of this possibility, which is to say that it is not usually a single work so much as a cluster of works, all more or less unplaceable in the prevailing state of things. Further works undertaken in delighty to such a violation or breakthrough can be thought of as so many situated investigations inquits into the truth that they actualize locally, or of which they are night fragments. A particular work or investigation can then be treated as subject point of an artistic truth. The order and sequence in which successive works appear is itself a matter of chance and proceeds one step at a time. The in-night truth thus composed is what Badiou calls an artistic conjuration. It is composed of nothing but works. but it is manifest as innate in none of them in particular. Badiou gives as examples, Greek tragedy, set in motion by Aeschylus and saturated by the time of Euripides, the classical style in music, beginning with Haydn and ending with Beethoven, the European novel, beginning with Cervantes and ending with Joyce. Any given congregation thinks itself in the works that compose it. It is not the business or privilege of philosophy alone to ponder the nature of art in general. Philosophers simply try to identify the congregations active in their time, always seeking in this time the things that will sustain a timeless evaluation. In close proximity to the militant though ultimately destructive legacy of the avant-garde, Badiou groups the great art events of our time, as you would expect, as formal variants on the general project of generic subtraction. Rather than set out to destroy the very category of the work or image, a subtractive art seeks instead the minimal image, the simplest imaginary trait, a vanishing work, an art of rarefaction achieved not through an aggressive posture with respect to inherited forms, but through mechanisms that arrange these forms at the edge of the void, in a network of cuts and disappearances, on the model of Webern's music or Mallarmé's poetry, ls. The rigorously generic character of the result of the enduring work follows as a matter of course. In Badiou's work to date, modern poetry has taken pride of place in the eld of artistic truths, while Beckett's, complemented by a recent reading of Proust, has provided him with his most detailed example of a generic prose. Further, somewhat scattered reactions on theater, dance, cinema, and photography round out a varied portrait of the modes of artistic subtraction. Generic poetry. Whereas mathematics composes the truth of the pure multiple as the primordial inconsistency of being as being evacuated of all material presence or sensual intensity, poetry makes truth fait verité of the multiple as presence come to the limits of language. It is the song of language insofar as it presents the pure notion of there is ilya, in the very erasure of its empirical objectivity, pm. Like mathematics, poetry is language reduced to the strict presentation of presentation. Simply, because this presentation takes place in words rather than in numbers, what is presented has an irreducibly sensory or qualitative component that distinguishes it from the more perfectly abstract discourse of mathematics. The poem exhibits the generic truth of the sensible as sensible, that is to say, outside of all specification. Although a poem is made of language, it does not operate according to the coded conventions of linguistic communication. The poem does not relate word to object or language to world. The poem, like any truth, cuts all ties and disjoins all relations. The poem is without mediation and has nothing to communicate. It is only a saying, a declaration that draws its authority only from itself. The singularity of what is here declared enters into none of the possible gers of interest. The poem interrupts, it cuts the lines of communication with what Badiou calls a diagonal use of language. He gives as an example Rimbaud's line Je navigue sur l'arc de voyages qui ne commencent jamais. A poetic truth is constituted in delighty to such literally inconsistent perceptions, through the composition of a subjective awareness unlimited by objective constraints. The poetic diagonal declares that a faithful thought, that is, one capable of truth, bores a hole in what sine cations concentrate of knowledge, thereby enabling another current of thought. As Lacan quips, poets don't know what they're saying, yet they still manage to say things before anyone else. A poem is the liberation of what a language can do, once freed of the existing regime of representation, habits, conventions, clichés, and so on. The poem subtracts language from the world in which it is normally put to work. The poem subtracts language from the manipulations of knowledge. In the absence of any referential object, the poem thus declares from end to end its own universe. It demonstrates that an experience without object must be a pure affirmation, which constitutes a universe whose right to exist, whose mere probability, nothing guarantees. The poem is, preeminently, a thought that obtains in the retreat, the breakdown, of everything that supports the faculty of knowledge. Evacuated of its objects, the universe perceived by poetry is populated by pure notions and autonomous prescriptions. A true poem must be addressed, like Mallarmé's lever, to the universal crowd. Like a mathematical formula, a poem is destined for everyone, p.m. Just as every scientific discovery violates established and exclusive customs and thereby invites a universal inspection or approval, so a poem, by punching a new way through the particularity of conremed opinions and idioms, lays claim to the only true universality that ordinary language can achieve. In a sense, the more hermetic a poem might seem from within the state of a language situation, the more generic its appeal can be. Poetry does not distinguish insiders from outsiders. That any particular poem is expressed in a particular language simply confirms the invariable fact that every truth is always situated. Subtracted from all habitual familiarity, a poem leaves everyone equally confounded. Without concern for the conventional requirement of language users, poetry affirms the pure sovereignty of language, p.m. On this point, at least, Badiou is prepared to acknowledge a certain proximity to that Heidegger for whom to gain access to the work of art, it is necessary to remove it from all relations to something other than itself. To preserve the work, Heidegger continues, is not to reduce people to their private experiences, but to bring them into affiliation with the truth happening in the work. Badiou distinguishes two general ways in which poetic truths escape the mediation of knowledge and habit, through lack or excess. Either the object is subtracted, withdrawn from presence by its own self-dissolution, this is Mallarmé's method. Or it is uprooted from its domain of appearing, undone by its solitary exception, and from that moment rendered substitutable with any other object, this is Rimbaud's method. At the same time, the subject is annulled, either made absent, Mallarmé, or made effectively plural, Pessoa, Rimbaud, MP. A philosophy conditioned by Mallarmé as Badiou's has been, explicitly, since the late S embraces the austerity of an ideal purity distilled through its subtraction for semantic or sensual confusion. Triggered by a eating impression or encounter, an event, composed as the mise en scene of its appearing disappearing, the poem persists in the vanishing of this impression. The event takes place in an empty, minimally specified place, the ocean, the desert. The event itself, a shipwreck, a dream, a vision, a sensation, leaves no trace, radically singular, pure action. Without the poem it would have fallen back into the nullity of the place, e.e. The poem makes its passing persist, as the purifying passage from sensual to ideal, from known to true. The poem is the passing itself made consistent. Here, to make something, swan, star, rose, appear that appears only so as to be cancelled out is constitutive of the poetic act, p.m. In Mallarmé's L'Après-midi d'Enfant, for instance, the speaker wonders if there might exist in nature, in his surroundings, the material traces of his dream. Might the water, Badiou asks, bear witness to the coldness of one of the desired women? Might the wind not remember the voluptuous sighs of the other? If this hypothesis has to be put aside, it is because the water and the wind are nothing, they inexistent, with respect to the power of arousal, through art, of the idea of water and the idea of wind. Through the visibility of its RDCE, which is also the thought of poetic thought, the poem surpasses in power that of which the sensible is capable. The modern poem is the contrary of a mimesis. By its operation it displays an idea whose objectivity, are but pale copies, p.m. As Proust was eventually to conclude, we can only imagine what is absent, and it is on the basis of this absence that art provides access to a beauty that withstands the force of time's erosion. To put philosophy under the condition of Pessoa, and his various heteronyms, Ricardo Reis, Alberto Cairo, and Alvaro de Campos, on the other hand, means to open a way forward that manages to be neither Platonic nor anti-Platonic, p.m., cfls. On the one hand, much of Pessoa's work incants an anti-Platonic, quasi-Deleuzian vitalism, accompanied by the erosion of classical or bivalent logic, an almost sophistic emphasis on discursive diversity, and a characteristically pre-Socratic search for the thing in itself in all its sensual immediacy. Hence a poetry without aura, written to the exclusion of all conceptual idealization. This aspect of Pessoa's work links him, up to a point, with Adorno, in Cairo's words, "A thing is what cannot be interpreted," quoted in P.M. But in other respects, Pessoa adopts an essentially Platonic stance. He affirms an almost mathematical precision, and his syntactical machination breaks the natural continuity of sensual perception and instinctual emotion in favor of rigorously isolated types. In Campos's Maritime Ode, for example, the real or manifest key evokes the ideal great key, an ephemeral smile points toward the eternal smile, and a contingent passerby suggests the eternal passing by. What this particular poem declares is indeed that things are identical to their idea, P.M. A philosophy conditioned by Pessoa will thus grope toward the recognition of the co-extension of the sensible and the idea, but without conceding anything to the transcendence of the one. It will think that there are only multiple singularities, but without drawing anything from them that resembles empiricism. With a hint of self-criticism, Badiou concludes that philosophy, insofar as it continues to pit Platonism against anti-Platonism, remains behind Pessoa. It is time to catch up, P.M. Appreciation of the more general place of poetry in Badiou's system is complicated by the strained historical relation between poetry and philosophy. This history has been punctuated, above all, by their temporary separation after the Platonic banishment of the poets, and by their temporary fusion during what Badiou, after Heidegger, calls the Age of the Poets, in the later 19th and early 20th centuries. Badiou's own position, in a sense, combines these two moments. He confirms the Platonic move as essential to a generalized desacralization of thought. Poetry must not be placed above philosophy. But unlike Plato, he recognizes that a poetry that has escaped its mimetic function is very precisely a condition of philosophy, rather than its antithesis or rival. To the degree that the poem asserts a subject without object, or a city without community, or a being without nature, it deserves to escape its Platonic proscription. During the true age of poetry, roughly, from Rimbaud to Céline, poetry rightly took on some of the functions abandoned by a philosophy temporarily preoccupied with the sterile hypotheses of scientific positivism and historical materialism. This age, however, has now passed. The poem is simply incapable of a genuinely philosophical self-awareness. The poem declares the idea, but not the truth of the idea. The poem can aspire to condition philosophy, not to replace it. By the same token, no philosopher is in a position to set limits upon what poetry can do. This is why Badiou has always refused Adorno's historicizing prohibition of poetry in the wake of Auschwitz. As a matter of principle, Badiou refuses to accept the idea of any external limit to truth, any limit, that is, other than its own unamiable medium or source. There can be nothing in what happens, however appalling its impact, that can interrupt artistic formalization as such. Paul Celan is precisely the poet who has lent form to what happened at Auschwitz, and who has registered the brutal evacuation of eloquence that this happening entails, ls. As for the necessary inhumanity of such an art, Badiou is prepared to accept this particular consequence, at least, as an instance of a more general feature of all true art. All art testes to what is inhuman in the human, since it is oriented solely toward the limits of what can be sensed, experienced, or endured. Poetry does nothing to satisfy human needs or comfort human sorrows. On the contrary, it gives form to the promise, from within the limits of its domain and in the radical absence of compassion, of an innate surhumanite. Ls. Generic fiction, the case of Beckett. Beckett's work is well suited to Badiou's anti-Heideggerian aesthetic. No authentic sacralization here. Beckett explores generic humanity, in all its subtractive sobriety. Faithful to Descartes' premise that if you want to undertake a serious inquiry upon thinking humanity you have to suspend everything that is inessential or doubtful, Beckett reduces his characters to their minimal, ontologically irreducible functions, b. For example, he abstracts the function of movement through the progressive elimination of all moving things, means, or surfaces, until, thus divested, the character arrives at that pure moment at which movement is externally indiscernible from immobility, because it is no longer anything other than its own and ideal mobility, b. He likewise reduces the function of will to willing the end of will, and endless willing the disappearance of the will, just as he reduces the function of joy to its breathless affirmation. In a process of stripping down comparable to what Deleuze describes as Beckettian exhaustion épuisement, he in turn abstracts the function of being from all secondary ornamentation, until being and nothingness are one and the same thing. For Badiou's Beckett as for Heraclitus, being is nothing other than its becoming nothing. The sole foundation of being as being is the void. With Beckett, this foundation takes on the aspect of a dark gray space, a black gray enough for it not to be in contradiction with light. We know that such ontological reduction serves only to isolate the truths that exceed being as being. Pursued as an end in itself, it leads to the impasse of pure solipsism. This is the root of the crisis that Badiou locates in the texts Pourrine. In an early novel like What, the place of being stands as absolutely closed, complete, self-sufficient, eternal, b. pointing only to the redundancy of speech and the futility of any subjective existence. The Beckett of the S, by contrast, realizes that the subject must be open to an alterity, must cease to be folded inside himself in an interminable, torturous discourse parole. From Commence, in particular, the half-light of being was broken by the voice of the other. From then on, the with the other is decisive. But here again, we have to isolate its nature, set it up in a way that evacuates all psychology, all obvious, empirical exteriority. The relation with the other saves the speaking subject from solipsism and mere absorption into the grey void of being, but this relation is itself utterly generic or aspecific. In the world of executioners and victims described in Commence, for instance, the other is an evasive circularity, since it is possible to occupy successively the position of the executioner, then that of the victim, and nothing else specifies the difference. The other is not a particular being, relative to the self, but a pure singularity, a voice conremed by no bodily encounter. The eventual conclusion, the other, reduced to its primitive functions, is caught in the following tourniquet: if he exists, he is like me, he is indiscernible from me. And if he is clearly identiable, it is not certain that he exists. As a general category, the existence of the other is undecidable. Like all undecidables, however, it can be decided eventually. The concrete existence of others may always be revealed through an event, however trivial its substance, that no ontological category can predict or induce. Simply, it happens that something happens. It happens that the gray screen of being is occasionally punctured in a moment of miraculous clarity, lighting the way to truth and courage, b. The essential rule in Beckett's writing is thus to hold oneself as close as possible to that of which, at the end of the day, all existence is composed, the empty stage of being, the half-light in which everything is acted, but which, itself, acts nothing, and the events that suddenly populate it, and that are like stars in the anonymous place, holes in the distant canvas of the theatre of the world. Badiou probes the example of Beckett's worst ward ho with particular attention. He reads this late work as a recapitulative text, one that takes stock of Beckett's whole enterprise. It is another minimalist stenography of the question of being, but one liberated, unlike most of the preceding works, from any latent dramatization or story. In Worst Ward Ho, translated into French as Cap au Père, the realm of human existence is again subjected to an almost Cartesian principle of methodological worsening, l'empireur, the reduction of all existence, all action and reaction, to an essential inimitable moindre, pm. The overwhelming experience of the text is one of radical subtraction or withdrawal in the half-light that denies the void of pure being. All that can be discerned in this half-light are a few eating shadows, a hunched-over woman, an old man with a child, a head or skull with a pair of eyes, a mouth, the universe, or the set of that which appears, might be named by Beckett, a void infested with shadows. These shadow beings are denied as what can worsen, set against the backdrop of the ultimately unworsenable void or pure being as being. For example, we can move, in the perception of the two shadowy eyes, to the worsened perception of two black holes, the blind indication of an abstract visibility. In this, as in all Beckett's later work, the properly artistic or poetic effort is an arid working upon language so as to organize it according to the exercises of a worsening. Language begins to ring true in its very break with adequation, the closer it comes to the unworsenable limit of all worsening, the void of pure being as being, the more its dire becomes mal dire. From worse, however, we never get to worst. This is an essential point of principle. It is a matter of worst ward only. The worsening voice will never be able to dissolve itself in the unworsenable, absolute emptiness of the void itself. The effort to worsen becomes more and more demanding the closer we come to the edge of the void, but the temptation to be resisted above all is that of a denitive mal dire, a missying so mistaken as to niche the effort of speech once and for all. To escape from the painful prescription to speak through a silent reunion with the void, such is the mystical temptation that haunts every anti-philosophy. Beckett faces this temptation and then moves beyond it. Language can be worsened but never silenced. In other words, pure being as being or the void in itself is what cannot be poorly said mal did. This is its denition. The void can only be said. In it, the saying and the said coincide, pm. And since, at the limit of all worsening, being and thought are one and the same, the thinking subject cannot subtract itself entirely. Eyes can become holes, but in the end, in the skull everything disappears but the skull. In the closing pages of the text, at the summit of its worsening, a moment of truth occurs through an event that Badiou compares with the appearance of the Great Bear constellation at the end of Mallarmé's coup d'état. Having said that there is nothing more to say, that nothing has taken place but the place rien naeu lu kle lu, there occurs a sudden adjunction, an abrupt break or metamorphosis, the appearance of three pins, perhaps corresponding to the 7 stars in Mallarmé's poem. These pins, however trivial in their substance, appear with a clarity quite unlike that of the shadowy beings that populate the rest of the text. Their appearance prepares the way for a subtle but decisive subjective shift in the narrative voice, an affirmation of the declaration plus mesh encore said no how on dot. In other words, the moment when there is nothing more to say than the stable gur of being, i.e., the void, there erupts with a suddenness that is grace without concept, a conjuration of things in which we will be able to say plus mesh encore. And this new assertion is a saying no longer constrained within the sole ontologic of worsening, but one that springs out from an event, which creates a remoteness, an incalculable distance, pm. What remains to be said as the truth of language is now the saying of again, of plus mesh encore, the imperative of saying as such. At bottom, it is the limit of a kind of astral language, one that would oat above its own ruin and from which everything can begin again, from which everything can and must begin again. The good, that is the proper mode of the good in the saying, is the sustaining of the again. That's all. To sustain it without naming it. To sustain the again and to sustain it from that point of extreme incandescence from which its sole apparent content is plus mesh encore. For this, an event must break out of the last state of being. And then I must, continue. Generic fiction, the case of Proust. At the thematic antipode of Beckett's subtractive prose, Badiou nds in Proust an equally uncompromising effort to extract a generic or universal truth from a world and a particular way of being in the world, mundanite, that are themselves destined to nothing more than death and oblivion. What remains of this world dies and is forgotten, pure and simple witness the fate that awaits Albertine Despereaux. The extraction of an incorruptible truth from such a world requires a dramatic revaluation of the very notion of life itself, the extraction of a truth of life that is fundamentally distinct from life as it is lived, Lev. Cook. It requires, on the one hand, a long and difficult apprenticeship, an artistic initiation marked by a series of variably inspiring encounters, with Bergata, La Burma, Elster, and Vinteuil, as well as with those telling failures who are Swann and Charles. On the other hand, it presumes the methodical falsification of alternative conceptions of the truth, conceptions that would preserve some link between verite and mundanite. The narrator must learn that truth does not go among a discernible range of logical possibilities, the truth cannot be calculated or predicted, it is always surprising, it always begins with an event, cannot be grasped through willpower alone, truth begins as involuntary, and continues as something to be undergone rather than anticipated or imposed, cannot, for the same reason, be controlled through direct action or communication, hence the essential futility of every subject of jealousy. Be it Swann vis-a-vis Odette, Charles vis-a-vis Morel, or the narrator vis-a-vis Albertine, cannot be said deliberately and explicitly, the truth is revealed only in the gaps and inconsistencies of what is said, or is evoked through what is said, and cannot, nally, be received as a form of immediate intuition. The truth is not simply in the experience that gives rise to its eventual evocation. Truth is not a matter of speculation, determination, communication, assertion, or revelation. On the contrary, the truth is itself one with the way to the truth. The composition of truth cannot be distinguished from the process whereby one arrives at the truth. As narrated in the Recherche, this truth process has a number of clearly demarcated steps. The process begins with a variation of Badiou's own ontological presumption, a state of indifferent neutrality or emptiness, characterized by the absence of passion or love, the dominance of idle curiosity, and the free play of interests, especially social interests. The indifferent continuity of the world is occasionally interrupted, however, by the glittering promise of a proper name, or name effect, Balbec, Gilbert, Venice, Guermantes, but also the name-like bodies that are Gilbert among the Hawthorne or Albertine and her friends on Balbec Beach. Unlike Lacan, for whom the name is the symbolic entity par excellence, Proust invests his names with an entirely imaginary plenitude. A name is whatever points toward an ineffable and essentially inaccessible transcendence. Since this transcendence is imaginary, a name opens only onto radical and inevitable disappointment, regardless of what is named, be it La Burma, Elster, or Venice. Such disappointment is radical because nothing of the reality involved can survive it. From within the process of disappointment itself there is nothing to salvage. However, from the void thus evacuated by disappointment, it is indeed possible to create, as if ex nihilo, a new symbolic congruration, one puri et of mundanite and undertaken, like any truth, at the level of the real as such. At this absolute distance from the vécu, it is possible to see how true reality can be grasped through the strictly formal operations of thought and style. We only truly know that which we are obliged to recreate in thought, that which is hidden from us by everyday life. Truth only begins, in Proust's often quoted words, when a writer is able to lend form to the strictly eternal, or otherworldly, correspondences that exist between objects and experiences. It follows that true life, life nally discovered and understood, the only life, then, that is really lived, is literature. It follows, too, that every truly original artistic project is nothing less than a recreation of the world itself. Generic humanity, theater and cinema. Badiou has a long-standing interest in theater, and over the years has written 6 plays of his own, 4 of them since. Like poetry, theater in general, theater as a genre, is an occasion or at least an opportunity to think an artistic truth. Theater, inasmuch as it thinks, is not a matter of culture, but of art. People don't come to the theater to be cultivated. They are not cabbages. They come to be struck. Struck by theater ideas. They leave not cultivated but stunned, tired, thoughtful, p.m. Whereas dance, for instance, produces only the idea that the body can carry ideas, theater is nothing other than a machine for the actual production of generic ideas. As we might expect, untrue or bad theater. is one that naturalizes differences and translates supposed substances into signs. Good or true theater, by contrast, is a procedure that reveals generic humanity, that is, indiscernible differences that take place on stage for the rst time. The true theater makes of each performance, each actor's every gesture, a generic vacillation in which differences with no basis might be risked. The spectator must decide whether to expose himself to this void, and share the in-night procedure. He is called, not to pleasure, but to thought, RT. The actor's task is to evacuate themselves of all specificity, however original or unique, so as to reveal an invariably singular genericity, an ongoing evaporation of all stable essence. The ethic of acting is that of an escapee. Whereas the novel, Badiou claims, remains bound to its context, to the world it creates, the great theatrical text, because open and incomplete, because it will be played over centuries, by people indifferent to everything concerning this text's context. Must have the powerful simplicity of the intemporal, it must say a generic humanity. Berenice, Titus, Hamlet, Orestes etc. are proper names of genericity, they belong to subject language that is spoken by nobody, being the natural inverse of every historical language. The men and women these names designate can exist at any moment. As performed, moreover, theater is clearly the most evental of arts, no other art captures in this way the intensity of what happens, RT. The ephemeral passing of the performance clears a space for the unlimited eternity of its characters and themes. The performance encounters in the instant what the text holds in the eternal, but the intemporal genericity of a character is not constrained by any given performance. By contrast, Badiou is not entirely convinced of the artistic potential of LM. Cinema is a merely bastard art, more artificial than art itself, a Saturday night art. Whereas theater sets up an encounter with ideas, cinema presents only the ephemeral passage of an idea, or of its ghost, PM. And whereas painting is the art par excellence of the idea meticulously rendered in its entirety, cinema, as a moving picture, as a labor of montage, allows an idea only to pass through it. Cinema calls us to a particular idea through the force of its loss, PM. Nevertheless, Badiou is prepared to grant cinema the task of attempting to save itself, so to speak, from its own irreducible artistic impurity. Thinking cinema, Badiou mentions the LMS of Oliveira, Kiarostami, Straub, Wenders, Pollitt, and Goddard proceeds as the ongoing purification of the impure, unmastered, or unspiritualized material it inevitably contains, extraneous imagery, ambient noise, conventions of perspective, etc. The specific operations of cinema can thus be conceived as an unending sequence of evacuations, applied to its various domains. For instance, the evacuation of psychological motivation in the hyper-stylized violence of John Woo, or the liberation of sound from its connement in inane background music or cliched dialogue in Goddard's fragmented compositions. A true LM thereby seeks to purify its, visual and auditory, materials from all that ties them to the domination of representation, to the procedures of identification and realism, and in particular, from all that links these materials to the automatic or thoughtless consumption of sounds and images, whose privileged mechanisms are today, pornographic nudity, cataclysmic special effects, the intimacy of the romantic couple, social melodrama, and pathological cruelty. Since ALM is contemporary only if the material to which its purifying operations are applied can be identified as belonging to the recognizable non-art of our time, it is the resistance of these mechanisms that now confronts any attempt to renew the art of cinema. Regarding sexual visibility, the true question remains, what degree of nudity can love endure, without inviting pornographic corruption? Regarding cruelty, the question is how might cinematic violence be revalued through reference to newly monstrous forms of tragedy? Regarding the recurrent theme of apocalypse, read, the consequences of Americocentric globalization, the question is, how can cinema invent, beyond the feeble ideological gestures of an Independence Day or Armageddon, a new kind of epic? As for social melodrama, The question is, how will cinema be able to invent, beyond what Badiou sees as the merely nostalgic innovations of a Mike Leigh or a Ken Loach, a new subjective gour of the worker gour ouvrière, that is, one detached from any sociologizing objectivity? That art itself is a procedure of truth means that it need no longer be considered either a rival to or an ornament of philosophy. It is no longer a rival, because it provides material for philosophy. It is no longer a supplement, because it carries its own self-sufficient truth. The poem is a purity folded on itself. Simply, this purity is not to be confused with a neo-romantic variation of the literary absolute, since it stems from the exclusive process of subtraction. Purity makes no appeal to an objective plenitude. It seeks no apotheosis in the self-conscious fulfillment of art as spirit. Just as an axiom must accept only an implicit knowledge of what it does, so the subject of art must accept a certain objective ignorance as to what it is. Art is to be distinguished from its evil simulacrum by its readiness to accept the unnamability of its formal medium. Poetry, for example, cannot name its own consistency. There is no meta-language with which it might name language itself. Poetry, the subjective manipulation of what language can do, cannot know what language is, precisely because the poem is addressed to the innity of language. It cannot determine this innity itself. Only the absence of a denitive name permits a perpetual process of autonomination. Chapter. Scientific truth, as opposed to the body of currently accepted scientific knowledge, is not a matter of what can be verified through experimentation within assumed theoretical parameters. It concerns the invention of those parameters. Like any truth, scientific truth begins with an event or discovery, and is proclaimed, in the face of received wisdom, by the subject of that discovery. Galileo and Einstein are the most obvious of Badiou's main examples. The site of such discoveries is in each case a real point of impasse that interrupts la puissance de la lettre, that is, the power of mathematical formalization, to articulate clear and distinct relationships, be they physical, geometrical, or numerical. True scientific practice is what adopts this problematic point as its own experimental environment. It does not simply establish correspondences and verify what is already known, it gropes in the dark, at the frontier of uncertainty, in the uneven tension between ignorance and innovation. We must deliver the sciences from every so-called theory of knowledge, from every vain confrontation of language and experience. The sciences are procedures of truth. And thus they are deleties, deductive or experimental, to unpredictable, chance events of thought. No less than its artistic counterpart, scientific truth proceeds as an effort to formalize that domain previously conceived as formless or unformable, monstrous. Cantor's project, for instance, was precisely an attempt to formalize the hitherto interminable formlessness of the geometric continuum. But, unlike art, through which sensation is put into articulate or consistent form, literal scientific formalization transcribes sensation inaccessible to itself, sensation as insensible, or, as the Stoics would say, as incorporeal, ta. Access to this inaccessible sensation requires the invention of a pure form, a literality more powerful than anything contemplated by poetry. Scientific truth is certainly the truth of its situation, say, the physical, chemical, or biological situations, but the perception of this truth always requires a mathematical supplement, an evental ultra one, in order for it to be perceived. For example, in order to con-rm, after Copernicus, the as yet unperceived truth of the solar situation that the Earth indeed rotates around the Sun, Galileo required the invention of something else, a purely formal supplement to that situation, differential calculus. Even so naturally minded a scientist as Darwin needed, in order to understand the mechanics of natural selection, to connect the consequences of geographic isolation with the Malthusian mathesis of scarcity and competition. Between scientific revolution and committed research, to begin with, a few points of reference. Anglo-American readers may deem it useful to compare Badiou's conception of science with the relatively familiar positions in the philosophy of science associated with Thomas Kuhn and Imre Lakatos. Badiou's approach might be read as a blending of Kuhn's emphasis on innovation and Lakatos's emphasis on commitment. Like Kuhn, Badiou emphasizes the properly revolutionary aspect of scientific discovery. In Kuhn's terms, established scientific knowledge is organized in a paradigm, that is, a set of expectations and assumptions. What Badiou would call a scientific truth begins with an anomaly that violates these expectations, something unrecognizable by means of available norms or criteria. Such an anomaly is situated on the edge of the void of this situation, meaning that it is something whose own distinct elements are invisible or indistinguishable from the perspective of that situation's preconceptions. There then follows the growth of confusion and the accumulation of contradictory evidence. The incoherence of Ptolemaic astronomy, for instance, was widely recognized as a problem well before Copernicus developed his theory. Such confusion threatens the current state of scientific procedure and suspends what Kuhn calls normal problem-solving activity. It exposes what Badiou calls an evental site, that is, a site from which the entire situation can be transformed. But, as Kuhn insists, confusion and anomaly alone are not enough to motivate a rejection of the prevailing paradigm. The decision to reject one paradigm is always simultaneously the decision to accept another. The revolutionary shift is not cumulative but discontinuous. It requires a whole reconstruction of the eld from new fundamentals, a process analogous to those political revolutions that aim to change political institutions in ways that those institutions themselves prohibit. The new theory or discovery, in other words, forces scientists to take sides in the most literal sense. There is no real space for compromise here. The theory of evolution replaces the assumption of species rigidity, heliocentrism replaces geocentrism, oxygen replaces phlogiston. Acceptance of Einstein's theory implies that Newton was wrong. And since there is no standard higher than the assent of the relevant community, the concept is as much a subjective as an objective one, as much a matter of persuasion as of pure evidence or logic. The transition between paradigms cannot be made a step at a time, forced by logic and neutral experience, but rather is made all at once, though not necessarily in an instant, or not at all. It requires something of a leap of faith, a complete conversion experience. In the light of the new theory, objectivity itself has to be rethought. Badiou's notion of science, however, cannot simply be identi-ed with Kuhn's. Kuhn's epistemological relativism goes so far as to remove, in effect, any reference to truth from science. Like Kuhn's critic Lakatos, Badiou is careful to insist on the reasoned integrity of a new scientific truth, what Lakatos calls a research program. Wary of Kuhnian references to faith and conversion which imply, he suggests, a conception of change pushed by contagious panic, a matter for mob psychology. Lakatos emphasizes the active, historically specific process of argument and counterargument, the process of struggle at work in the elaboration of a new scientific theory. Any particular research program, examples include Newtonian mechanics, Marxism, psychoanalysis, relativity, advances a core hypothesis, the laws of mechanics and gravitation, the logic of class struggle, the topology of the unconscious, the essential unity of matter and energy, etc., supported by a vast protective belt of auxiliary hypotheses and a heuristic or problem-solving machinery able to tackle and reduce apparent anomalies. Program by program, the criteria of truth are established neither in conformity with an eternally transcendent objectivity nor by a purely contingent experimental confirmation, but carried by what Lakatos describes as a sustained creativity or resourcefulness. Rather than celebrate the accumulation of internally consistent certainties, Lakatos emphasizes a kind of permanent revolution driven by suspicion of all established knowledge. Merely isolated refutations, however, are not the hallmark of empirical failure, as Popper had preached, since all programs grow in a permanent ocean of anomalies. What really count are dramatic, unexpected, stunning predictions. Such predictions, maintained in militant delighty to a research program, correspond closely to what Badiou calls the investigations of an active truth procedure. And, as with any truth procedure, there is a range of possible orientations within a given research program: conservative, rationalist, anarchist. What Badiou would identify as the truth of the program is sustained so long as it remains able to innovate and create. Its persistence requires a tenacity and resourcefulness that must long outlast the initial discovery or hypothesis that inspired it. It took a full 80 years, for instance, before Darwin's theory of natural selection gained widespread acceptance among biologists, and this thanks to the persistence of those few disciples, after Wallace and Huxley, Weismann, Simpson, Mayer, and others, who forced its adoption and generalization. In the end, a program degenerates or becomes saturated not so much when it is proved wrong as when its ability to predict new facts begins to dry up. Badiou's notion of delighty is very close to the commitment and subjective investment at the heart of Lacatos's account, and it sharply distinguishes his conception of scientific truth from the well-known extremes represented by Karl Popper on the one hand and Thomas Feyerabend on the other. Popper's hostility to theoretical commitment as such is explicit. A theory is scientific, Popper says, only if it foregrounds its always immanent falsification. The scientific attitude, by these criteria, demands a minimum of preconceptions and a maximum sensitivity to change, an open-mindedness generally venerated as the very essence of the discipline. Feyerabend's scientific anarchism, for all its thematic radicalism, actually privileges quite similar values. Feyerabend certainly rages against the chauvinism of science that resists alternatives to the status quo. He extends his critique, however, to the point where the privilege of science over myth is greatly reduced if not eliminated altogether. Unlike Badiou's militant scientist, Feyerabend's epistemological anarchist has no everlasting loyalty to any principle and is against all programs. His aims remain stable or change as a result of argument, or of boredom, of a conversion experience, or to impress a mistress, and so on. Indeed, the one thing he opposes positively and absolutely are universal standards, universal laws, universal ideas such as truth, reason, justice, love. Both Popper and Feyerabend, in short, are radically suspicious of everything Badiou associates with conviction and delighty. It is this delighty, combined with the revolutionary or evental insight, that Badiou privileges in his favorite illustrations of scientific truth, the programs of Copernicus, Galileo, and Einstein. Badiou is certainly no specialist in the philosophy of science, and his references to these and other equally familiar sequences do not yet add up to a fully edged theory. Badiou's priorities, thus far, have pulled him in other directions. My silence about science is entirely temporary and contingent, he explains. There's absolutely no principle involved. What does involve a far-reaching matter of principle is his close conjunction of science in general with mathematics in particular. Badiou has never strayed from Lacan's Neo-Cartesian prescription, that, modern, scientific thought begins at an absolute distance from any knowledge acquired through sensory or imaginary intuition. The direct implication is that only pure mathematics, as distinct from the necessarily inconclusive practice of experimental falsification, can provide science with its true methodological foundation. Just as Badiou RMLY dissociates political conviction from anything relating to administration, so too does he divide the subjective aspect of science from any constituent relation with an object as such. In order to preserve an effectively unlimited creativity in science, he must restrict the scientific truth process to matters of pure formalization alone, that is, to matters involving the confrontation of form with its real limit or impasse. And since every real zone of formlessness is by definition internal to the existing means of formalization, Badiou's treatment of scientific truths effectively equates them with innovations undertaken in their mathematical foundation, pure and simple. One implication seems to be that biology, say, or indeed any observation-dependent science, is effectively less scientific than the more mathematized science of physics. In more empirical terms, the issue turns on the eventually necessary inclusion of any science of particular beings within the mathematical science of being as being. That science here defers to mathematics is not simply a reaction of the need for objective accuracy in measurement. Equations of scientific with quantiable can, by definition, concern only the realm of knowledge, not truth. What Badiou suggests, at this point in his research, is that mathematics constitutes the internal limit and tendency of science, to the degree that science will be ever more driven toward mathematics the closer it comes to isolating things in their being as being, in the NAL analysis, physics, which is to say the theory of matter, is mathematical. It is mathematical because, as the theory of the most objective strata of the presented as such, it necessarily catches hold of being as being through its mathematicity. The physical situation will then be a very powerfully mathematist situation and, in a certain sense, more and more so, the closer it comes to apprehending the smallest, most primordial elements of reality. Beyond the smallest elements of existence or reality, beyond every quantum paradox, beyond the sway of the uncertainty principle, there is the subjective certainty or truth of mathematics as the science of being as being, or ontology. All scientific roads, it seems, eventually lead to Badiou's mathematical Rome. Since we considered the properly ontological dimensions of mathematics in chapter, the goal here is to consider, again briefly and with a minimum of technical jargon, the characteristic features of mathematics as a truth procedure, that is, as distinct from all merely statistical knowledge. Mathematical thought. As Badiou often says, there is no surer way to distinguish a philosophy of truth from the sophistry of opinion or from an anti-philosophy of the ineffable than by asking the question, is mathematical thought really thought at all? We know that Wittgenstein and Heidegger agreed on this point. Mathematical propositions express no thoughts. Both thinkers reduce mathematics to a matter of essentially blind calculation and manipulation. Alfred Ayre's positivist method for reaching the same conclusion may be more familiar. As a conscientious empiricist, Ayre insists that there can be no meaning independent of experience. A sentence says nothing unless it is empirically variable. And since mathematics must indeed be acknowledged independent of both experience and verication, mathematical statements are no less necessarily true than they are inevitably meaningless. Mathematical statements, so conceived, are merely analytic judgments in Kant's sense. They contribute nothing to the concepts they presuppose, and function purely by formal manipulation of the definitions of the symbols they contain, thereby telling us only what we may be said to know already. Nothing, clearly, could be further from a philosophy conditioned by mathematical truth, a philosophy that already sees in the historically complex affirmation of the number zero a number that cannot be said to exist, and yet that provides the whole decimal organization of number with its operative foundation proof of an irrefutable capacity for invention. That mathematics is indeed a matter of thought becomes clearly apparent, Badiou argues, when it is obliged by some sort of evental disruption to determine just what sort of practice it is. Mathematics thinks when, in a moment of epistemological crisis, it is required to make a decision without guarantee or arbitration. There are, Badiou notes, three especially famous examples of such a decision, ct. The RST occurred when the Pythagoreans, convinced that all relationships could be expressed in ratios of whole numbers, discovered that the diagonal of a square, the hypotenuse of a right triangle, could not be so expressed, the diagonal of a square with a side measured as is the square root of an irrational number. This discovery may have provoked an existentialist crisis in ancient Greek mathematics. A second case is the challenge to Freya's theory of numerical classes, which was raised by Russell's famous paradox concerning classes belonging to themselves. A third example is the axiom of choice widely used in modern set theory. It is difficult to defend this axiom on philosophical grounds. Its operation is undeniable, its results unconstructible, yet it appears to be a necessary tool for many of the demonstrations and results deemed essential to the ELD in general. In each case, resolution of the crisis required an active intervention or decision, in other words, creative and resourceful thought. The resolution of the Pythagorean problem required a different way of conceiving the relation between number and being, between arithmetic and geometry, a decision taken by Eudoxus and his followers. Frege himself lacked the means or the will to overcome Russell's paradox, but set theory was re-established on secure foundations thanks to the axiomatic decisions taken by Zermelo, Fraenkel, von Neumann, and their followers, decisions that dramatically restricted the powers of language in the determination of pure multiplicity. The crucial axiom of choice, proposed in defense of Cantor's theory by Zermelo in itself remains very much a matter of choice and requires, each time it is used, a decision as regards the existence of an actual but indeterminate entity, an existence intuitionists still deny. Deciding the truth of mathematical continuity, if we accept the reality of mathematical invention or thought, we still have to ask how such thought can be composed as truth, that is, as a truth process. Like any truth, Badiou explains, mathematics is sparked by an event, is established by a decision made with respect to that event, and continues through delity to that event. And, like any other truth, it must guard itself against an evil self-objectification. Mathematical truth is every bit as subjective as that of love or art. Common sense, of course, suggests that nothing is more certain than quantitative measurement and the hard facts of scientific knowledge. But common sense is ill-equipped to consider in what exactly this objectivity consists. What is a number? What are we doing when we use numbers? Numbers can certainly be applied more or less indifferently to quantifiable reality, in perfect ignorance of what is involved in such application. But the reality of number itself, Badiou insists, is accessible only as truth, not as knowledge. For Badiou, as for Lakatos and Gödel, the fact that logic cannot automatically found and con-rm the practice of mathematics proclaims the irreducibly subjective bias of mathematical creativity. The main decisions taken by modern mathematics are, in the RST, most literally fundamental sense, the axioms proclaimed by elementary set theory. On the basis of these axioms, set theory derives the structural core of mathematics as a whole, the transnite succession of ordinal numbers. The undecidable event that prompted these axiomatic decisions was Cantor's invention of transnite numbers, and his consequent suggestion of what is known as the continuum hypothesis, ch. As we saw in chapter, ch implies a perfectly measurable relation between a set of elements and the possible ways of arranging those elements in parts, that is, a perfectly natural succession of state over situation, of representation over presentation, e.e. By contrast, to acknowledge a radically immeasurable excess of an innate power set n over any set n would be to accept a kind of intrinsic undecidability within the very fabric of number, that is, the lack of any continuity between the realm of whole numbers, the domain of denumerability, and the realm of real numbers, the domain of geometric or non-denumerable division. The implications of ch are so vast as to justify Badiou's distinction of the three main orientations of ontology: constructivist, transcendent, and generic in terms of their responses to this single controversy, the nature of the disjunction of membership set membership symbol and inclusion proper subset symbol, the measurement of this excess of parts over elements. Constructivists generally attempt to prove the truth of the continuum hypothesis by imposing drastic restrictions on what qualities as a legitimate part or subset, as only that which can be constructed from previously definable subsets. This is to decide the issue in some sense from below. The resulting mathematical universe is very limited, indeed the smallest possible universe, NN, It is a universe patterned on a numerical version of the great chain of being, in which any particular being has its docile and appropriate place. In philosophical terms, we know that Badiou associates this orientation with Aristotle and Kant, as much as with the more generous or exuberant constructions of Leibniz and Deleuze. What Badiou labels the transcendent orientation attempts to force the decision from above, through the introduction of ever more innate entities, an endless enlarging of the universe, under the idea of a dominating great entity, or an altogether other under the idea, that is, of a kind of metamathematical God. The names proposed to describe such numbers point to their anti-philosophical implication: inaccessible cardinals, hyper-inaccessible cardinals, eventually ineffable cardinals, and beyond. Defenders of such an absolutely unconstructible and inconceivable transcendence reject the continuum hypothesis definitively, in the interests of a redemptive logic beyond all possible calculation. The spontaneous philosophy of this orientation is hermeneutic, or Heideggerian. The generic orientation, of course, underlies Badiou's own ontological perspective. After results achieved by Gödel and Cohen, it accepts that the continuum hypothesis cannot be proved one way or the other. The axioms do not suffice to decide the issue. Once we are willing to tolerate the existence of purely extensional or non-constructible sets, the power set of an innate appears to evade every predictable application of measure. The independence of CH from the axioms of set theory introduces an element of numerical anarchy into the very foundations of mathematics. Thus linked to the undecidable, mathematics must constantly be redecided, and since the decision is primary, and continually required, it is vain to try to reduce it to constructive or externally normed protocols. The generic orientation, in other words, disproves CH without recourse to a transcendent altogether other. It argues that the realm of number admits, as much in the innately large as in the innately small, and without breaking the total order, a proliferation that exceeds any intuition of continuity. What is the purely uncountable or inconsistent multiplicity of being as being, an absolute excess beyond any conceptual construction or mastery. Such inconsistent multiplicity is what Badiou calls the domain of number. Particular numbers, the numbers, and, as much as fractions, negative numbers, irrational numbers, infinitesimals, inaccessible cardinals, and so on, are then the products of precise mathematical interventions whereby a particular slice of this multiplicity is counted as one, that is made to consist in a thought or concept. Number with a capital N, the pure stuff of numbers in its inconceivable multiplicity, consists above and beyond them as the latency of their being. And the actual history of mathematics is precisely the history, interminable in principle, of the relation between the inconsistency of multiple being, and of what our night thought can make consistent of this inconsistency, NN, CFCT. Between these three orientations, constructivist, transcendent, and generic, there can and should be no possible agreement. It is not a matter of interpreting what exists, but of asserting, incompatible, notions of existence. This is why no real concept in the realm of thought can be solved. Consensus is the enemy of thought, CT. Translated into political philosophical terms, constructivism posits a kind of liberal parliamentarism. It assumes that all existents are so many cases of a particular protocol of construction, or representatives of particular places and interests. The transcendent orientation, privileging the absolute totality of an existence beyond the actual universe, corresponds to a kind of Stalinism. The generic orientation, nally, might be associated with a kind of disciplined anarchism. It privileges the undefined zones, the multiples subtracted from all predicative recollection. The points of excess or wandering errance. It affirms the political primacy of all that exists solely on account of its not being countable, CT. Remember, however, that when it comes to the meta-ontological question of truth per se, Badiou affirms a fourth way, a fourth orientation of thought, which he traces to Marx and Freud. This, of course, is the way of the subject, and it turns precisely on the recognition that the truth of CH, the truth of the ontological impasse itself, cannot be properly grasped from within the ontological situation as such, e.e. The impasse of being can be thought only through a process that breaks with being as being. It is this break, in the end, that distinguishes Badiou's position from that of Hegel on the one hand and that of Deleuze on the other. Numbers as truths. What numbers are and how they are used are clearly two quite different issues. Numbers are used, obviously, to quantify knowledge. The entire realm of the statistical of opinion polls, prices, measurements, and so on, however Rami ed., however complex its manipulations, belongs to what Badiou calls the realm of knowledge. Since all knowledge is devoid of truth, Badiou always laments the ruinous image of mathematics as mere calculation or technique, ct. nn. What, then, is the truth of number? If it is to be consistent with Badiou's prescriptions, it must combine the notions of event, decision, delity, and the unamiable. Like all truth, a consistent number is, in itself as opposed to its application or objecti-cation a subjective production. Number is not an object, or an objectivity. It is a gesture just in being, ct. A particular number, small n, is, in its truth, a thought multiplicity, nn, that is, a particular slice made in the unlimited proliferation of number. The mechanics of just how a number is cut out of this inconsistent proliferation, how a slice of inconsistency is made to consist, are too complex to summarize here. Roughly speaking, Badiou's evental definition of number, building on John Conway's celebrated contributions to number theory, shows that any particular cut selects one and only one possible number between two limits, a high and a low, which circumscribe an innately dense eld of numbers. Every number is the place of a cut, nn, cfn. The next question is whether, given the proliferation of different kinds of numbers obeying different kinds of logics, natural integers, ordinals, negative and rational numbers, real numbers, complex numbers, innate and innatesimal numbers, and so on, there can be a single generic definition for number in general. Neither Freya's logicist perspective, nor Peano's axiomatics, nor even the set theory framework conceived by Dedekind and Cantor can provide such a uni-ed concept of number. But in his book on numbers and games, Conway proposed a definition broad enough to include all of these varieties of number, and, more particularly, an innate number of as yet unthought numbers. Conway's definition established what Badiou paraphrases as an organized macrobody of number, the body of surreal numbers, ct. This is a configuration in which a total order is dened, where addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division are universally possible, and in which we can situate not only rational, irrational, and ideal numbers, but also a still unnamed innate of kinds of numbers, in particular innatesimals, or numbers situated between two adjacent and disconnected classes of real numbers, or innate numbers of all kinds, beyond the ordinals and the cardinals. The macrobody is the generic, inconsistent place in which the numerical consistencies coexist as so many aspects of a single concept, the concept of number as such. Within this generic eld, any particular number is designated as a pair of variables or coordinates. A number is a set with two elements, an ordered pair, composed, in order, of an ordinal and a part of this ordinal. Its notation is, alpha, x, where x is a part of the ordinal alpha, where x subset symbol alpha, dot. You may recall from chapter that an ordinal is dened, by von Neumann, as a transitive set whose elements are all transitive, that is, whose elements are also parts or subsets of that set, cfnn. The ordinals are all deduced from the empty set, through the operation of the axiom of subsets. They succeed each other in an innately stable continuity, and thereby demonstrate a kind of intrinsic homogeneity and coherence that allows them to be designated the primordial material of number. The second element in the pair, x, is much more variable. In a sense, it has pulled itself away from the RST. It tends to be unstable, perhaps discontinuous, or incalculable, ct. If the ordinal alpha is the stable matter of a number, its part x determines that number's form. It is the deaning or cutting edge of the number. Some examples may make this a little less abstract. A. In the simplest case, the ordinal, or natural, numbers themselves, RST, second, third, and so on, are dened by an empty gesture. Their matter coincides with their form. The cut that denes them cuts away or includes everything from the ordinal matter. Any ordinal alpha is written, alpha, alpha. B. Negative numbers are, in a sense, the inversion of an ordinary ordinal. Rather than an empty gesture or immaterial cut, a cut that includes everything, a negative ordinal is dened by a non-gesture, one that includes nothing, that cuts away nothing at all from the ordinal matter. Its form is void. The negative of an ordinal alpha is written, alpha, O. C. The number 0 itself is both without matter and without form, or, O, Badiou denes it as an impossible gesture. D. The real numbers. The numbers that enumerate the innately divisible geometric continuum include all the numbers whose matter is the RST innate ordinal omega and whose form is innate, CT. E. Numbers whose ordinal matter is larger than omega can be thought of as not yet studied numbers. Proof that what we use in the realm of numbers is only a tiny part of what resides in being under the concept of number. F. An innatesimal, nally, is a number whose matter is omega and whose form is nite, for example, omega. Such a number is smaller than any real number, however close that real number may be to 0, it belongs to an altogether different, or non-standard, order of dimension. We might say that all of these forms of number are like so many discontinuous evental productions, so many punctual illuminations, within a eld of endlessly inconsistent numerical obscurity. The consistent numbers are like the points of light cast in the dark sky of Beckett or Mallarmé. The only difference is that the mathematical invention of new numbers is even less constrained than is poetry by any order of substantial or empirical existence. A particular number is simply if its distinction, within the innate inconsistency of number, is internally consistent. Conway's conjuration, in short, allows Badiou to present numerical productions in conformity with the other generic procedures. As in each case, the subject points of a truth, the numerical cuts made in the fabric of being, are undertaken as so many night investigations that contribute to its innate, numerical, accumulation. As in each case, the evental origins of these investigations will forever belie their subsequent application or representation. And, as in each case, what a truth comes to pronounce is indeed the truth of its situation. All the numbers are already there NN, but this pronouncement is itself the result of an irreducibly active or decisive operation. As subjects, we add nothing to being. Nevertheless, the isolation of any particular number still requires an invention in thought. Simply, at this unique level of absolute abstraction that DNS ontology or the thought of being as being, these two operations, being and thinking, are indistinguishable. Such is the true Platonic prescription. Numbered beings are not constructed by a thinking subject. Rather, through the thinking subject, being articulates its own truth. Mathematics is nothing other than being thinking itself. It is relatively easy now to pick out the necessarily unamiable dimension of mathematical truth. If mathematics thinks the rigor of a self-constituent, axiomatic deduction, its unamiable limit must be the objective integrity of its own medium or foundation. The mathematician must not objectify the eld of numbers as a denitive continuum, but preserve it as an innately discontinuous realm of punctual operations. These operations take place, certainly, within a single eld of being, but they do not succeed each other in a single deductive movement. As we have known since Gödel's famous demonstration, it is not possible, for a mathematical theory, to establish as variable the statement of its own consistency. Mathematics can persevere as subject only if it remains forever unniched as object. Mathematical truth is the interminable effort to explore and enlarge that small fraction of consistency that inventive thought is able to discern from within the unlimited dissemination of pure numerical inconsistency. Chapter. Is truth in the collective, by the collective? Though all generic procedures are addressed to everyone, only in the case of politics does this universality characterize both import and operation. Badiou writes, is the only truth procedure that is generic not only in its result, but in the local composition of its subject. Though every situation is ontologically innate, only politics summons up, immediately, as subjective universality, this innatity. Hence a certain pride of place for politics in a fully generic philosophy. Badiou knows perfectly well that, just as love relates only two people, so does a mathematician, in order to complete a proof, need only one other competent colleague to recognize its validity. Science, art, and love might be called aristocratic procedures, whereas politics can only think as the thought of all, is organized around the real of a radical fraternity before it is drawn to the imaginary pursuit of equality or the symbolic presumption of liberty. True politics begins with an exposure to the real violence of fraternity and is sustained in the practical present of its demonstration, manifestation. As with every truth procedure, this real manifests itself, constructs itself, but never represents itself. Fraternity is no more representable than is an insurrection or a demonstration. Badiou's conception of political truth has nothing to do, then, with bland speculations concerning civic responsibility or liberal communication. Badiou knows that only a militant conception of politics can link politics and thought, in particular. Only such a conception can avoid recourse to the false dichotomy of theory and practice. There is certainly a doing fair of politics, but it is immediately the pure and simple experience of a thought, its localization. It cannot be distinguished from it, The philosophical or metapolitical problem is simply one of understanding how politics thinks, according to what mode of thought and through what categories, the categories of virtue and corruption for Saint Just, for instance, or revolutionary consciousness for Lenin. True political thought is a matter neither of judicious deliberation, Arendt, nor of anguished choice, Sartre, and still less of expert social engineering, Rorty, or procedural notions of justice, Rawls. Badiou, like Lenin, like Fanon, like all great revolutionary thinkers, maintains a strictly classical form of political logic, either P or not P, with no possible compromise in between. Badiou conceives of politics precisely as a matter of what Rimbaud called logical revolt, a matter of clearly stated principle, the sort of principle incarnated by the great intellectual resistance, Jean Cavales and Albert Lautmann. The political subject acts or resists as a matter of course, and not thanks to a reasoned affiliation with a particular group, class, or opinion. He resists, not as a result of communication or consensus, but all at once, to the exclusion of any third way. We know that the sole criterion of true political engagement is an unquali et equality, cf. It is a rudimentary principle of Badiou's ontology that all elements that belong to a situation belong, or are presented in, or exist, or count, in exactly the same way, with exactly the same weight. Is the process whereby this simple belonging is abstracted from all denying conditions or representations. The criteria of equality establish a radical but fully abstract logic of the same, whose precise tactical advantage is its abstraction. Equality neither supposes closure nor quali-es the terms it embraces, nor prescribes a territory for its exercise. Equality is both immediately prescriptive yet free of any program, c. Like any criterion of truth, this equality is by definition a purely subjective quality. In the absence of any one transcendent truth and in the suspension of objective criteria, political subjects are equal co-workers in truth, caught up in the equality of a common sharing in work. So, as much as love or art, true politics is exceptional, an exception to the contemporary cliché that everything is political proceeds as indifferent to dialectic of the objective and the subjective. The deployment of subjective thought should take place from within the subjective itself, through the hypothesis of the foundation of the subjective in the subjective and not in the confrontation of the subjective to the objective, let alone in reference to the economy, the state, alienation, etc. The kind of subject-object coordination proposed by Habermas's increasingly state-centered conception of politics, for instance, serves only to block the necessary violence of political presentation within the legal norms of representation. As far as Badiou is concerned, socio-economic analysis and politics are absolutely disconnected. The former is a matter for expertise and implies hierarchy, the latter is not. A generic or axiomatic politics of RMS, the political capacity of all people, the principle that everyone can occupy the space of politics, if they decide to do so. Whereas the sort of sociology practiced by Badiou's contemporaries Balibar and Bourdieu can only discuss political issues, eventual political sequences transform the objects of such discussion into militant subjects in their own right. That everyone can join in a political process means that the two of political antagonism is not to be thought in terms of a purely destructive competition. A political process does not pit two well-defined antagonists against each other in a life and death struggle for supremacy. There is, strictly speaking, only one political actor, namely the we that comes out or demonstrates in the real of fraternity, i.e., in the element of pure presentation as such. What resists the organized political we is not an alternative political subject so much as the brute inertia of representation, which is nothing other than the inertia of the status quo itself. Thus proceeds through the invention of new subtractive mechanisms of formalization that can confront and transform this formless resistance to change, ls. Like any truth, a political sequence can begin only when business as usual breaks down for one reason or another. This is because what ensures submission to the status quo is submission to the intermination of power, and not to power itself, ta. Under normal circumstances, we know only that the excess of the static representation over elementary presentation is wildly immeasurable, corresponding to the innate excess of over. Today's prevailing economic regime indeed dominates its inhabitants absolutely, precisely because we can hardly imagine how we might limit or measure this regime. The RST achievement of a true political intervention is thus the effective, distanced measurement of this excess. Intervention forces the state to show its hand, to use its full powers of coercion so as to try to restore things to their proper place. Every political sequence worthy of the name proceeds in keeping with the combative principle maintained, in Badiou's native France, by the leaders of the communes, unemployed, movement of, we act according to what is right, not what is legal. Political truth always begins in trial and trouble, in social rupture and disorder, am. This is a price that those who seek after justice must be prepared to pay. We have too often wanted justice to establish the consistency of social bonds, whereas it can only name the most extreme moments of inconsistency. For the effect of the egalitarian axiom is to undo the bonds, to desocialize thought, to affirm the rights of the innate and the immortal against the calculation of interests. Justice is a wager on the immortal against nitude, against being for death. In the subjective dimension of the equality we declare, nothing now is of any interest other than the universality of this declaration, and the active consequences that follow from it, am. The instances or modes of so exalted an understanding of politics are rare by definition. Badiou's friend Sylvain Lazarus has devoted much of his energy to their formulation and classification. Four stand out. First, the revolutionary or Jacobin mode, operative from, and conceived in particular by Saint Just. The Jacobins understood the revolution in purely political terms, and not as a historical category or moment of transition. They believed that the revolution is an instance of collective decision and struggle that pits virtue against corruption. Second, the Marxist, or classist mode, mainly operative from through. The Marxists believed that the subjective orientation of class struggle itself serves to guide a naive international revolutionary movement. The defeat of the Commune demonstrates its failure and the need for more disciplined means. The third, Bolshevik, mode, was organized as a response to this need, as a campaign against opportunism, spontaneity, reformism, and trade unionism. It insisted upon the integrity of the party and its prescriptions. Lenin recognized that the mere existence of a popular movement is no guarantee of victory. Radical political change must be channeled through militant curves of consciousness, or more precisely, through thought, and not through the movement of history or the representation of social groups. The fourth mode is Maoist, dated either from the struggle to liberate China in the S, or from the Cultural Revolution in the S. Its characteristic feature was popular mobilization on a scale never attempted by Lenin, the direct empowerment of the people in an ongoing, permanent revolution, am. Each mode presents a certain version of political truth, as constrained by the circumstances of the time. They are all subjective, all egalitarian, but they do not add up to a single narrative. They do not culminate in one apocalyptic truth. They represent so many efforts to do what could be done in the situation at hand. What they have in common is a revolutionary commitment to the dissolution of the state. Today, however, now that the age of revolutions is over, Badiou admits, I have been obliged to change my position as regards the state. The guiding principle can no longer be, in a unilateral way, destatikation. It is a matter more of prescribing the state, often in a logic of reinforcement. The problem is to know from where politics prescribes the state. Recent political sequences: the Palestinian Intifada, the uprisings in East Timor and Chiapas, the student mobilization in Burma have proceeded in large part as attempts to answer this question, in terms most appropriate to the situation as it stands. Among the most consequential ongoing efforts is the massive landless workers' movement, MST, in Brazil. Rather than persist in the futile pursuit of land reform through established representative channels, the MST has organized the direct occupation of farmland by the landless poor themselves, allowing some families to win titles to over 15 million acres since. What the MST has understood with particular clarity is that legal recognition can be won only as the result of a subjective mobilization that is itself indifferent to the logic of recognition and representation as such. The remarkable gains of the MST have been won at what Badiou would call a political distance from the state, and depend upon its own ability to maintain a successful organizing structure, develop viable forms of non-exploitative economic cooperation, and resist violent intimidation from landowners and the state police. Badiou's own organization politique, OP, was conceived as part of an answer to much the same question, from which precise points is it possible, in today's democracies, to force change upon the state of our situation? How is it possible to organize an effective political force without reliance upon the institutional representation of a party, liable to corruption, on the one hand, or the pseudo-spontaneity of a mass movement, liable to fatigue, on the other? Though it remains something of an organizational experiment, the OP is testimony to what even a handful of committed militants are able to achieve. The OP intervenes only on particular questions, raised by specific confrontations or events, always guided by the strict, axiomatic assertion of subjective equality, political equality for everyone living in the national community, residence papers for the sans-papiers, political empowerment of all workers as workers, equal universal access to health and education, and so on. Badiou insists that these interventions do not add up to a general program or party line. God protect us from socio-political programs. The essence of modern politics is to be non-programmatic. As we conceive it in the OP, promises nothing. It is both without party and without program. It is a prescriptive form of thought, discerning possibilities entirely inaccessible to parliamentarism, and one that works entirely independently for their realization. If politics has taken up a position distant from rather than simply antithetical to the state, it remains committed to a homogeneously subjective orientation. Axiomatic. The OP is conditioned by four distinctive principles. The RST2 are essentially formal, concerning the nature of politics as prescription and as justice. The other two are more emphatically concrete, concerning the subjective status of workers and immigrants under conditions that have become increasingly hostile since the late S. The status of universal political principles, like the status of all forms of truth, is necessarily axiomatic, or non-conditional. Because equality is subjective, justice, the political principle par excellence, can be only prescriptive. Justice cannot be dened, it is a pure affirmation without guarantee or proof. Rather than an ideal state that any given situation can only approximate, justice indicates a subjective gur that is effective, axiomatic, immediate. It necessarily refers back to an entirely disinterested subjectivity. We are either subjectively disinterested, or objectively interested, with nothing in between. We either think, in justice, or avoid thought, in interest, am. That politics is thus axiomatic or thought means that it is not a representation or a reaction of something else, the economy, the state, society, etc. When the enslaved call for freedom, for instance, or the colonized for liberation, or women for equality, the declaration of freedom or liberation or equality is itself primary or unconditioned, and not a matter of investigation or confirmation. Equality is not something to be researched or varied but a principle to be upheld. The only genuinely political question is what can be done, in the name of this principle, in our militant delight to its proclamation? This question can be answered only through a direct mobilization or empowerment that has nothing to do with the condescendingly compassionate valorization of certain people as marginal, excluded, or miserable. The prescriptions of the UP are invariably simple, minimally theoretical principles, for example, that every individual counts as one individual, that all students must be treated in the same way, that everyone who is here is from here, that factories are places of work before they are places of property, and so on. A political situation exists only under the prescription of such transparent statements, whose universality is as clear as it is distinct. Pressure, resistance, or outrage, even mobilized or organized outrage, is not enough. The UP is adamant that only political organizations, not movements, can sustain prescriptions, which may then be presented or carried by movements. In this respect, the UP remains true to its Leninist roots. The formulation of a true consciousness is a quite separate operation from the spontaneous development of a movement. All genuine politics seeks to change the situation as a whole, in the interest of the universal interest. But this change is always sparked by a particular event, one located in a particular site and carried by a particular interest, the sans-culottes, the Soviets, the workers, the sans-papiers, and so on. In France, in Russia, in Cuba, in Burma, each time, the event opposes those with a vested interest in the established state of the situation to those who supported a revolutionary movement or perspective from which the situation was seen as for all. Other, more narrow, principles and demands, however worthy their beneficiaries might be, are merely a matter of syndicalism or trade union, style negotiation, that is, negotiation for an improved, more integrated place within the established situation. Clearly, what goes under the label of politics in the ordinary day-to-day sense amounts only to revendication and resentment. Electoral nihilism and the blind confrontation of communities, am. The very notion of identity politics is thus an explicit contradiction in terms. The UP regularly condemns the articulation of a French identity that authorizes discrimination or persecution of any kind. The only legitimate national unit is one that counts all of its elements as one, regardless of ethno-cultural particularity. The left liberal insistence on the vacuous right to remain the same as ourselves has no chance against the abstract universality of contemporary capital, and does nothing more than organize an inclusion in what it pretends to oppose. Of course, it has often been argued that if we are oppressed as Arab, as woman, as black, as homosexual, and so on, this oppression will not end until these particular categories have been revalued. Badiou's response to this line of attack is worth quoting at length. When I hear people say, we are oppressed as blacks, as women, I have only one problem: what exactly is meant by black or women? Can this identity, in itself, function in a progressive fashion, that is, other than as a property invented by the oppressors themselves? I understand very well what black means for those who use that predicate in a logic of differentiation, oppression, and separation, just as I understand very well what French means when Le Pen uses the word, when he champions national preference, France for the French, exclusion of Arabs, etc. Negritude, for example, as incarnated by Césaire and Senghor, consisted essentially of reworking exactly those traditional predicates once used to designate black people, as intuitive, as natural, as primitive, as living by rhythm rather than by concepts, etc. I understand why this kind of movement took place, why it was necessary. It was a very strong, very beautiful, and very necessary movement. But having said that, it is not something that can be inscribed as such in politics. I think it is a matter of poetics, of culture, of turning the subjective situation upside down. It doesn't provide a possible framework for political initiative. The progressive formulation of a cause that engages cultural or communal predicates, linked to incontestable situations of oppression and humiliation, presumes that we propose these predicates, these particularities, these singularities, these communal qualities, in such a way that they become situated in another space and become heterogeneous to their ordinary oppressive operation. I never know in advance what quality, what particularity, is capable of becoming political or not. I have no preconceptions on that score. What I do know is that there must be a progressive meaning to these particularities, a meaning that is intelligible to all. Otherwise, we have something that has its raison d'être, but that is necessarily of the order of a demand for integration, that is, of a demand that one's particularity be valued in the existing state of things. That there is a remnant or a support of irreducible particularity, is something I would acknowledge for any kind of reality. But in the end, between this particularity present in the practical, concrete support of any political process, and the statements in the name of which the political process unfolds, I think there is only a relation of support, but not a relation of transitivity. You can't go from the one to the other, even if one seems to be carried by the other. It is not because a term is a communal predicate, or even because there is a victim in a particular situation, that it is automatically, or even easily, transformed into a political category. In a situation like that of the former Yugoslavia, for instance, Badiou maintains that a lasting peace will come not through external intervention, and still less through a carving up of territory according to ethnic states, but instead through a concerted, popular movement. Against all ethnic, linguistic, and religious essentialisms, in a common state that counts all people as one. Likewise, there can be genuine peace in the Middle East only with the end of an Israel specified as a Jewish state, and the establishment, in keeping with the original demands of the Palestine Liberation Organization, of a single, ecumenical Palestine, open to all without discrimination. In short, an egalitarian state can exist only when its universality is prescribed by those who make up the country, pays, itself. And any such country, Badiou goes on to argue, can exist only when its workers exist, as empowered political subjects confronting and prescribing the objective inertia of capital. Without its workers, there can be no country. At this point, the abstract principle of equality becomes insistently concrete. Perhaps the most contested of all contemporary political prescriptions concerns the simple existence of what Badiou and the OP call a gur of the worker or working gur. Gur ouvrier. By gur of the worker we mean a political subjectivity constituted in the factory, in an ability to make declarations about the factory and the worker that are different from those of management, the unions, and the state. This intrication between the gur of the worker and the capacity to make declarations concerning the factories and the workers is essential. It alone puts an end to the classist gur that founded trade unionism, and alone allows worker to be something other than an expressive, circulating gur. A gur ouvrier is the worker become subject. The phrase, awkward to translate into English, connotes the militant empowerment of the workers. It is not a matter of asking employers for respectful appreciation, or for a more or less condescending acknowledgement of their importance in the productive process. It is a matter of truth and power, the power to keep managerial supervisors at a distance. Acknowledgement of the statement that at the factory there are workers means that at the factory the worker exists as subjectivity, as political capacity, that the factory is not simply a place of production. Conversely, to destroy the gur of the worker is to destroy people, to reduce workers, subjectively, to nothing. This unfashionable importance accorded to the workers, the very word now has an anachronistic ring to it, is not merely proof of Badiou's lingering Maoist commitment. By workers Badiou means something almost as broad as people, insofar as they cannot be reduced to units of capital. In the subjective absence of the worker, there persists only the values of capital, production, competition, consumption. Clearly, work here includes intellectual as much as physical work. If physical work, above all factory work, nevertheless remains preeminent in Badiou's account, it is because it is obviously the least counted, the most vulnerable to exclusion from the criteria of our prevailing social count. Because the factory, and its analogues, is thus on the edge of the void, or in the least protected part of our political economic situation, all contemporary politics has the factory as its place, am. By not counting its workers, a factory becomes nothing more than a place of industrial production regulated by managerial decisions. By not counting its workers, a country becomes nothing more than a balance sheet writ large, a set of capital laws and statistics, a purely objecti-ed, i.e., thoughtless, realm. In this sense, the word workers is a condition of the freedom of thought, Badiou says. Look at how political thought has become inert, uni-ed, in short totalitarian, since the term disappeared. The void left by the disappearance of the term workers, of course, has been LLED by the obscure category of immigrants. Badiou has little trouble showing that the hatred of immigrants was established massively, consensually, at the level of the state, from the moment when we began, in our representations of the world, to omit the workers, the gur of the workers. It is obvious that the immense majority of immigrants are workers or people looking for work, hence the absurdity of current distinctions between asylum seekers and economic migrants. It is no less obvious that the invention, as pseudo-political labels, of the terms immigrant, foreigner, étranger, clandestine, and so on, coincides with the swing in the global political economy over the S against organized labor and popular movements generally. In France, Badiou points out, this movement can be dated quite precisely. One of Mitterrand's RST prime ministers, Pierre Mauroy, justified the repression of a strike at Renault Flins Inn on the grounds that the striking workers were foreign to the social reality of France. The violent repression of another strike at Talbot later the same year confirmed the trend. 2 years later, the socialist Laurent Fabius confessed that it was Le Pen who is posing the real questions, an admission effectively confirmed by Michel Rocard. France cannot open its doors to the misery of the world, and Mitterrand, we must struggle RMLY against illegal immigration. The resulting consensus is indeed consistent, as the OP is at pains to stress, with the general approach of the Front National, FN. On the issues of economic liberalism, immigration, crime, drugs, and the banlieues, roughly equivalent to inner cities, the FN is internal to the consensus established over 2 decades of Mitterrandism. Hence the conclusion strengthen the workers, and thus limit Lepenism. Without a strong gur of the worker there can be no effective response to the so-called immigrant question. The fourth and most currently pressing axiom, connecting the universality of the state with the subjective presence of the workers, thus concerns the status of the sans-papiers. That everyone who is here is from here, tous les gens qui sont ici sont d'ici, is no doubt the most frequently printed slogan of la distance politique. Nothing could be simpler, yet nothing could be more contentious in today's political situation. The state campaign against immigrants is already 2 decades old, in the end to family reunification, in a freeze on work permits and immigrant visas. Its contemporary strategy, however, dates from the notorious Pasqua laws of, which established a special status for clandestine foreigners living in France. Among other things, these laws oblige a mayor to refuse to marry an undocumented couple, they authorize Social Security to refuse health care and welfare benefits to illegal immigrants, they allow the police to expel foreign parents of French children if they commit drug-related offenses. All in all, these laws amount to what the OP calls a general law of persecution, the RST step in the Lepenization of the state. The Pasqua laws were quickly confirmed, in the face of vocal protest and a massive petition campaign, by the Debré laws, and their essential purpose has survived Jospin's recent reformulations, known as the Weil-Chauvinement laws. All of these national laws are peculiar in that they concern only particular sectors of the population. Their very purpose is to divide the political community into represented parts rather than to apply the same formal criteria to its members. Confronted with this legislative onslaught, the OP's prescriptions are unequivocal. They call for the immediate restoration of the droit du sol, i.e., automatic citizenship for all children born in France, the legalization of all sans-papiers, an end to the expulsions and detention centers, and explicit protection of workers and their families. In short, the OP calls for an end to the entire immigrant lexicon. And with it an end to the emphasis put on integration via a particular set of privileged cultural norms. Concretely, this has meant lending significant organizational assistance to a growing mobilization of the sans-papiers since the summer of, when hundreds of African immigrants occupied the St. Bernard Church for several months, thereby refuting their official characterization as clandestine in the most convincing terms. After these immigrants were expelled from the church by force in August, and again evicted from the town hall of the 18th arrondissement in Paris in June, the St. Bernard campaign organized, with the help of the OP, a series of major Paris rallies, in November, December, and February. Throughout this campaign, the emphasis has been on the militant subjective presence of the sans-papiers themselves, demonstrating that they are not somehow alien or invisible, but are simply there as ordinary workers under extraordinary pressure. Saint Bernard is proof, says the OP, of a strong principle of auto-constitution, in the sense that people decided one day to come out from their homes and to constitute themselves collectively in their demand for residence papers. Practical. As the Saint Bernard campaign suggests, the work of the OP is anything but abstract or academic, and if there is no space here for anything like a proper history of the organization, it is important, in a study of Badiou's philosophy, to give some idea of the concrete, day-to-day activism of this, the most pressing of its conditions. Here I can at least mention the OP's two most intensive campaigns of recent years, the campaign for workers' compensation during the closure of the Renault factory at Billancourt Inn, and the campaign against the demolition of the foyers ouvriers, workers' hostels, in the Paris suburb of Montreuil, through. If these issues seem far removed from the lofty plane of philosophical speculation, we must remember that for Badiou, the most rigorous contemporary philosopher of truth, truth has nothing at all to do with speculation. If truth exists, it is an act, in the detail of an ongoing commitment or campaign. Philosophy as such always comes after the act. Billancourt. The history of the OP has always been tied up with factory politics. In part, this reflects their continuation of the tradition established by May, the tradition of discussion and mobilization outside factory doors, which for many Soixante-Huitards received a fatal blow with the murder of Pierre Auvergne in front of the Renault factory at Billancourt Inn. Among groups claiming a deity to May, the OP is unique in its persistence. The OP divides factory politics into three sectors or modes. A. The state or managerial mode, oriented to the pressures of economic competition, encourages, with the occasional support of the conservative trade union, the CFDT, Confédération Française Démocratique du Travail, the familiar package of layoffs, downsizing, early retirement, and other forms of exhibility that strip the workers of any security or autonomy. The result, a working factory without workers. B. The old communist or classist mode, preserved by what is left of the more militant unions, is of course hostile to the layoffs and retirement plans, but is unable to do anything about it. La distance politique is consistent in its denunciation of the impotence and passive complicity of the CGT, Confédération Générale du Travail, their discours miserables de victimes. C. On something closer to the old anarchist model, reminiscent of Catalonia's POUM, Partido Obrero de Unificación Marxista, the OP itself supports the direct mobilization of the workers in their own name, organized into small, close-knit groups or noyaux. When Renault decided to close their massive plant at Billancourt in March, it was heralded in the press as the end of an era, the surrender of the workers' fortress, a break with the legacy of industrial confrontation rooted in After some initial negotiations, the Renault management agreed to a paltry F.C. compensation package for the workers left jobless, many of whom had worked at the plant for 20 or 30 years. What was peculiar about this arrangement was that the workers would receive this money only if they signed an agreement to accept early retirement. The actual, confrontational situation, mass rings and layoffs, was to be turned into a situation of apparently voluntary redundancy, in which the workers were literally to write themselves out of existence. The money was paid not to acknowledge decades of toil on the assembly line, but as a reward for accepting managerial priorities. As far as the OP was concerned, what was at issue were two incompatible conceptions of the factory, two incompatible prescriptions. There is here a merciless conflict between two notions of politics. The pressure put on the workers to sign this paper in which they declare themselves to be leaving, when they are actually being kicked out, has no economic significance. It aims to destroy the subjective rapport of the workers with themselves, as workers, and to count for nothing the years spent on the assembly line. When workers were read in March after refusing to sign the retirement agreement, tensions became acute and conflict persisted for more than a year. The OP held rallies at the Place Nationale in Billancourt every Wednesday afternoon over the rest 6 months of, both before and after the plant closure in March. While the unions did all they could so that everything ended quietly at Billancourt, the OP published militant bulletins and tracts and had them distributed through the noyaux in the factory. The noyaux encouraged random work stoppages and constant confrontations with the supervisors, and maintained consistent pressure on the management. In the end, only a minority of workers signed the retirement plan, and most received their F one way or another. Montreal. La Distance Politique RST began reporting on the campaign to block demolition of the Foyers Ouvriers, workers' hostels, in Montreal in July, in issue. Montreal is a mainly working-class suburb of Paris. Many of its current residents came from Mali, often 2 or 3 decades ago. The foyers provide collective, inexpensive housing, mostly to single men who sleep as many as 6 to a small room. They are organized on a semi-communal basis, preserve some of their old village-related customs, and generally help their members to survive on their ever more inadequate wages. In March, the left-wing, integrationist mayor of Montreal, Jean-Pierre Brard, with the support of the prefect of Bobigny, began the destruction of the Nouvelle France foyer, and completed its demolition by force in July before ending suitable substitute housing for its occupants. The CRS, Compagnie Républicaine de Sécurité, simply threw the foyer inhabitants into the street. African families were simultaneously blocked from renting homes previously occupied by French families through a policy of residential apartheid aimed at a systematic expulsion of the nomads. Offered only dubious proposals of relocation scattered across the general Parisian area, the former residents of the Nouvelle France began a campaign, with the OP, to have their foyer rebuilt in Montreal. The campaign has been running since March. Like the Saint Bernard movement, with which it is now connected, the mobilization of Montreal is proof of what the OP has discerned as a new political mode after the major public sector and student strikes of December. These widely supported popular strikes made explicit, for the RST time in recent memory, a link between an actively democratic prescription upon the state and a popular mobilization in the workplace. Today, in the aftermath of December, the OP looks to the Saint Bernard movement. The Foyers campaign, and the recent movement de Commures as so many examples of, still partial and fragmentary, political subjectivation. In each case, people are gathering together, demonstrating that they have their own political capacity, which the state must take into account. Political implications. Where does all this leave Badiou on the broader, more theoretical questions of the economy, the state, and the status of a contemporary Marxism? Against economics, Badiou and the OP have long maintained that the only kind of economy is capitalist, which is to say that there is no socialist economy as such. What is known in France as la pensée unique adopts this economy as its sole principle, a principle of apparent necessity driven by global competition and European monetary union. The op seeks to articulate a viable refutation of this politique unique whose present form is the declaration that the economy decides everything. True politics can begin only at a distance from the economy, and policies supposedly justified by economic necessity are for the op simply synonymous with reactionary politics. On the other hand, there can be no political retreat from the challenge posed by an ever more global, ever more triumphant capitalist economy. According to Badiou, emancipatory politics must be at least equal to the challenge of capital. That is Marx's idea. When Marx says that capital destroys all the old ties, all the ancient sacred gers, that it dissolves everything in the frozen waters of sh calculation, he says it with a certain admiration. Marx had already distinguished himself from those who dreamed nostalgically of a resistance to capital rooted in the ancient customs and territories. He called this reactive phenomenon feudal socialism. Marx was radically critical of this idea, and it's because he accepted that there were formal similarities between the ambitions of emancipatory politics and the workings of capital. Because we can never go back on universalism. There is no earlier territoriality calling for protection or recovery. Progressive politics as Badiou understands it must both operate at a level of universality that can rival that of capital itself and ensure that this rivalry unfolds on a plane other than that dominated by capital. He writes, I think what is Marxist, and also Leninist, and in any case true, is the idea that any viable campaign against capitalism can only be political. There can be no economic battle against the economy. Should politics try to confront capitalism on its own economic terrain, the eventual result will be capitalist every time. Any political subject must constitute itself, out of itself, in the inviolable sufficiency of a distance politique. Whether this position, and the vehement anti-trade unionism it implies, is of much practical help in confronting the immediate political consequences of ongoing corporate globalization is a question to which I will return in chapter. We know that Badiou's early and unequivocally hostile attitude to the state has considerably evolved. Just how far it has evolved remains a little unclear. His conception of politics remains resolutely anti-consensual, anti-representative, and thus anti-democratic, in the ordinary sense of the word. Democracy has become the central ideological category of the neoliberal status quo, and any genuine philosophy today is above all something that enables people to have done with the democratic submission to the world as it is. But he seems more willing, now, to engage with this submission on its own terms. La distance politique again offers the most precise points de repère. On the one hand, the op remains suspicious of any political campaign, for instance, an electoral contest or petition movement that operates as a prisoner of the parliamentary space. It remains an absolute necessity of politics not to have the state as norm. The separation of politics and state is foundational of politics. On the other hand, however, it is now equally clear that their separation need not lead to the banishment of the state from the eld of political thought. The op now conceives itself in a tense, non-dialectical vis-a-vis with the state, a stance that rejects an intimate cooperation, in the interests of capital, as much as it refuses any antagonistic conception of their operation, a conception that smacks of classism. There is no more choice to be made between the state and revolution, the vis-a-vis demands the presence of the two terms and not the annihilation of one of the two. Indeed, at the height of the December strikes, the op recognized that the only contemporary movement of destatization, destatication, with any real power was the corporation-driven movement of partial destatication in the interests of commercial exibility and financial mobility. Unsurprisingly, we are against this withdrawal of the state to the property of capital, through general, systematic, and brutal privatization. The state is what can sometimes take account of people and their situations in other registers and by other modalities than those of property. The state assures from this point of view the public space and the general interest. And capital does not incarnate the general interest. Coming from the author of Theory de la Contradiction, these are remarkable words. The next question is whether the very possibility of such prescription According to the general interest does not itself presuppose that same liberal parliamentary realm upon whose systematic villicati and its own critical distance depends. What kind of state can respond responsibly to political prescriptions, if not one responsive to electoral pressure? Badiou maintains that the old socialist states, as states, were more sensitive to workers' strikes than are today's parliamentary states, the great example being the Solidarność campaign in Poland. But when the OP ventures into the vexing domain of constitutional reform, it is to propose very explicitly parliamentary procedures, an end to a separately elected president, and so an end to the possibility of cohabitation, a purely cosmetic head of state, only one major forum for elections, a legislative chamber of deputies, assurance that the head of government is always the head of the dominant party, and nally, a guarantee that there is always a dominant party, thanks to some kind of RST past post-electoral system. The whole package is to be softened with calls for more open government and the rule of law. The once Maoist Organisation Politique now recommends something very like the British Constitution. At this point, the reader has to wonder if the OP's policy of strict non-participation in the state really stands up. The OP declares with some pride, "We never vote, just as in the factories, we keep our distance from trade unionism." The OP consistently maintains that its politics of prescription requires a politics of non-vote. But why, now, this either-or? Once the state has been acknowledged as a possible GUR of the general interest, surely it matters who governs that GUR. Regarding the central public issues of health and education, the OP maintains, as do most mainstream socialists, that the positive tasks on behalf of all are incumbent upon the state. That participation in the state should not replace a prescriptive externality to the state is obvious enough, but the stern either-or so often proclaimed in the pages of La Distance Politique reads today as a displaced trace of the days when the choice of state or revolution still girt as a genuine alternative. Marxist or post-Marxist? If Badiou both rejects any direct articulation of politics with economics and tolerates a certain degree of reliance on the state, in what sense does his project still merit the Marxist label? Badiou recognizes no single subject of history, no global historical movement, no priority of the mode of production, not even the ultimate political primacy of class struggle per se. Judged by the relatively orthodox criteria of an Ijaz Ahmed, for instance, there is little doubt that Badiou's work must GUR as part of the eclectic, anti-systemic trend characteristic of much Western social and cultural theory since the early s. The dominant feature of Ahmed's Marxism is precisely its perception of a systematic coherence governing historical change, and its consequent characterization of the universal as an effect of the global operation of a single mode of production. Badiou, by contrast, is certainly not a historicist, he says, in that I don't think events are linked in a global system. That would deny their essentially random character, which I absolutely maintain. The OP has itself adopted at various times the adjectives post-Leninist and post-classist. It certainly accepts that the strict Marxist-Leninism of the Khmers Rouges and the Shining Path is historically dead, just as it renounces as classist a historical materialism that presumes some kind of dialectical relation between political subjectivity and the objectivity of class relations. Equally classist and trade unionist is the obsolete idea that the state is the creation, effect, and tool of the ruling class. Badiou thinks, to put it quite abruptly, that Marxism doesn't exist, am. Badiou's Rami-ed conception of praxis certainly subtracts it from every vulgar Marxist instance of the one of the party and its theoretical authority as much as the one of the historical or social totality. But he refuses the term post-Marxist, in Lacan's sense, as a description of his work. The OP's practice and priorities are proof of how far Badiou is from joining Lacan, along with André Gortz and Alain Hallward, as they bid farewell to the working class. He writes, in comma-aged form, the abandon promoted by Gortz and others in fact shows that they have been won over, politically, to the established order. It leaves the properly political sphere untouched. It represents a kind of idealization of a self-regulating social movement of capital itself. It is a vision of the affiant. The rich society's dream of a maximum possible comfort. And so we are to busy ourselves with the environment, with development, with the reduction of the working week, with recreation, with training for all. Against this post-political vision, Badiou stresses the continuing relevance and accuracy of Marx's general diagnosis of the capitalist economy. I think that global trends have essentially confirmed some of Marx's fundamental intuitions. There is no going back on this, there is no need for a revision of Marxism itself. It is a matter of going beyond the idea that politics represents objective groups that can be designated as classes. This idea has had its power and importance. But in our opinion, we cannot today begin from or set out from this idea. We can begin from political processes, from political oppositions, from conists and contradictions, obviously. But it is no longer possible to code these phenomena in terms of representations of classes. In other words, there may exist emancipatory politics or reactionary politics, but these cannot be rendered immediately transitive to a scientific, objective study of how class functions in society. The realization of the world as global market, the undivided reign of great financial conglomerates, etc., all this is an indisputable reality and one that conforms, essentially, to Marx's analysis. The question is, where does politics tie in with all this? It is not yet clear that the organization politique provides a fully convincing answer to this question. Nor is it clear in what sense their answer to this question can still be called Marxist, if politics is not articulated in some kind of relation with changes in the mode of production and attendant class antagonisms. In what sense can a politics that denies itself as a prescription upon the state afford to remain indifferent to global economic trends whose direct effect is to undercut and limit the functions of a prescribable state? Can Badiou affirm both the fully random distribution of events and the structural regularity of global trends without, at least, relating the one to the other? Badiou's politics have always been about collective emancipation, or the problem of the reign of liberty in innate situations, CFTC. His political goals have remained consistent over the years, since every historical event is communist, to the degree that communist designates the trans-temporal subjectivity of emancipation, the egalitarian passion, the idea of justice, the will to break with the compromises of the service de biens, the deposition of egoism, and intolerance of oppression, the wish to impose a withering away of the state. The absolute preeminence of multiple presentation over representation. What has changed is communism's mode of existence. In Badiou's earlier work, the practical, if ultimately unattainable, goal was always to effect the actual, historical achievement of stateless community. Today, in order to preserve politics' intrinsic relation to truth, Badiou has had to let go of almost any sort of political engagement with the economic and the social. He continues to declare a wholly egalitarian politics, but as reserved for a strictly subjective plane. The unquali et justice of a generic communism, RST proposed in Marx's manuscripts and conceived in Badiou's own terms as the advent of pure presentation, as the undivided authority of the innate, or the advent of the collective as such, remains the only valid subjective norm for Badiou's political thought. This subjective norm has become ever more distant, however, from the day-to-day business of objective politics. The programmatic pursuit of the generic ideal is itself now dismissed as a romantic dream leading to fraternity terror, It is as if Badiou's recent work positively embraces a version of what Hegel dubbed the unhappy consciousness, the stoical affirmation of a worthy ideal or subjective principle, but as divorced from any substantial relation to the material organization of the situation. It seems that the Maoists' mistake was not their emphasis on the generic, or even their understanding of what was required to make it a historical reality, but simply their determination to apply this understanding to the world, cfe. A certain self-restraint is thus the condition politics must fulfill if it is to respect its own unamiable. Since true politics is the collective brought to its immanent truth, the collective as commensurable with thought, politics must never try to deny or institutionalize what this collectivity might be. The community, the collective, are the unamiables of politics. Every effort to name politically a community induces a disastrous evil, on the model of Nazism or the National Front, e. A political or generic community is a community that exists for as long as it is able to resist naming itself. Every subject persists insofar as it resists its conversion into an object. Chapter. This is now a relatively simple question to answer, and it is no accident that this should be among the shortest chapters of the book. All truths are matters of thought, and thought is not the special prerogative of philosophy. Philosophy is thought thinking itself. Badiou defines philosophy as the apprehension in thought of the conditions under which thought is exercised, in its different registers, am. Truths occur regardless of philosophy, and eternity takes place without consulting a philosopher. Philosophy is simply that discipline which pays attention to the conditions whereby eternity comes to pass, ta. This paying attention, however, is itself an entirely inventive, fully specific dimension of thought. A truth must end its philosopher, in whatever guise, in order to be identified and affirmed as truth. There is nothing in the truth procedures themselves that performs this function, since a truth procedure need not be conscious of itself in order to proceed. Anyone who has been in love can confirm the point. The truths invented in love, art, science, and politics are the conditions rather than the objects of philosophy. Strictly speaking, philosophy has no distinct object. The history of philosophy is precisely the history of its de-objectivation, its subtraction from the myriad empirical domains initially claimed by Aristotle's encyclopedic embrace. Today, cognitive science claims to explain the processes of understanding and knowledge, mathematics has absorbed logic, and the study of morality is caught up with anthropology and sociology, while matters of judgment and aesthetics have been subsumed by the disciplines of art history or semiotics. Modern philosophy, especially in the wake of Kant and Heidegger, after the NAL encyclopedic efforts of Hegel and Kant, has renounced its ancient proximity to knowledge. Without a distinctive object of its own, philosophy cannot be identified through reference to any previously constituted domain. Instead, no less than the procedures that condition it, philosophy is a kind of act, an intervention, which takes place. The nature of this intervention varies. Nietzsche developed a form of genealogical intervention, which his recent French successors have extended to analyze the structures of power and normalization. Heidegger was obsessed with the intervention of a question, the question of being recovered from our forgetful fascination with beings. Deleuze defended a purely creative form of intervention, philosophy as the autonomous creation of concepts. Each such intervention is an act that takes place locally, as an encounter with forms of thought that resist any merely objective description, that is, as an encounter with active truths. The conditions of philosophy thus provide philosophy with the proper places for its performance. For instance, poetry as the place of philosophical questioning for Heidegger, or mathematized logic as the place from which Freya and Russell reintroduced the priority of clarity and precision, or cinema as a spur to conceptual creation for Deleuze. Other places of philosophy might include music, as for Rousseau or Adorno, religion, as for Malebranche or Corbin, or psychoanalysis, as for Milner or Jamet. As for the history of philosophy, it provides philosophy with an indirect place, that is, a place for the places of philosophy. In each case, philosophy thinks only thought, but it thinks this thought under the peculiar circumstances determined by its place. The place itself is worked by the philosopher, but no philosophy can ever incorporate its place. It is rather the philosopher who must submit to the demanding pre-existence of the place. Christian faith, for instance, the place of philosophy for Malebranche or Pascal, remains fully independent of the reason it inspires, just as Deleuze insists that the cinematic folding of percepts and effects spurs the philosophical creation of concepts, without cinemas being in any sense conceptualized in the process. As a matter of principle, in order better to resist the temptation of incorporation, in order to avoid resurrecting a new one, every philosophy should explore several places at once. Deleuze's work is as exemplary, in this regard, as that of Plato or Sartre. Even Comte, though drawn to the apparent sufficiency of science, nevertheless pursued a quasi-political project, the creation of a new church, and was marked by the experience of love, the encounter with Clotilde de Vaux. Every genuine philosophy is multilocal, and philosophical specialization is no less a contradiction in terms for Badiou than it was for Socrates. What, then, does philosophy actually contribute to truth itself? The philosopher has no way of answering this question. As Badiou writes, the effects of philosophy outside of itself, its effects in reality, remain entirely opaque for philosophy itself. The impossible of thought proper to philosophy, which is thus its real, lies in the effect that it produces on its conditions. But there may at least be circumstances where this uncertain contribution counts, strategically, for a great deal. As a rule, truths do not indicate themselves from the outside. Nothing in mathematical discourse itself, to take the most obvious case, indicates its ontological status. All truths exist in the form of works, efforts, and experiences in the extraordinarily confused totality of human activity. Certainly, there are truths, but it is up to philosophy to declare their existence. It has for centuries fallen to philosophy to isolate and analyze the particular truths of art, for instance, just as it was the philosophers who distinguished the secular certainties of science from superstition and myth. After every pious Newton, there is a Voltaire. Nevertheless, the order of priority is clear: RST the conditioning, then the conditioned. Philosophy is in no way RST or foundational with respect to its conditions, the generic procedures. On the contrary, they must all be fully full LLED for there to be philosophy. This, by itself, is enough to ensure that philosophy is not restricted to the particular eld presumed by any one of these conditions. We know that there is no and cannot be any philosophy of mathematics, for instance, any more than there can be a philosophy of art or of politics. If nothing in mathematical discourse itself declares its ontological status, if only philosophy can identify math as ontology, this is on the condition that philosophy rigorously distinguish itself from ontology, just as it once distinguished itself from cosmology, physics, religion, and so on, ct. Philosophy is the most generic of all discourses, more so even than mathematics, because it is not specified by any particular domain or dimension. What a particular philosophy does is put together in some kind of systematic shape those contemporary truths it is able to recognize and of rm. Philosophy demonstrates the compossibility of its current conditions. In more evocative terms, philosophy arranges a liaison or rendezvous with truth. Philosophy is the Madame Macquerel of truth. And just as beauty is a requirement of the woman encountered, but is not at all required of the madam, so too are truths artistic, scientific, amorous, or political, but not philosophical. Philosophy does not determine the general or transcendent criteria of truth. Rather, the most singular and most characteristic effort of philosophy is that of the compossibilization of its conditions. Descartes' effort, for instance, organized the truths of mathematics and theology around the central notion of the singular subject, while Heidegger linked the affirmation of poetic insight, the critique of instrumental reason, and a reconceptualization of the history of philosophy to the central question of ontology. Today's compossibilization, we know, turns around the concept of the generic. The conditions of a truly contemporary philosophy have been marked out, in their various domains, by Cohen, Lacan, Sellin, and activists inspired by mobilizations ranging from May to the Intifada. Ultimately, Badiou writes, our time will be representable as the time in which these events, in thought, took place. MP. Formalization at the level of the real, a philosophy for the 20th century. Badiou's recent meditations on the 20th century, Le siècle, make up his most elaborate effort to explore the philosophical compossibility of the great truths of our time. Based on a series of lectures given at the Collège International de Philosophie, Le siècle is an attempt to make sense of how the 20th century thought itself, that is, from within distinctively 20th century forms of subjectivation rather than more recent, literally end siècle, forms of reaction or resignation. The philosophical 20th century opened with the extraordinarily innovative generation of, a virtually unprecedented period of polymorphous creativity, the generation of Mallarmé, Frege, Einstein, Poincaré, Hilbert, Freud, Schoenberg, Lenin, Conrad, Proust, Joyce, and Picasso, among others, ls. The century began with a period that was as inventive as it was disparate. This period was brought to an end by the First World War and a generalized militarization of thought, beginning with the thought of politics itself, as was confirmed in the wake of October. The distinctively 20th century project remained one of pure innovation or invention, but over the course of this project became a programmatic one, organized around a NAL or D-native solution. Lenin was replaced by Stalin, Mandelstam by Brecht, Sigmund Freud by Anna Freud. In both its inventive and its programmatic moments, the 20th century was driven by an urgent passion for the real in every domain. Exposure to the real is exposure to the violence of pure decision as such in a space inaccessible to the prevailing norms of representation and in a time devoted entirely to the here and now of a new beginning, a present stripped always at the risk of undiluted horror of all reserve, deferral, inheritance, or illusion. ls. The true subjects of the 20th century accepted without reservation that the real is antagonism or revolt, an act, and that every real struggle proceeds without reference to the moralizing categories of good and evil, or to the realistic categories of compromise and consensus. What philosophy can identify in the 20th century is its unprecedented determination to endure the trial of this real in the absence of any comforting mediation or critical distance. The century demands that its passion for the real be thought in terms that yield nothing to interpretation or equivocation in terms, that is, that most nearly approximate a purely literal formalization. Formalization, in the end, is the great unifying power behind the century's great initiatives, from mathematics, formal logics, through politics, the party as the a priori form of all collective action, via art, both prose, Joyce and the Odyssey of Forms, painting, Picasso, confronted with any visual challenge, as the inventor of an adequate formalization, or music, the formal, polyvalent construction of Albanberg's Wozzeck. But in formalization the word form is not opposed to matter or content, it is coupled with the real of the act. Form is of course to be understood here in its Platonic rather than its Aristotelian sense. Form is nothing other than the process whereby an idea is subtracted from the substantial confusion of appearance and reality. Formalization is the vehicle of thought driven solely by a passion for the real, that is, thought that refuses the luxury of approximation or verication. If Freud, Lenin, and Cantor remain the great inaugural thinkers of the century, it is because they each invented new, purely formal means for thinking an encounter with the real, respectively, the real of sex, the real of politics, and the real of infinity. Freud, for instance, understood that our relation to sexuality is not of the order of knowledge, but of the order of a naming, or an intervention, that is, of an analysis, which seeks to subtract it from the blind power of knowledge and norms, ls. Against Jung, Freud's achievement was successfully to resist any confusion of analysis with cultural interpretation. Freud ensured that the naked truth of sex would remain accessible only through strictly formal methods of analysis, that is, methods sensitive to the symptomal disruption, displacement, condensation, and so on, of normal subjective content, methods whose articulation was to culminate with the hermetic mathemes of Lacan. Lenin, likewise, would seek to ensure that politics remained a matter of real antagonism and subjective commitment, pure and simple. The only vehicle of such commitment is the formal integrity of political organization itself, the party, in the absence of any fundamental reference to a particular policy agenda or social program. Formalization NDS its only foundation in an encounter with the real, just as it NDS its exclusive address through the evacuation of all particularity, all interpretability. Badiou refuses to make any concession on this point. If a work must be interpreted, can be interpreted, it is because there still subsists in it too much particularity, it has not attained the pure transparency of the act, it has not exposed, naked and bare, its real. Bauhaus, abstract expressionism, minimalism, formalist axiomatics, the architects of socialism all seek to formalize, ors do real, a universality without remainder, without adherence to particularity of any sort, ls. No less than Deleuze, Badiou fully accepts that ordinary humanity cannot endure this evacuation, the evacuation of its every satisfaction. Man cannot survive the advent of a purely formal univocity. Humanity is equivocal, only superhumanity is univocal, and all univocity stems from a formalization whose act determines its localizable real. Don't l act est le real localizable. Only a superhuman or immortal coherence indicates a destination or address worthy of humanity. The last decades of the 20th century, of course, witnessed the exhaustion of programmatic delight to such formal univocity. The present moment is almost entirely dominated by a reactionary denial of the real and a generalized suspicion of formalization. At every point we are urged to busy ourselves with the interpretation of reality, the thick description of cultures, the negotiation of identities, the articulation of discourses, the translation of differences, and so on. Does this mean that the philosopher's job is to explore the contours of a new, end of siècle compossibility? Not at all, since the present moment is characterized by the denial or exhaustion of truth, then the only compossibilization consistent with this denial is that presumed by versions of the end of philosophy. To treat contemporary denials of truth as if they were truths is simply to abandon philosophy altogether. The fact that Badiou's own reformation of philosophy took on its distinctive shape during precisely this period of reactionary denial conditions nothing other than his denial of the denial. The properly philosophical project remains oriented around the robust renewal of formalization, the invention of new axioms, new logics. Since the essence of thought always rests in the power of forms, our task is to renew, suitably reworked, the essential wager of the 20th century. Our task is to declare again, and this time around, perhaps, who knows, to win, that war in thought that was the century's own, but that also already opposed Plato to Aristotle, the war of formalization against interpretation. The war of the idea against reality. Of freedom against nature. Of the event against status quo. Of truth against opinions. Of the intensity of life against the insignificance of survival. Of equality against equity. Of rebellion against acceptance. Of eternity against history. Of science against technology. Of art against culture. Of politics against the management of business. Of love against the family, ls. The universality of philosophy. The fact that every philosophy is fully conditioned by the generic procedures of philosophy in no way qualifies the irreducible autonomy of philosophy. That philosophy is conditioned by the evental truths operative in its time does not mean that it simply re-acts them in a kind of passive determination. If philosophy does not express a truth, then, this is because what it does express, with respect to its own time, is nothing less than the unity of thought as such, the singular compossibility of truths, or what Badiou sometimes calls the truth, la vérité, c. Philosophy cannot itself know anything of its effects upon the truths that condition it, but since history and epistemology do not establish, in themselves, any philosophical pertinence, philosophy itself has to evaluate the ultimate importance of an event. Only philosophy can clarify and distinguish what, in its own time, is of eternal value. Only philosophy can align a sense of the actively contemporary with what Plato called the forever of time, le toujours du temps, toward the intemporal essence of time, c. Only philosophy, in other words, can begin to make sense of the question what is our particular historical era worth. Philosophy can continue its engagement with this question, moreover, only if it resists its own version of objecti-cation. Philosophical disaster strikes when philosophy is captivated or fascinated by something outside its domain, either by one of its own conditions as when Stalin sutured philosophy to politics, or when Heidegger subordinated philosophy to poetry, or when Carnap declared that philosophy is to be replaced by the logic of science or by something wholly external to it, as when Hegel annexed philosophy to the mediations of history. Such subservient philosophies are sutured to a logic literally beneath their station. In the hands of a pragmatist like Richard Rorty, for instance, philosophy effectively disappears altogether, once thought has been reduced to social engineering and governmental problem solving on the one hand and to a merely private irony or idiosyncrasy on the other. What passes for philosophy is left, in duly post-Wittgensteinian fashion, merely to supervise this division. A distinctive discourse called philosophy can exist only in the conceptual medium of an unqualified universality. There can be no limits to philosophy other than those that constrain the truths that condition it. Badiou's work is one of the most inventive answers to perhaps the most far-reaching question to have preoccupied French philosophy after Sartre: what exactly is a universal singularity? Or, how exactly might the universal be subtracted from a merely relational or dialectical, intersubjective, interactive mediation? The many rival answers to this question include, however eclectic this collection might seem, Blancot's solitude, Baudelaire's sovereignty, Girard's truth, Deleuze's virtual, Nancy's plural singular, and Henry's auto-affection, along with the singular one beyond being of Levinas and Corbin, or the one beyond doubling or beyond difference of Rosset and Laruelle. With his own recent Theses sur le universel, 8 Theses on the Universal, Badiou provides a concise overview of his philosophy as a whole. As we might expect, he or MLY distinguishes the universal from merely encyclopedic regularities. The biological, mental, and social structures that characterize Homo sapiens, the invariants that can be identified in the human animal, are variable empirical generalities, he says, and for that very reason, obviously contingent. Certainly, the truths that we produce and know are dependent upon this contingency, which frames them all. Nevertheless, their universality as such is not affected by this contingency, no more than by the fact that an event is always an event for a situation, and not in itself. Truth subtracts itself from the circumstances in which it is produced, be they social, psychological, or cognitive, and only a truth can be called universal in a strictly unqualified sense. Badiou's 8 theses are as follows. Thesis: the proper element of the universal is thought, and all true thought operates at the limits of available knowledge. Nothing objective is universal. Thesis: every universal is a singularity. The universal cannot be directly articulated with any recognizable particularity, grouping, or identity. Thesis: every universal has its origin in an event, and the event is intransitive to the particularity of the situation. A universal is always unpredictable, incalculable, and so in a certain sense unconscious. Thesis: a universal appears at RST as the decision of an undecidable or the valorization of something without value, that is, as a decision concerning the reality of those elements collected in a situation's evental site. Thesis: the universal has an implicative or consequential structure. The universal is the consequence of a decision, visible only to those who share in making the decision. Thesis: the universal is univocal. The universal is a matter of delight to the consequences of a truth, and not of the interpretation of its meaning. Thesis: every universal singularity is unnichable, or open. The universal is indifferent to our mortality or fragility. Thesis: universality is nothing other than the faithful construction of an innate generic multiplicity. Universal is properly an adjective that applies to a certain status of being, being assembled according to the criteria of its pure being as being, i.e., through the mechanics of a truth procedure, rather than to a category of judgment or knowledge. In brief, universality is a result. Every universal is exceptional, has its origin in one point, is assembled step by step, is the consequence of a decision, is a category of the subject, is a matter of being true rather than of knowing. Philosophy consists of the analysis and articulation of such universalities. Part 4. Complications. These last chapters are slightly different in nature from the others in the book. If up to this point we have mainly pursued a straightforward exposition of Badiou's philosophical system, here we will begin to consider a number of different problems or complications arising from this system. Chapter tackles the most obvious such problem, the problem that denuded much of Badiou's work in the years immediately following the publication of L'Être et l'Événement. This is the problem of ethics and evil, the problem of truth gone wrong. What is to stop a truth from asserting an effectively dictatorial power? Chapter moves into more varied problematic territory, and brings together my own questions regarding certain aspects of Badiou's system, most of which turn on the problem of relationality, broadly understood. I suggest that, to some degree at least, Badiou evades the question of dictatorship only by recourse to an approximately absolutist logic. The last chapter summarizes Badiou's own very recent and still tentative investigation of the whole question of relation and logical possibility, his elaboration of a domain of appearing or being there to complement that of pure being as being. There is today no question more topical in philosophy and in the humanities generally than the question of ethics, understood as a kind of reactive sensitivity to matters of cultural difference and civic responsibility. And there is probably no assertion of Badiou's more shocking than his summary pronouncement: the whole ethical predication based upon recognition of the other must be purely and simply abandoned. Very much against the contemporary grain, Badiou's ethics is an ethics of the same. Since difference or multiplicity is very literally what should be is a matter of how such difference is transcended in favor of something else, in favor of the generic equality asserted by a truth. As Zizek reminds us, there is ethics, that is to say, an injunction which cannot be grounded in ontology insofar as there is a crack in the ontological EDCE of the universe. At its most elementary, ethics designates deity to this crack. The question of ethics arises only, beyond being as being, with truth and the subject. Outside a truth procedure there are only moral norms and customs, as regulated by the state of the situation. The ethical perspective shared by Lacan, Zizek, and Badiou is one that breaks sharply with the long tradition, reaching back to Aristotle, that attempts to ground ethical practice in some substantial or extra-subjective good, pleasure, virtue, civic harmony, and so on. True ethics must instead be internal to a truth procedure, and consequently indifferent to all objective goods or differences. Not for the RST time, Badiou NDS himself in a dramatically exceptional position here. For not only have the austere declarations of Althusser and Foucault recently been swapped for the neo-Kantian and neo-Tocquevillian slogans of liberal individualism and La Nouvelle Philosophie, but much of the original force of what has been widely attacked as La Pensée Soixantehood was itself diluted years ago by its own major proponents. In the late Foucault and Lyotard both moved toward a dialogue with Kant and a direct engagement with explicitly ethical questions. Derrida has become more and more interested in matters of cultural diversity and ethical responsibility. Over the last decade, interest in Levinas's work has seen a spectacular revival. An affirmation of difference and a respect for otherness have become virtually definitive characteristics of the Anglo-American cultural studies that derive so much of its theoretical inspiration from these same thinkers. Whereas Badiou accepts the unpleasing fact that there can be no respect but only struggle between really different positions and prepares his positions accordingly, today's sophists insist that no one can enter the public arena without declarations of the rights of others on their lips. The two major inspirations behind this resurgence of ethics are precisely those two great authorities invoked in Lyotard's supremely sophistic text, Le Différend, Kant and Wittgenstein. From Kant we have adopted the notion of an absolute moral imperative transcending all matters of mere political circumstance, and the notion of a radical evil, identity et as indifference to the suffering of the other. A return to Kant, Badiou notes with acid distaste, is always a sign of closed and morbid times. From the later Wittgenstein we have learned to accept the principle that there is nothing more primitive than our disposition to agree. How we agree to go about things, Justice on the shared basis of habit, utility, and conformity, has become the sole standard of value for judging what we do. How we play a particular language game cannot be measured by anything other than the rules of that particular game. Philosophy can ensure only that we play by the rules in each case. Where these two approaches can most comfortably coincide is clearly where we agree to organize ethics around the prevention of suffering and death. Thinkers as different as Rorty and Levinas can concur with Ricoeur's principle that la souffrance oblige, suffering obliges. An emphasis on the management of human rights follows more or less as a matter of course, and with it a strictly negative conception of ethics, and the humanity of RMS, is denied indirectly, in terms of protection from the evils of suffering or misrecognition, e. This is a point of departure that Badiou cannot accept. The status of victim, of suffering beast, of emaciated dying individual, Badiou points out, reduces man to his animal substructure, to his pure and simple identity as dying. Neither mortality nor cruelty can deny the singularity of the human within the world of the living. As torturer, man is an animal abjection. But we must have the courage to say that as victim, he is not generally worth much more. All the narratives of the tortured and the survivors demonstrate the point. If the torturers can treat their victims as animals, it is because the victims have indeed become animals. The torturer has done what needed to be done for this to be the case. Some of them, however, are still human, and testify to the fact. But precisely only through extraordinary effort, and thanks to a resistance in them, thanks to what does not coincide with the victim identity. Any genuine ethics is from the beginning anti-humanist inasmuch as it implies the preliminary, inaugural affirmation of a superhuman, or immortal, dimension of the human. Though left-hanging intellectuals are obviously reluctant explicitly to defend today's prevailing regime of capitalist exploitation, many happily agree that the supposedly real evil is elsewhere, for instance, in ethnic fundamentalism, totalitarian violence, or religious terrorism. Enthusiastic denunciation of these crimes encourages us to make believe that we ourselves enjoy if not the good then at least the best possible state of affairs and helps us forget that nothing about such denunciation actively leads in the direction of the real emancipation of humanity. Badiou is one of very few contemporary thinkers prepared to accept the certainty of violence and the risk of disaster implicit in all genuine thought, that is, in any compelling break with the prevailing logic of representation. As far as the established order is concerned, every idea is cruel by definition, and there is no guarantee against this cruelty other than the devastating imperative so typical of our times. Live without idea, ls. Badiou is a thinker for whom the question of terror remains a genuine problem, rather than an essentially unproblematic instance of barbaric evil or crime. Since thought is grounded only in the real and proceeds purely as an unjustifiable affirmation, it is always vulnerable to a form of paranoid insecurity. There can be no evading the fact that the real, conceived in its contingent absoluteness, is never so real that it cannot be suspected of being tissue-semblant. Nothing can testify to the fact that the real is real, other than the rational system in which it will come to play the role of the real, ls. And since the real is fundamentally indifferent to the moral categories of good and evil, there is no built-in mechanism to prevent this rational system from drawing upon terror as its ultimate means of distinguishing false from truthful testimony. There is, in particular, no blandly humanizing mechanism adequate to this purpose. Since every truth springs from an exception to the rules, we must refuse, in principle, the idea of any automatic or inherent rights of man. No less than Lacan and Zizek, Badiou displaces the facile emphasis on human rights from the center of ethics by accepting that delight to truth need have nothing to do with the interests of the animal, is indifferent to its perpetuation, and has eternity as its destiny. Human rights, if they exist at all, can be only exceptional rights, asserted and affirmed in their positivity rather than deduced, negatively, from the requirements of survival. Failure to make this distinction simply confuses human and animal rights in a single calculus of suffering. Any given question of rights, then, is always particular to a truth procedure. The multiplicity of procedures rules out in advance the possibility of a single, transcendental morality. Badiou refuses to subordinate the particularity of political sequences, say, to universal moral judgments of the kind violence is always wrong. Since any political truth is an effort to realize the universal within the particularity of a situation, the pursuit of means appropriate to this universality must be internal to that situation. The unity of theory and practice in Badiou's concept of truth compels the foreclosure of any abstract notion of morality per se, any deliberation as to what I should do. However transcendent its authority, mere morality remains a matter of the world. Morality calculates interests and benefits. What Badiou defends as ethics always involves, one way or another, a decision to forego the world, that is, to forego calculation and so to accept a fully logical obligation, though one based only on chance. Unsurprisingly, Pascal's analysis of choice is for Badiou an exemplary piece of true ethical reasoning. The obvious question that arises is this: does this amoral refusal of calculation imply the refusal of all notions of moderation and restraint? What happens if a truth runs out of control? How can Badiou's philosophy of effectively sovereign truths guard against their despotic corruption? If there is no moral outside to a truth, what can limit its effective jurisdiction? These are the questions Badiou tackles with his notion of the unamiable. The unamiable. A truth is founded on an unamiable in somewhat the same way that a situation is founded upon its evental site. Every truth, in other words, includes one subset or part whose own elements it cannot distinguish or analyze, one point where its powers of discernment are interrupted. Remember that truth begins with a name or implication, and proceeds by testing the various elements of a situation against this implication. What Badiou calls an unnameable is thus a part of the truth that must ultimately be spared this confrontation, in order that the truth might continue as an innate or unending process. That there is at least one element that remains, as far as a truth procedure is concerned, neutral, immobile, logically invariable, atemporal, unincorporable, ensures that truths do not proceed as a complete refoundation of the world but happen in one and the same world, which they alter but do not reinvent ex nihilo, ta. In other words, in order for a truth to continue as the truth of its situation, the subject of that truth must stop short of investigating everything within the situation. The lover must stop short of a jealous possession of the beloved, political subjects must resist the temptation to deny the boundaries and characteristics of their egalitarian community, the scientist must accept an essential uncertainty principle, in nature as much as in mathematics. Recognition of the unamiable ensures that a truth can never be total or definitive, can never be reincorporated into the realm of knowledge and objectivity. For if everything could be named or said, its saying would simply express totality itself, and the truth of the saying could be derived from a kind of universal grammar. There would then be no difference between a true statement and a grammatically correct statement. Such a statement would not think in Badiou's sense of the word, that is, it would no longer be conditioned by an event that exceeds it. Badiou writes, that truth and totality are incompatible is no doubt the decisive or post-Hegelian teaching of modernity. Or, as Lacan used to put it, the truth cannot say everything about itself, it can only half say itself lne put kse me dire. It would be misleading, however, to think of the unamiable in the essentially negative terms that the word implies. That the truth is founded upon, and oriented toward, the unamiable puts only a very particular sort of limit on its power. Remember that for Badiou, the critic of linguistic constructivism, there is nothing restrictive or debilitating about unnamability as such. On the contrary, with respect to the prevailing state of the situation, every part included in a true generic set is unamiable, since every nameable part of a situation, discerned and classed by knowledge, relates not to being in situation as such, but to the ways in which language is able to distinguish identiable particularities in that situation, e.e. The subjectively unamiable enjoys roughly the same kind of subtractive distance from a truth that a truth enjoys with respect to the state of the situation in which it takes place. We would do better to think of the unamiable as a kind of autopurication of the name, an ascesis of the name itself. If the subject connects, in the insignificance of a proper name, the implication of the event with the process of delighty, the unamiable is the proper of the proper. So singular that it does not even tolerate having a proper name. So singular in its singularity that it is the only thing not to have a proper name, see. In other words, the unamiable is the real of a truth itself, it is that which remains impossible for a truth. Every subjective real indicates itself by a term, one single point, at which the power of a truth is interrupted. No nomination ts this term of the situation. This is why every regime of truth founds itself, as real, on its own unamiable se fond en real sur son innommable propre, and it is this real point that ensures that a truth is this singular truth, and not the self-awareness of the whole, pm. Love of the unamiable is thus still more true than a love for the generic itself, however powerful a truth might be. This power comes to fail on a single term, which in a single movement tips the all-powerful over into the vanity of power, and transports our love of the truth from its appearance, the love of the generic, to its essence, love of the unamiable. For in matters of truth, it is only by enduring the test of its powerlessness that we end the ethic required for the adoption of its power, see. We know from the preceding chapters that Badiou identifies the unique unamiable term in each of the four generic procedures as, respectively, sexual pleasure, in love, the community, in politics, language as such, in poetry, and consistency, in mathematics. The case of mathematics is perhaps particularly striking. As Whale reminds us, pure mathematics acknowledges but one condition for truth, and that an irremissible one, namely consistency. But we must not make this condition itself the substance or object of truth. Mathematical truth can develop its internal consistency, step by logically deducible step, because mathematical substance, so to speak the pure multiplicity of what is counted is entirely inconsistent. Given any innate set, the excess of parts, over elements, is immeasurable. The stuff of mathematical innate is thus absolutely open, embedded solely in the point of the impossible, thus of the real, which renders it inconsistent, that is, there cannot exist a set of all sets. As foundation of the inconsistent stuff or being of a truth, the unamiable is testimony to a truth's fully axiomatic status. The communal or collective will, for instance, is the very substance of a political procedure, and for that reason, it is precisely what its subject cannot name or deny. Again, language is the very substance of poetry, and consistency the very substance of mathematics, but a truth is precisely that process which conceives of its substance exclusively as process, never as object or referent. If what can be collected of a truth is accessible to ontology as a generic set, nevertheless the analysis of the set, as a collection, is secondary to the process. What a truth is essentially the active collecting of itself. The being of a truth is subordinate to its doing, and it is precisely the being of this doing that begins with an interruption of the very laws of being, that cannot be named. This is why truth and being can never be said in one and the same discourse. Thinking as collective is what a political subject does, it cannot at the same time suspend this doing so as to name or deny it. The demonstration of what language can do, language as subtracted from the constraints of communication, is simply what poetry itself does, and its every naming is internal to this doing. Being what it does, the unamiable point of a subtractive truth is the necessary point of its own subtraction from itself. It is the precise status of the unamiable that again distinguishes Badiou's ethics from the RMLY anti-philosophical positions of Lacan's most influential disciple, Zizek. Like Badiou, Zizek acknowledges the ultimately unamiable status of a real act not, however, as the foundation of a truth or the basis of its continuation, but simply as an indication of the ultimate truthlessness of humanitude itself. Zizek's unamiable turns out to be another name for death. The whole of Lacan's effort is precisely focused on those limit experiences in which the subject NDS himself confronted with the death drive at its purest, prior to its reversal into sublimation. What death stands for at its most radical is not merely the passing of earthly life, but the night of the world, the self-withdrawal, the absolute contraction of subjectivity, the severing of its links with reality. This is the wiping the slate clean that opens up the domain of the symbolic new beginning, of the emergence of the new harmony sustained by a newly emerged master sine er. Here, Lacan parts company with St. Paul and Badiou. The remainder of Zizek's argument suggests that the strictly Lacanian alternative can culminate only in a radical obscurantism, a morbid fascination with the abject, inarticulable realm of the corpse as such, the undead that is Oedipus after his mutilation, or Antigone reduced to her living death. Zizek accepts this reduction without inching. Modern subjectivity emerges when the subject perceives himself as out of joint, as excluded from the order of things, from the positive order of entities. For that reason, the ontic equivalent of the modern subject is inherently excremental. There is no subjectivity without the reduction of the subject's positive substantial being to a disposable piece of shit. What thus remains beyond Badiou's reach, Zizek concludes, is this domain beyond the good, in which a human being encounters the death drive as the utmost limit of human experience, and pays the price by undergoing a radical subjective destitution, by being reduced to an excremental remainder. Badiou would no doubt plead guilty as charged. For the great virtue of his system, compared with Lacan's, is surely its separation of the merely ineffable, insignificant horror of death from the generic destitution demanded by any subjectivation. It is Badiou's achievement to have subtracted the operation of truth from any redemption of the abject, and to have made the distinction between living and unliving, between night and in night, a matter of absolute indifference. The emergence of the undead indestructible object, of life deprived of support in the symbolic order, is simply incapable of provoking the slightest reaction from within either the domain of purely multiple being as being on the one hand, or the domain of an immortal subjectivization on the other. In the face of evil, what restrains the truth? If the unamiable is not unamiable in itself but only for the subject of a truth, it follows that the only force able to restrain a truth is its own subject. Though it is truth that induces a subject, it is the subject who regulates the operation of a truth. We know that an event exposes the void of the situation, and love of the unamiable is nothing other than a love of the void as void, a willingness to think in the element of an empty inconsistency as such. What Badiou calls evil, mal, is always the effort to specify and out what is void in the situation. Or again, evil is the effort, internal to a subjective truth, to name the unamiable. This can happen in one of two symmetrically opposite, and thus perhaps ultimately indistinguishable, ways. In the RST case, it is evil to consider the void, which is the very being of the situation, as something formless, to specify the void as something unformed, something monstrous or revolting that does not properly belong in the situation. It is evil to empty a particular part of the situation or to deny it form, that is, to attribute to it precisely the name of unamiable or untouchable. Every true subject remembers that to suture a situation to its pure multiple being, through the subject and by the void, is not, is never, to void the situation. But whereas all true politics acts as guardian of the void, of what is not counted in the situation, an evil politics seeks to specify and eliminate precisely those outsiders who elude the count. The canonical example is the Nazi identikation of the Jews as the void of the German situation, that is, the attribution of Semitic qualities to this void, or, since it amounts to the same thing, the voiding of the Jewish part of that situation. Nazism specifies the void as Jew, and itself as the full community, e. Remember that belonging to a situation means that a multiple is counted or identified as one within the situation without this identikation implying anything about what this multiple is, in its being. What any multiple is simply pure inconsistency. The evil specification of the void is thus a specification of the very stuff of that which belongs. The Nazi specification of Aryan and Jew concerns the substance of these elements. Jews are condemned by Nazism in their very being, rather than in their qualities, actions, opinions, loyalties, and so on. This is evil as the brutal antithesis of a truth. In the second case, it is evil to monumentalize the void as such. This is evil as the sinister corruption of a truth. For although an event exposes the void of the situation and undoes the appearance of plenitude in the situation, no sooner has it done so than it fades away, leaving only its name in its place. The only truthful way of dealing with the void, in the reconstituted situation, is through delighting to this new name. Nevertheless, there may remain a nostalgia for the void itself, as it was summoned forth in the ash of the event, a tempting nostalgia for a void that would be full, of an inhabitable void, a perpetual ecstasy, p.m. This is a temptation the subjects of truth must overcome at all costs. The temptation can take several forms. Whereas the place of truth must always be the place of an absence, or a naked place, the mere taking place of a place, evil asserts the exceptional majesty of its place. The Third Reich, the bastion of socialism, the land of freedom and democracy, etc. P.M. CFLS. Whereas the true name of the event is always a variant of the quel conque, of the any name whatever, evil of RMS the sacred quality of the name. And whereas every truth takes place as something unrepeatable, evil strives to repeat and control what is portrayed as the holy experience of the event. Since an event can only be named, since it cannot properly be remembered or narrated at all, it is always evil to commemorate the experience of the event in terms of plenitude and the sacred. Heidegger is not the only philosopher to have succumbed to such temptations. Where Nietzsche of RMS the vitality of life, Husserl the rigor of his science, and Pascal or Kierkegaard the intensity of their authentic experience, Badiou sees so many examples of a philosophical disaster, all driven by a substantialization of truth, by the laying in of the void that supports the exercise of truth. See. Though truths are resolutely opposed to the regime of opinion, they must not seek to abolish that regime by creating a situation in which only the truth might speak. The NAL stages of Mao's Cultural Revolution demonstrated the consequences of such an abolition. Even Plato lurches toward evil when, rather than refute the sophist, he eliminates him altogether. The ethics of philosophy itself requires us to maintain the sophist as its adversary, to preserve the polemos, the dialectical conict. The disastrous moment comes when philosophy declares that the sophist should not exist. Disaster follows upon the total or exclusive imposition of a truth. The logical relation between truth and evil is thus perfectly clear: rst a truth, then the possibility of its corruption. Evil cannot be something radically other than the good that enables it. There is, in Badiou's philosophy, no place for a radical evil in the neo-Kantian sense, i.e., some kind of innate, anthropologically constant propensity to evil. Evil is something that happens either to a truth procedure, as its corruption, or in a way that resembles a truth procedure, as its simulacrum. Evil, where it exists, can be only a disturbed effect of the power of truth itself. As Heidegger himself recognized, untruth must derive from the essence of truth and not the reverse. Hitler's own advent, Badiou accepts, was formally indistinguishable from an event. It is precisely this that led Heidegger astray. Nazism must be taken seriously as a political, rather than simply an irrational or malevolent, sequence, as a simulacrum of truth. And because it took place as the simulacrum of a true political sequence, Badiou refuses to accept the notion, suggested by Adorno and Lyotard, that Auschwitz marks a unique interruption of thought. There is no evading the fact that Auschwitz was itself an expression of political thought, and must be confronted as such. Since evil is something that happens to a truth or in proximity to truth, there can be no fail-safe defense against evil that does not simultaneously foreclose the possibility of truth. Preoccupied with the catastrophic effects of an absolute evil, Auschwitz, the Gulag, the killing fields, radical anti-philosophers from Adorno and Lyotard to Rancière and Lardria have made a virtue of the political self-emasculation of philosophy. No assertion of principle is acceptable, it seems, if it does not defer, suspend, or otherwise subvert the very mechanics of assertion or judgment. Confronted with the many evils of this most violent century, Badiou refuses to go along with the consequent renunciation of organized politics tout court. In each case, he argues, it was not politics that turned against itself as barbarism, but rather the end or corruption of a given political sequence that opened the way for the state to pursue a course of pure banditry. It is essential that each sequence be considered as such, in its complexity and essential discontinuity, rather than explained by a more or less instinctive reference to a general diagnosis: communism, totalitarianism, fundamentalism, ethnic hatred, tribalism, and so on. It is essential that philosophy provide reasoned grounds for the risk of truth. Badiou's ethics. Since evil is the determination to impose the total power of a truth, to name everything in its situation, the ethics of a truth derive entirely from a sort of restrained retenue with respect to its powers. The truth cannot and must not try to say everything. It must content itself with a form of what Mallarmé called restrained action, l'action restreinte. Only such restraint allows it to persevere in its forever ongoing self-elaboration, PM, SP. The principal inspiration here is again Lacan. His famous command, "Do not give up on your desire ni pas céder sur son désir," the essential principle of an ethics of psychoanalysis, provides Badiou with the closest contemporary approximation of an ethics of truth in general. To be thus faithful to the peculiarity of your desire requires a radical repudiation of a certain ideal of the good, Lacan, that is, the repudiation of all consensual social norms, happiness, pleasure, health, etc., in favor of an essentially asocial, essentially traumatic exception. Lacanian ethics is first and foremost the ethics of a properly superhuman tenacity. Examples from the Lacanian pantheon include Antigone in her cave, Oedipus in his pursuit of the truth, Thomas More in his delight to Catholicism, and Geronimo in his refusal to yield to an inevitable defeat. The pursuit of our desire cares nothing for our happiness. Beckett's stubborn persistence, "I can't go on, I will go on," is for Badiou exemplary of an ethics of perseverance. Building on Lacan's inspiration and Beckett's example, Badiou's ethical maxim is simply keep going, or continue, regardless of the circumstances or cost. Every ethics centers on the negation of the negation, on not denying the event, that is, on holding to the present of its consequences, ta. But whatever your truth, Badiou adds, one should not go all the way. One should continue in such a way as to be able to continue. And since evil is always an interruption or perversion of the truth, ethics enables this continuation by strengthening a subject's resistance to evil. To the risk of evil as betrayal, or the renunciation of a difficult delight, ethics opposes courage and endurance. Do not give up on the truth. To the risk of evil as delusion, or the confusion of a genuine event with its false simulacrum, ethics opposes a sense of discernment. Do not confuse the true and the false. To the risk of evil as terror, or the effort to impose the unqualified power of a truth, ethics opposes the ancient virtues of moderation and restraint, resist the idea of total or objective truth. There can be no general principle of human rights, therefore, for the simple reason that what is universally human is always rooted in particular truths, particular congruations of active thought, congruations whose continuation may well require the disqualification if not the sacrifice of certain individual humans. Every subject is constituted as an exception to prevailing conceptions of natural or human rights, and ethics is simply what helps a subject remain a subject. To be in love, to be a revolutionary, to be a truly creative artist or scientist, is in each case to be indifferent to what most people think. What inspires these subjects to continue their elaboration of a truth and defend this truth from corruption varies, in each case, with the truth in question. Though not necessarily ascetic, the imperative to continue is as much an imperative of power and joy as it is of austerity and faith. The ethics of truth is thus as asocial as the truth itself. The ethic of a truth is absolutely opposed to opinion, just as it is indifferent to the comfort, satisfaction, and even the life of the individual who of RMS it. Subjectivation always begins with fear and loss, the loss of identity, of approval, of security, of the little you have. Neither social nor moral nor psychological nor biological, ethics turns always on one and only one question. How will I, as someone, continue to exceed my own being? Which might also be said as, how will I continue to think? CFLS. Back to Kant? The essential difference between Badiou's ethics and Kant's categorical imperative should now be clear enough. As I suggested in chapter, there are indeed strong grounds for comparison here. Like Badiou, Kant abstracts questions of ethics from all sensibility, and, also like Badiou, he posits the universal as the sole legitimate dimension for subjective action. Insofar as Badiou's approach is one that acknowledges the ability of everyone to become subject, it is consistent with Kant's refusal to treat people as means rather than ends. It was Kant who evacuated the ethical command of any substantial content, so as to ground ethical delighty in nothing other than the subject's own prescription. The unique strength of Kant's ethics, as Zizek explains, lies in this very formal indeterminacy. Moral law does not tell me what my duty is, it merely tells me that I should accomplish my duty. That is to say, it is not possible to derive the concrete norms I have to follow in my specie situation from the moral law itself, which means that the subject himself has to assume the responsibility of translating the abstract injunction of the moral law into a series of concrete obligations. The only guarantor of the universality of positive moral norms is the subject's own contingent act of performatively assuming these norms. Kant's very procedure, the evacuation of all heteronymous interests and motives, the suspension of all references to psychology and utility, the refusal of any calculation required to obtain happiness or welfare, bears some resemblance to Badiou's. What remains paramount for both is a specifically subjective, and explicitly innate, power, the force of our will. When Kant says, I ought never to act except in such a way that I could also will that my maxim should become a universal law, the active willing is an essential component of the criterion. Moreover, Badiou is no less incapable than Kant of providing an objective explanation of the noumenal basis of this subjective capacity, i.e., a definition or description of what the subjective axiom prescribes. We might say that from the Kantian perspective, ethics must accept as its own unamiable the subjective impossibility of explaining the freedom of the will. However significant this rapprochement might seem, what sets Badiou's ethics clearly apart from Kant's is his unwavering insistence on the singular and exceptional character of every ethical imperative. What Badiou objects to in Kant is not, of course, the association of truth with an innate reality independent of animality and the whole world of sense, but the association of this reality with a categorical, transcendental normality. Kant grounds the authority of the moral law in the fact of freedom and the faculty of reason. Having banished the transcendent one from his ontology, Kant resurrects it in his morality. By contrast, Badiou argues that only ontological innate is normal, every subjective, i.e., ethical, innate is an exception to the rules, including moral rules. Badiou's ethics is incommensurable with the whole Kantian register of legality, duty, obligation, and conformity. Nothing is less typical of Badiou's ethics than a prescription to act for the sake of the law as such, and nothing is more foreign to his notion of the subject than the idea of a will determined by purely a priori principles. At least three questions might be asked of Badiou's ethics. The RST concerns the relative contingency of ethical deliberation. In his discussion of the social contract, Badiou notes that Rousseau was never able to resolve the question of how the generic character of a political sequence can endure should it fail to solicit unanimity, e. However fragmentary its institutional base, his own post-party conception of politics cannot avoid a version of the same problem. If anything resembling universal suffrage or majority rule is to be excluded from the eld of true politics, since the discernment of countable opinions runs counter to the indiscernible universality of the general will, how exactly are profound or genuine disagreements to be decided? Insistence that the subject is not consciousness of the truth, that no, night, subjects can know or direct the, in night, truth that sustains them, does not so much resolve this problem as shift it toward the essentially non-negotiable domain of conviction or condens. To be sure, there can be no justification for dogmatic ownership of a truth. But since it is undertaken in the absence of any falsifying or verifying reference to a shared knowledge, participation in a truth procedure does not itself offer any clear indication of how we are to cope with the concept of rival congruations of condens. Precisely because engagement in truth is always an axiomatic intervention, Badiou's approach excludes any merely moral or critical distance, in which one might ask, what should I do? Nevertheless, Badiou naturally wants to avoid a simply dictatorial model of subjective engagement, however logical its dictation. His response is to accept some sort of deliberative procedure, while insisting that such a procedure arises in each case as fully internal to its situation. As a general rule, every generic procedure is in reality a process that can perfectly well be deliberative, as long as we understand that it invents its rule of deliberation at the same time as it invents itself. It is not constrained by a pre-established norm that follows from the rule of deliberation. You only have to look at how the rule of deliberation in different organizations, in different political sequences, and in different political modes, is entirely variable. Every time a plurality of individuals, a plurality of human subjects, is engaged in a process of truth, the construction of this process induces the construction of a deliberative and collective gur of this production, which is itself variable. But the whole question is precisely whether such deliberation is variable, in the sense of so many variations on some kind of minimally invariant process, or forever different, in the sense of so many inventions ex nihilo, each one literally peculiar to a given procedure. This is where Badiou might have to engage with Habermas's elaboration of a quasi-transcendental schema of communicative rationality, the minimum upon which we must all agree, so as to be able to disagree, in any particular case. Where exactly are we to draw the line between the sort of strictly subjective deliberation that is internal to the elaboration of a truth, and a merely external or ideological opposition? Both of Badiou's preferred examples, Leninist and Jacobin, testify to the uncertainty of such a line as much as they illustrate an inventive approach to the resolution of differences. Moreover, though we know that truth induces a subject and not the reverse, we know, too, that only the subject is capable of restraining truth. By introducing subjects capable of restraining the truth that induces them, does not Badiou effectively concede some sort of ethical supervision of the truth? My second question concerns Badiou's essentially instrumental understanding of violence. His strict separation of true subjects from merely objective individuals allows him to consider violence as essentially external to any truth process, and there is certainly a compelling strategic case to be made for this position. But how exactly then are we to acknowledge the potential of any individual to become a subject? What precise circumstances justify the suppression of this potential? For it might well be argued that the last century, driven by that passion for the real which by Badiou's own admission excludes the luxuries of critical distance or reserve, demonstrated more than once the inadequacy of an ethics based on an appreciation of these very luxuries. It might be more consistent, and arguably more courageous, to insist that the true break with our established order will come, not through recourse to alternative forms of violence, but with the organized, uncompromising imposition of a radical nonviolence. Only a precisely axiomatic commitment to nonviolence offers any hope of a lasting break in the futile recycling of violences. Only such a principled commitment can both respond to the violent representation of the state and, once this representation has been suspended, block the creation or reassertion of new forms of violence. In the absence of such a commitment, the appeal to philosophical restraint is ultimately unconvincing. We know that the ethics of a truth is absolutely opposed to opinion and communication, but at the same time we must communicate, we must have our opinions, It is only by preserving the very opinions it penetrates that a truth avoids its disastrous totalization. But what is the precise mechanism of this preservation? This gives rise to my third question. If the only relation between truth and knowledge is one of subtraction, how can the one preserve the other? How are we to coordinate the imperative to maintain this relation, to maintain the sophist, maintain opinions, maintain the dialogue with that more insistent imperative, prescribed by every generic procedure, to act in the singular absence of relation, to pursue a radical de liaison? If philosophy ultimately has no relation other than to itself, if philosophy is conditioned by nothing other than truth, it is difficult to see how it might regulate its relations with its non-philosophical counterpart, be it sophist, citizen, or opinion. In the end, the question of ethics turns on the preservation of a viable relationship between knowledge and truth, opinion and subject, but it is precisely this relationship that Badiou's philosophy has yet to express in other than mainly subtractive terms. Chapter. In one of his recent books, Badiou develops a comparison that may serve to illustrate the central dilemma of his philosophy. The comparison is between Mallarmé's poem Un coup d'état and a pre-Islamic Arabian ode by Labid ben Rubieh, whose title translates as The Desert and its Code. In the French poem, an anonymous master hesitates to throw the dice as he sinks slowly under the surface of the sea. Reality dissolves, nothing takes place, but then suddenly, mysteriously, at the very moment of absolute dissolution, there appears the ashing glimpse of a constellation in the night sky, portent of a truth on the horizon of our awareness. The Arabic poem begins with an evocation of the empty desert. Driven on by nostalgia for ancestral authority, it culminates in a celebration of the wise and virtuous leader, the glory cation of a lawful mastery adequate to the austerity of nomadic life. P.M. Badiou's comparison dwells on the antithetical guise of mastery presented by each poet. In Mallarmé's poem, the master is sacré said to the void of a more than human truth, and this sacré is the price paid for its own poetic preservation. In the poem of Labid ben Rubieh, the master emerges as triumphant over the void of his surroundings, and the poem's affirmation of this triumph is conditioned by its own subordination to this authority. Such is, Badiou suggests, the impossible choice forced upon us by our modernity itself, either the inhuman anonymity of a socio-scientific or technical truth, indifferent to and transcendent of all personal mastery. This Badiou associates with the realm of capitalist pseudo-democracy, where the desacralization of political leaders goes hand in hand with a blind obedience to the imperatives of capital and technology, or, as the only apparent alternative, the constitution of an authoritarian exception to this regime, held together by collective veneration of a charismatic leader and reinforced more or less directly by terror. This Badiou associates with Stalin. Badiou's way out of this impasse is to go back a step, toward what Mallarmé and the pre-Islamic ode have in common, namely, the desert, the ocean, the naked place, the void. We have to recompose for our time a thought of truth that is articulated on Sur the void without passing through the gore of the master. P.M. Such is certainly the task that Badiou has set for his own project, along each of the Rami-ed lines of inquiry he has pursued. It is the peculiar orientation of his project from and toward the void that I want to explore in more systematic detail here. It is this orientation that ensures the alignment of Badiou's thought along paths of subtraction rather than liberal democratic communication on the one hand or authoritarian destruction on the other. Only the void, Badiou insists, can provide the medium of a collective affirmation that cannot be mastered, an unmasterable subjective equality that resists any transcendent alignment. Sp. Only the void provides the basis for that radically ungovernable assembling of indifferent particularities accomplished by a truth procedure. It is the orientation of Badiou's project toward the void, I think, that will eventually come to be seen as its most fundamental, most distinctive, most rigorous, and no doubt most enigmatic aspect. Let's review the basic logic at issue here. That every truth is articulated from a void does not mean that truths are empty, pure, and simple. Badiou's approach is RMLY situation specific. The void is that particular situation suture to the inconsistency of being. The void is pure inconsistency according to a situation, or again, the void is all that can be presented, in a situation, of pure inconsistent being as such, e.e. And in every situation other than the strictly ontological situation, in every situation, that is at least partly substantial, material, or historical, the void of that situation is never emptiness pure and simple. As situated, the void has an edge and a name. The edge of the void, or evental site, is composed of elements that its particular situation cannot discern or distinguish. A situation, remember, is made up of an infinity of different and mutually indifferent elements. A situation is a collection of pure singularities, each of which belongs to the situation on its own terms, without any reference to any of the other elements. But in every situation, the pure anarchy of this collection is overlaid with and dominated by the distinguishing, organizing mechanisms of the state of the situation. The state is what classes and separates the elements of its situation, arranges them into groups, distributes them in an order that suits the logic of domination prevalent in that situation. Located at the edge of its void, the evental site is that element which, having no elements that the situation can discern, no elements in common with the situation, appears empty within the situation, and consequently cannot be grouped or arranged with other elements. There is no way of knowing what would be thus grouped. The void's edge is composed of elements that do not relate to the rest of the situation, and that thus remain indiscernible to that situation. The void is not so much variably empty as demonstrably impervious to or devoid of relations. Universally included in its every part, the void of a situation is bordered, or edged, by a place that is impervious to the relational mechanisms devised by its state and thus impervious to relationality tout court, since the elements of a situation, subtracted from the mechanisms of the state, exist independently of inter-elemental relations, as a purely disordered collection of singularities. In short, the void is non-relational and without place, it is nothing yet is included in all things, it is located nowhere yet scattered everywhere. What a truth then assembles, from the bias of the void, is a mass of unrelated singularities, a collection of extreme particularity. Since the relational consistency of a situation is simply an illusion maintained by its state, a truth breaks this illusion down so as to deploy all that the multiple presence, on the edge of the void, in the way of affirmative singularity, am. By investigating these singularities with respect to an event that once exposed, for an instant, the void of a situation, a truth assembles its elements solely in terms of their pure being in situation. A truth considers these elements solely insofar as they are present in the situation. The consequent emergence of a set of extreme particularity or pure multiplicity, whose sole organizing principle is the haphazard series of investigations maintained by the subjects of a truth procedure, is properly dubbed generic, because, if we want to describe it, we will simply say that its elements are, in the absence of all differentiating relations, e.e. To consider elements in truth is the only way of considering them that is not mediated by the prevailing mechanisms of distinction, relation, or representation that dne the state of the situation. In each case, the redemptive force of a truth thus depends on separation and isolation, operations that deliver the lacunary multiple from the tenacious illusion of relation and rapport, see. Strictly speaking, this rule applies as much to enthusiastic relations of solidarity and reciprocity as it does to enforced relations of supervision or domination. As we have seen, the goal of truth is always a self-sufficient purity, where purity is the composition of an idea such that it is no longer retained in any relation lien. See. True thought is itself nothing other than thought without rapport, thought that relates rapport nothing, that puts nothing in rapport, pm. That every truth is articulated from the void means, in short, that the articulation of truth is subtracted from relationality. The aim of this penultimate chapter of my book is to consider the implications of this subtraction in a more systematic manner than the constraints of the preceding exposition have allowed, as much at their ontological roots as in their epistemological, political, and cultural consequences. The reader already knows that I think the question of relation is the most significant question that Badiou's philosophy has to answer. As we shall see in the next and NAL chapter, Badiou has begun to put together the pieces of a detailed response. But, as things stand, he has yet to address in fully convincing detail a whole cluster of broadly relational issues, ranging from the nature of relations between situations to the nature of relations between subjects, or between truths, or between knowledges and truths. Many of the more intransigent problems raised by these relations are effectively dismissed in advance by the relatively simplistic conjuration of the two decisive operations that dominate Badiou's system: state-driven operations of inclusion or classification, and truth-driven operations of separation or subtraction. Badiou's determined resistance to any broadly dialectical articulation of the relation between knowledge and truth, or between subject and object, or indeed between subject and subject, automatically blocks any productive exploration of relationality, that is, an exploration that is able to conceive of relations in terms more nuanced than those of inclusion or subtraction, on the one hand, or, in Badiou's most recent work, of mathematical equivalence, smiley face, non-equivalence, is not equal to, an order, or, on the other. I begin this chapter with a return to Badiou's anti-relational ontology and its implications for his understanding of knowledge and opinion. I then review the consequences of his refusal of a relation between politics and economics in the first place, and between truth and culture in the second place, before ending the chapter with an assessment of the degree to which some of the components of Badiou's philosophy might be considered singular or non-relational in an approximately absolutist sense. At each point, the alternative to Badiou's strictly generic conception of things is a more properly specific understanding of individuals and situations as conditioned by the relations that both enable and constrain their existence. In order to develop this alternative, it is essential to distinguish scrupulously between the speci and what might be called the speci ed, Badiou's objecti ed. Actors are speci to a situation even though their actions are not speci ed by it, just as a historical account is speci to the facts it describes, even though its assessment is not speci ed by them. The speci is a purely relational subjective domain. The speci ed, by contrast, is dened by positive, intrinsic characteristics or essences, physical, cultural, personal, and so on. The speci ed is a matter of inherited instincts as much as of acquired habits. We might say that the most general effort of philosophy or critique should be to move from the speci ed to the speci without succumbing to the temptations of the purely singular. Badiou certainly provides a most compelling critique of the speci ed. But he has at least thus far inadequate means of distinguishing speci ed from speci. The result, in my view, is an ultimately unconvincing theoretical basis for his celebration of an extreme particularity as such: the ontological suspension of relation. As Badiou reminds us, it is when you decide what exists that you tie your thought to being, ct. By tying the nature of existence to the axioms of set theory, Badiou has decided, very simply, that relations between elements or between situations do not exist. Badiou's ontology recognizes no constitutive role for relationality in the broadest sense. The multiples governed by set theory are prescribed, by the axiom of replacement, to be mutually substitutable, that is, specifically indistinguishable. It is a cardinal point of ontological principle that the true unity of being, although it is related se rapport to the multiple, is not caught up in relations liens of calculation, and does not tolerate relation le rapport, c. Within this presumed unity, existence is a function of belonging alone. An element exists, in a set, if and only if it is counted as one by the structure of that set. As regards what Badiou calls its being as being, the fact that any such one may be one among others is of no consequence. This for two reasons. First, because the founding axiom of extensionality denies a set in terms of its elements alone, regardless of the relations that might obtain among them. The only sorts of differences between sets that Badiou is willing to recognize are punctual rather than global or qualitative. The second reason, of course, is that all of the elements generated by set theory are founded directly on the empty set. Set theory pulls from the soul void a universe, CT, and if we are clearly obliged to recognize the physical reality of atoms, these are not, as the materialists of antiquity believed, a second principle of being, i.e., the one after the void, but compositions of the void itself, e.e. We know that according to Badiou, the void, rigorously, mathematically, subsumed under a concept, is precisely what sustains the heterogeneously existent and grounds its exclusively actual univocity. There is thus nothing in the elements that might form the basis of some kind of relationship between them. Elements are as indifferent to each other as are different slices of empty space. And it is the same thing, they are so different from each other as to preclude any sort of merely relative similarity or continuity, in the situation, let's call it, the world. There are only differences, sp, my emphasis. And between situations, it seems, there can be nothing but more of the same discontinuity. The compelling force of Badiou's position here speaks for itself. But there are, it seems to me, three general sorts of questions that need to be asked of this anti-relational ontology, all of which concern, one way or another, its deliberate abstraction. First of all, by separating so decisively the ontological from the material or the physical, Badiou introduces a new dualism at the heart of his radically univocal arrangement. That mathematics provides the only rigorous means of describing the physical is uncontroversial. But short of endorsing a doctrine of creation ex nihilo, the precise derivation of the heterogeneously existent from the mathematically void remains something of a mystery, or, at the very least, simply contingent. I have already quoted, in chapter, Badiou's disclaimer, early in L'Être et l'Événement. Mine is a thesis about discourse, not about the world. It affirms that mathematics, in all their historical development, declare what is sayable of being as being. We know that this thesis serves to preserve the dimension of thought, the thought of ontology, as much as the thought of intervention and delight from any mediation through the object. It is not clear, however, that a radical, and materialist, univocity can survive this dualism. Nor is it clear just what sort of difference the vague concept of world can oppose to the discourse of ontology, given that, like Lacan, Badiou is inclined to think that the idea of the world is itself in the NAL analysis of fantasy. Since Badiou's system is explicitly designed to equate being and what can be thought of being, it is hard to know what sort of authority his distinction of discourse and world might have, ultimately, other than that of illusion pure and simple. For example, if in night altérité is quite simply everything there is, such that there is as much difference between a Chinese peasant and a young Norwegian professional as between myself and anybody at all, including myself, this assertion is clearly not justified by an exploration of the world but presumed as a consequence of his founding axioms. It is this presumption that lends Badiou's work both its trenchant, exhilarating certainty, and its troubling inconsistency. Having denied that impure being is mathematical, he proceeds as if it was. Since a mathematical ontology cannot itself justify this move, Badiou will need to provide other kinds of argument in order to justify this as if. Just how inclusive, in any case, can this mathematized materialism be? This is my second question. The content of particular non-ontological situations is clearly not to be derived from mathematics itself. Since ontology is itself a situation, any kind of transcendental deduction of situations from the intelligible schema of being as being is obviously impossible. What is singular about the ontological situation is that it prescribes the rules that describe situational form itself, that is, the form of all situations qua situations. However, even if we suppose that indifferent matter, abstracted from all qualities and predicates, does indeed conform to the mathematical prescription of existence, if only because existence itself is not a predicate, it clearly does not follow that the qualities thus abstracted conform, themselves, to this mathematical prescription. It is not just the soft, qualitative aspects of experience, the things that make up what Davis and Hirsch call the inner world of human life, that seem resistant to mathematization. There is good reason to suppose, for example, that biological, let alone social, cultural, or psychological, systems are irreducible, in their most elementary materiality, to the basic principles of set theory, in particular the principle of extensionality. In what precise sense is the being of even the most rudimentary organism, or cell, or organelle, abstractable from its environment and relations with other organisms? To put this point another way, since we know that the axiomatic foundations of modern mathematics begin with the suspension of all reference to extra-mathematical forms of intuition and experience, is it possible to defend both a fully axiomatic orientation and a wholly univocal conception of being? If not, Badiou's ontology cannot, from within its axioms, provide a compelling answer to Heidegger's quintessentially romantic question: is the manifest character of what is exhausted by what is demonstrable? Finally, does the sole operation recognized in this non-relational conception of being, the operation of belonging, set membership symbol, allow us to explain rather than simply redscribe the way different situations are structured, and consequently differentiated? Remember that the structure of a situation, the rules by which certain elements are presented in that situation, is determined solely by the elements that belong to it, according to an extensional logic designed to refute the dialectical truism that the whole is more than the sum of its parts. The way these elements are then classified and represented, the metastructure of the situation, is of course the business of the state of the situation and the knowledges it has at its disposal. In the strict ontological situation, however, both the notion of set and the notion of membership are taken as primitive, i.e., unanalyzed and undenied, and it is not clear in what precise sense an unanalyzable term can structure something else. It is no accident that a leading philosopher of mathematics presents the concept of set as completely structure-free, or that one of the great authorities on Kantorian set theory concludes that a fully extensional approach is directly at odds with any structuring or unifying conception of set. In non-ontological situations, the mechanics of belonging presumably vary from situation to situation, but Badiou generally pays little attention to these mechanisms. If a situation or set is nothing other than the collection or counting for one of its elements, do analogies with the simple process of counting elements help us to understand the sorts of structuring at work in the differentiation of even very simple material or social situations, say. Consider again the extraordinarily vague notion of a situation. Badiou says that its elements may include words, gestures, acts of violence, silences, expressions, combings together, corpuscles, stars, etc. But what distinguishes one word or gesture from another in the RST place? Certainly not the situation itself. If belonging is our only ontological verb, we must stick to a purely combinatorial rather than properly structuring notion of situation, that is, we must equate situation with collection pure and simple, and leave the problem of how the elements thus collected are themselves structured or differentiated aside. A set theoretic situation collects or selects a particular arrangement from among already distinct elements. On the other hand, to introduce another ontological action would be to violate the strict univocity of Badiou's set theoretical approach, and with it the generic homogeneity of being as being. The alternative is indeed to accept an ultimately equivocal notion of ontological inconsistency or innity, and with it a constituent role for relation at the heart of being, including a role for relation between being and thought. Being embodies us before we found being on the empty set, and it is because we are embodied that we must abstract quality and matter before we can conceive of mathematics and the void. If Badiou would proclaim mathematics to be ontologically primary, this proclamation is itself epistemologically secondary. Where Badiou says things exist in their extreme and isolated particularity and accede to truth in their subtraction from relation, I would argue that nothing exists outside of its relations with other beings. Relation is the true medium of being as being. Relations should be recognized as coimplied with their terms, at the same level of ontological primacy. There is no more actual independence before relation than there can be a genuine autonomy after subtraction from relation. A relational perspective, in other words, cannot accept the strict distinction of consistent from inconsistent multiplicity. How we are structured is not indifferent to what we are, and the latter cannot be sustainably characterized in terms of pure intermination or abstract freedom. Subtracting society. Like his friend Sylvain Lazarus, Badiou rejects the very category of société, and with it every reference to a social totality, world, or historical world. Why? Because the concept of society, in particular the variant known as civil society, articulates the subjective and the objective together, as components of a single dialectic. Society implies some sort of interconnection of politics and history, the subjective and the state. And social analysis is nothing other than an attempt to relate the subjective and the objective through the mediation of something like class, disposition, behavior, consciousness, representation, or mentality. To dwell on the forms of such mediation is by Badiou's criteria simply to depoliticize the situation in advance. In his insistence upon an exclusively universal, exclusively subjective commitment, Badiou preserves the militant integrity of avant-garde interventionism in an age otherwise remarkable for its cynicism, defeatism, and managerial pessimism. He does so, however, by reinforcing a debatable line between true political action and the systematic or administrative engagement with irreducibly structural forms of injustice and exploitation, by which I mean precisely the sorts of issues generally grouped under the label of social work, poverty reduction, and the provision of housing, welfare, education, public services, and so on. It is one thing to recognize that these two forms of engagement never amount to the same thing and cannot be analyzed in the same way. It is something else to insist upon the strict subtraction of the former from the latter. Progressive social institutions, schools, hospitals, trade unions, and so on, have a direct impact on the environment in which any political movement takes place and are themselves surely among the most valuable and often most acutely contested achievements of popular mobilization. In our contemporary situation, the very existence of public services has become an irreducibly political question. Deprived of any reference to social mediation, moreover, Badiou's emancipatory project simply confronts an unaided model of the state as its sole and exclusive adversary. Since there is nothing between subject and state, so on issues ranging from poverty and unemployment to chauvinist bigotry, the state is responsible. End of discussion. Badiou lacks, in other words, a developed notion of hegemony, as proposed by Gramsci and as pursued, in different ways, by Raymond Williams and Echo Beto Lachat. He also lacks, for the same reason, a nuanced appreciation of the technologies of power in Foucault's sense, understood as those productive, locally effective procedures, governing individuation, production, reproduction, punishment, education, etc., that enable the consolidation of centralized power as their effect. Badiou might no doubt argue that his concept of the state of the situation is sufficiently broad to include what Gramsci and Foucault analyze in terms of hegemony and power, but it is not obvious that reference to a single term helps account for the variety of mechanisms at issue. Consider the relation of nation and state. We know that Badiou conceives of the only legitimate state as one expressly designated for all, open to people from everywhere. However we define a nation, it must not be through the distinction of insiders and outsiders. It is certainly true that any state that founds itself on ethnic or communal characteristics is in effect a state of civil tensions and war. The problem, then, is how, with the operation of the state as our sole explanatory principle, to account for the particularity of France, say, as a country among others. We clearly cannot invoke some sort of intrinsically spéciale Frenchness. But Badiou and La Distance Politique are not quite prepared to abandon the concept of a national specificity altogether. What constitutes unity among the people who live in the same country is neither culture, nor religion, nor customs, which are most often varied. It is common values. These values are formed through school, the workplace, and as far as it goes, the army. We can add today that, whatever one thinks about it, they are also formed through television, consumption, and sport. Many readers are likely to end this distinction of common values from culture unconvincing. What is missing, again, is an account of national identities in terms of their constituent relations. Cultural nationalism is one thing when it expresses the relation of a dominant power to those it dominates, and quite another thing when it expresses the opposite relation. Badiou would no doubt agree that when or if national values or forms are worth defending, it is not because of their intrinsic merit but because their defense is part of a universalizable struggle for justice, for example, against an invasive or oppressive force, against divisive particularisms or special interests, and so on. But his strictly a social and a cultural conception of politics prevents him from acknowledging that, under the constraints of such a struggle, a strictly subtractive approach to cultural or national predicates may not always work in this universal interest. What do identitarian and communitarian categories, Badiou asks, have to do with the procedures of truth, for example political procedures? His answer is categorical: these categories must be withdrawn absentees from the process. Badiou's anti-relational orientation obliges the prescription of a general principle where a strategic exibility would be more appropriate. As Fanon and Cabral remind us, it may be that a beleaguered national cause must draw on and reinforce its particular cultural integrity if it is even to become able to develop a genuinely active relationship with other nations. Those gting for indigenous or aboriginal empowerment in places like Australia and the Americas might make a similar point. Can the communitarian categories of such situations simply be withdrawn, without fundamentally changing their very structure? In what sense, indeed, can some of these categories be called communitarian at all? Do they not rather appeal to a different kind of universality, to an alternative conception of the generic place of humanity, albeit a universality that remains irreducibly specific to certain distinct ways of life? Such questions point directly to the problematic universality of philosophy itself. Badiou accepts, today, that the kind of role philosophy plays in identifying truths and demonstrating their compatibility is still open. But what is clear is that its four conditions must all be fully met if philosophy is to exist, and it follows as a matter of course that philosophy doesn't exist in all historical congregations. The absence of mathematics alone would seem to condemn entire cultures to a pre-philosophical untruth. Indeed, since it is only subjectivation through truth that allows us to transcend the merely animal substratum of our existence, might Badiou's conception of philosophy not imply that certain cultures are rather more animal than others? The evidence of a long and vigorous debate as to the status of African philosophy, to take only one of several obvious examples, demonstrates that it can be as difficult to draw a line between culture and philosophy as it is to preserve the more or less self-sufficient immanence of a situation. Subtracting economics. We know that any genuine political sequence must, as Badiou prescribes it, take place at a principled distance from the economy. The whole effort of l'organisation politique, op, in its prescription of a new goût of the worker, is to distinguish, isolate, in some sense, a politics from the demands of the economy, the laws of capital. This means, very concretely, refusing to accept a merely economic justification for the sorts of policies now associated with commercial exibility, layoffs, unpredictable schedules, reduced time for meals and breaks, etc. It is not a matter of the needs or constraints of how the factory works, as an objectivity prescribed by the imperatives of capital or the economy or competition, but of a political prescription made upon how the factory works. This is not to say that Badiou denies the fact of global economic homogenization. Simply, he maintains that only a purely political campaign can offer any genuine resistance to economic exploitation. After Marx, after Lenin, his question remains: what kind of politics is really heterogeneous to what capital demands? Badiou's answer to this question is a politics based on prescriptive principles, articulated by small, tightly knit groups of workers, noyaux, independent of any large-scale institutional support, be it political party or trade union. Adamant opposition to unionization has been one of the constants of Badiou's political career, from his uncompromising early Leninism to the polemics of la distance politique. If the unions direct things, the workers will be betrayed. The unions have always been against the goût of the worker, encircling and repressing it each time it appears. The slightest worker's action always exists at principal distance from the union. Since, it has become obvious that a strong factory presence of the CGT Confédération Générale du Travail and a constituted GUR of the worker are mutually exclusive propositions. The unions, according to the OP, in line here with a long tradition of Leninist criticism, are nothing but the lackeys of the capitalist state. Unions are state-like organizations within factories. They seek only their own institutional expansion, and offer only an improved form of integration into the established order of things. What does the OP offer in their place? Their politics is not that of strikes. The Noyaux believe that we should create small, closely united groups of workers in the workplace, that the bosses and unions cannot penetrate, and that these groups should be constituted directly through the political discussions proposed by the Noyaux. If a problem should arise, they say, we stop working and talk directly with the employer. Just how effective these tactics are likely to prove against a fully exible employer like Ford or General Motors is a question I leave to the reader's own judgment. Another question, however, is unavoidable: what exactly is the OP after, that unions cannot provide? To date, their main factory prescriptions include fair compensation packages when a plant closes, better job security, more regular schedules, better salaries and working conditions, more time for relaxation during the working day, better support for the unemployed. All of these could have been drawn from any number of trade union campaigns. La Distance Politique derides the unions for saying to the workers, if you are with us, we will work to make sure that the state protects you, your salaries and the length of your working day. But now the OP, at least in its post-Maoist mode, seeks to prescribe the state to do very much the same thing. The OP makes much of its refusal of broad institutional power. Nevertheless, its aim, naturally, is to extend the politics of the Noyaux in the factories. Should this extension succeed, it will be interesting to see how it avoids recourse to the sorts of institutional backup that most unions have found essential to the maintenance and coordination of large campaigns. The main difference between OP and union, in short, now seems to be that between organized mass mobilization on the one hand, and the isolated affirmation of principle on the other. In my view, Badiou's anti-unionism is mainly inconsistent with the evolution of his thought since the late s. Unlike Badiou, though without wanting to deny the relatively state-centered orientation of France's trade unions, I would insist that at least in today's situation, organized labor remains one of the essential components of any progressive politics, that it is no accident that unions are always and everywhere among the RST targets of any modernizing government, that the only medium-term response to pressure for ever more exible means of exploitation is to strengthen and develop properly international unions, not weaken them still further. The more general danger is that Badiou's isolation of politics from economics may reduce at least some of his prescriptions to rather hollow declarations of principle. Take, for instance, the medical situation, as analyzed in L'éthique. A doctor's only clinical rule, Badiou maintains, must be to treat any particular patient as thoroughly as he can, using everything he knows and with all the means at his disposal, without taking anything else into consideration. Adherence to this otherwise uncontroversial principle becomes difficult, however, at precisely the point where Badiou's analysis comes to an end. Hospital emergency rooms are systematically overextended. Doctors are constantly faced by the need to decide whether to continue treating a particular patient or to attend to the no less pressing needs of other patients. For precisely the reasons Badiou deplores, waiting lists have become a feature of the clinical situation as much as of the hospital managerial situation. To pretend it is not so is to avoid the actual structural constraints of the clinical situation as such. Badiou's principled divorce of politics and economics is usefully contrasted with Bourdieu's recent contribution to much the same sort of problem. Like most critics, both Badiou and Bourdieu attribute our contemporary neoconservative revolution to the consolidation of the market and the law of profit maximization as the sole deaning standard for all practices. Like Badiou, Bourdieu castigates those intellectuals who restrict themselves to a verbal defense of reason and rational dialogue, or worse still, suggest an allegedly postmodern but actually radical chic version of the ideology of the end of ideologies. But Bourdieu sees as the main bulwark against this conservative revolution those trade unions and that social state, which Badiou so insistently keeps at a distance. Following Ernst Bloch, he seeks to revive a considered or reasoned utopianism, that is, an engagement both informed by an expert knowledge of the objective trend and committed to its active, political transformation, my emphasis. Building on a truly European network of alliances, the sociologist hopes to launch realistic projects and actions closely matched to the objective processes of the order they are meant to transform. Unlike Badiou, Bourdieu sees the creation of institutions, parliaments, international federations, European associations, within which some common European programs can be discussed and elaborated as an urgent priority. Again, unlike Badiou, Bourdieu makes a direct connection between political disempowerment and economic circumstance. He investigates the social costs of economic violence and the different forms of social misery in our societies, tracing their causes back to economic decisions and neoliberal policies. He suggests means for the realization of an economics of well-being. It would be hard to imagine a more comprehensive program for what Badiou would no doubt denounce as the corruption of any genuine, or anti-programmatic, politics. The dangers of the top-down, essentially administrative orientation to any such scheme are obvious enough. The advantage of Bourdieu's approach, however, is that it acknowledges the inevitable and necessary relation of politics and economics as basic to the very structure, and not simply the metastructure, of our situation. Badiou's determination to pursue an essentially isolated if not intermittent politics, a politics that now bears more than a passing resemblance to the later Sartre's politics of isolated subjective praxis performed by a group in fusion, at an absolute distance from the deadening objectivity of the practico-inert, may mean that his commitment has little chance of forcing the internal transformation of this particular situation. Badiou absolutist. In somewhat the same way, Badiou's dissociation of the process of subjectivation from its enabling natural or psychological conditions may do more to simplify our understanding of that process than explain it. He denies the human in terms of our exceptional capacity for thought, but shows little interest in the origin and nature of that capacity, not least because to do so might undercut his argument that the individual as such is not endowed with a nature that automatically warrants our working to preserve it, ls. No amount of insistence upon the exceptional or non-natural status of the subject, however, accounts for or justifies dismissal of the nature of that being which is uniquely able to become exceptional, any more than it helps us understand how and why certain individuals actually become subjects. Badiou effectively reduces this process to an inaccessible moment of decision. The eventual nomination has already taken place. And this already is our only guarantee. The rest is a matter of faith. The process of a subsequent coming to resolution occurs, then, as a more or less instantaneous conversion, an event takes place, an undecidable is decided, an axiom comes into effect. The most obvious problem with this conjuration is analogous, up to a point, to the one that Hegel famously found at work in the French Revolution, by literally cutting its links with the situation, by subtracting itself from the order of relations operative in the situation, it moves too quickly to affirm an ultimately abstract freedom. Given the uncertain structuring resources deployed by the concept of set, Badiou's insistence on the fully situational, fully immanent development of a truth is not likely to convince his more dialectically minded critics. To be sure, freedom is nothing other than an abstraction from the prevailing regime of specification and automation. The essential question is simply how we are to distinguish a merely abstract abstraction from a more effectively concrete abstraction, that is, one that works through these relations, correlations, in order to transform them. Badiou's procedures certainly proceed point by subtractive point, but the accumulation of their truths remains a punctual or extensional process, a matter of points, never of relations, or rather, of relations dened simply as collections of points, e.e. Indeed, At each decisive moment in the elaboration of Badiou's philosophy, everything turns on the assertion of a properly unconditional point. Unconditional, precisely, because conditioned by nothing other than itself, and punctual, because subtracted from any dialectic or relationality. All that is conditional, in this world, falls under the law of the circulation of objects, monies, and images. Consequently, the radical demand of contemporary philosophy is for the interruption of this circulation. Its task is to announce or assume that there is an unconditional limit or XED point, dp, CFSP. Every singular congruation has its basis in the exceptional assertion of such a point, for singularity, if we think the matter through, is properly always a matter of decision, and every decision, ultimately, to the degree that it is a real decision, is a singular decision. To the degree that what a truth commits, or what commits one to a truth, or what is upheld by a XED point, is of the order of a decision, so it is also of the order of the singular, dp. The issue that then arises is less the charge of an irresponsible decisionism levied by Lyotard than that of the roughly absolutist dimension of Badiou's work. Remember that absolutism denies sovereignty as singular and univocal in Bodin's terms, as perpetual, self-coincident, a pure disinterest. Beyond all particular interests. Absolutism of RMS the unqualified subtraction of the sovereign from the speci ed social eld. True sovereign power is founded less in the plenitude of the situation, i.e., justi ed by the history or organization of the realm, than in the void presumed by its axiomatic self-proclamation. The sovereign has no constituent relation with its subjects. The sovereign is very exactly a subject without object. It is that which has, as its only being, the being of its decision to be. The simple existence of the sovereign can rms it as legitimate. Sovereign legitimacy and sovereign power are one and the same thing. The logic of sovereignty is an exemplary version of the general logic of actively non-relational singularity. Since true sovereignty is no more divisible than a geometric point, through the sovereign exception, a multitude of men are made one person, united in a single political determination. The sovereign resolves every con-ICT between interests by establishing a power beyond interest. Its decisions, nally, are regulated only by that sort of enlightened self-restraint characteristic of what Badiou calls the ethics of a truth, cfe, sp. Needless to say, I do not want this provocative analogy to be misunderstood. I do not mean to suggest that Badiou's position is in any sense authoritarian or solipsistic, let alone despotic. A procedure quali es as true only if it is a free and open appeal to the universal interest, and every such procedure certainly proceeds through the rami ed, impure fabric of particular interests, opinions, and so on. The cumulative growth of the generic set that it assembles is painfully slow and laborious. The truth thereby assembled, however, is as pure as its eventual affirmation is immediate or instantaneous. This is the one and only point that my reference to the logic of sovereignty is designed to reinforce. A truth bores a hole through the tangled, impure fabric of opinions and circumstances that dne the prevailing state of its situation, but the whole boring mechanism itself is and cannot be not so tangled. In every case, the truth is not said of the object, but says itself only of itself. Though it moves through circumstantial impurity, every truth affirmation is itself pure or non-relational from the outset. The mistake, then, would be to suggest that the subject of truth itself somehow moves, slowly and progressively, from a situation of relational impurity to one of singular purity. Subjectivation is not a learning process. A subject is, from the beginning, induced by a truth, and a truth is, from the beginning, qualitatively distinct from the impurity of opinions and interests. From the beginning, subjective thought is to be strictly established from the subjective itself, without passing through any kind of objective mediation, am. The affirmation or commitment that carries a truth along is no more caught up in dialectical interaction with the circumstances of the situation than it is supervised by general criteria of judgment or procedure. It is not bound up in relations of proof or argumentation, and it is not a negotiation or an interpretation in any sense of the word. It is purely a matter of decision and conversion. This is why what Badiou calls ethics has to kick in after the fact of truth, precisely as a regulative mechanism to stop the process from getting out of hand. Bruno Bastils will no doubt prove to be one of Badiou's most able advocates on this point, and it is well worth anticipating his rebuttal here. Objecting to my association of Badiou and sovereignty, Bastils defends a reading of the truth procedures as dialectical movements through the pure and towards the pure, movements which are never complete. The unlinking pursued by a truth process is a step-by-step process, and for this very reason is relative, impure, and always precarious. In particular, Bastils holds that Badiou problematizes the move from the purely mathematical to the various heterogeneous qualitative situations at work in his many historical examples, as if there was some fundamental shift in level or register when we move from ontological to extra-ontological situations, with the consequent implication that if this shift could be accentuated we might be able to step back from the more abstract speculations of l'événement to recover the more concretely situated orientation of theory du sujet. I concede that this is certainly the best way of defending Badiou as a rigorously spécifique interventionist thinker. But if Bastils's suggestion is taken to mean that Badiou's approach, when it shifts from the mathematical to the historical, is in some sense changed by the recognition of material complexity or socio-historical opacity, then it is quite misleading. There is no more place for objective mediation, meaning the mediation of thought through an object, in Badiou's mature understanding of history than there is in his understanding of science or love. True thought is always unequivocally subtractive. Badiou makes no concessions on that score. On the other hand, if what Bastils has in mind is simply Badiou's conviction that the impasse of ontology, if it is to be thought at all, requires a decisive break with the domain of ontology per se, of course he is quite right. Only on this condition, however, that we recognize that this break as such, which is nothing other than the subject's intervention, makes absolutely no detour at any stage through the domain of objectivity, a domain that is never anything other than sensual or social, illusion pure and simple. The path of the subject, which breaks with the pure thought of being as being, is no less a matter of pure thought, that is, of thought subtracted from any object, any relation of adequation or interpretation. To be sure, the path is made up of an endless series of investigating steps. Nevertheless, Badiou's whole effort is to withdraw each such step, along with the collection of every such investigation, from anything resembling dialectical mediation through what is investigated. Connection itself, which is the only active operator at work in the entire sequence, is as bivalent as it is abrupt. The logic of connection is classical, or non-Hegelian, through and through. That the sequence of connections proceeds one element at a time is simply an obvious aspect of its existence as a generic, i.e., unconstructible, set. That this sequence itself might have any sort of constituent relation with the substantial individuality or complexity of what it investigates, on the other hand, is precisely what a set theoretic understanding of the being of truth definitively proscribes in advance. Since they approach the situation from the exclusive bias of its void, subjects relate to the elements they investigate solely in terms of their inconsistent multiple being, which is to say, solely from the perspective in which their objective being is indistinguishable from their subjective thinking, in the absence, again, of any discernible in-between, of any dialectical mediation of the two. Bearing these provisos in mind, I think we can reasonably make cautious use of the analogy with absolutism to emphasize the non-relational or self-regulating quality of a number of Badiou's concepts. We know that his ontology is built entirely upon the self-grounding decisions that are the axioms of the innate and the void. The void itself, sole foundation of being in general, is that most sovereign of existences, a self-founding name. Its inaugural advent is a pure act of nomination. The name of the void is a pure proper name, it is self-indicating, e.e. More to the point, any axiomatic operation is effectively sovereign as a matter of course. An axiom creates the eld of its effects ex nihilo, ALD in which existence itself is a function of conformity to the rule that it declares, e. An axiom cannot know what it prescribes any more than it might relate to what it excludes. The criteria of an axiomatized procedure are entirely immanent to its performance. Only this ensures that an axiomatized multiplicity remains absolutely pure, beyond empirical qualication of any sort. The event is of course an element that belongs, with its site, to itself, e. And if chance le has it is the pure thought of the event, it is because chance is the self-realization of its idea, in every act in which it is at stake, such that it is a delimited affirmative force, and in no sense a correlation with the world. As a gur of pure affirmation or conviction, the subject can also be described as responsible only to itself. The subject is condens in itself. It is not the content of what is asserted but the fact that it is asserted as unquali ed that lends the evental statement its subjective force. It is not the statement that brings a subject into being, but the saying dire of the statement, its effective declaration. The subject is nothing other than the there is ilya of a statement, ta, so long as the statement cuts through all merely interpretative relations. Does this declaration allow, then, for the existence of one subject, or many subjects? The early Badiou held that there is only one subject, whose existence always makes for an event. The later Badiou recognizes that there is not, in fact, one single subject, but as many subjects as there are truths. To be sure, any one individual belongs to a vast number of situations, and subjective participation in any one procedure need not block other sorts of commitment. Unlike the Marxism that sutures philosophy to politics, Badiou has no concept of total or exclusive commitment. All the same, there is only one situation once we grasp it in truth, see, and to any one truth, there seems to correspond only one subject. The subject is always singular, always without vis-a-vis, and if every generic procedure of delighty concerns the one of the situational being, there is no obvious way that a situation might tolerate more than one subject. In any case, since a truth is as such subtracted from every position, the components of subjectivation, event, nomination, intervention, delighty, and so on, do not themselves provide any developed means for the individuation or differentiation of distinct subjects. Badiou's position on this point, in particular, is in marked contrast with that of his master Lacan, who admits an original intersubjectivity. Intersubjectivity at the beginning, deployed in the mechanics of speech and the subject's pursuit of recognition. What, then, is the status of the other in Badiou's work? Only in his recent book on Beckett, has Badiou directly addressed the question who am I, if the other exists. Here, indeed, the with the other is decisive. But again, we have to isolate its nature, set it up in a way that evacuates all psychology, all obvious, empirical exteriority. B. What remains of the other in this empirico-psychological vacuum? It is hard to say. Whatever it is not a primarily relational or at least not a directional category. Always, Badiou writes, Beckett's characters are those anonymous curs of human toil whose comic aspect renders them both interchangeable and irreplaceable. B. A collection of pure singularities. We know that in the world of victims and executioners of commence, for example, the other is an evasive circularity, since it is possible to occupy successively the position of either, and only the position species the difference. At best, relation with the other is thus restricted to sharing a truth. We must experiment to see if a truth can at least be shared. But even in the case of a loving relationship, the only case developed from Beckett himself, we know there is just one subject proper, not two. The lovers as such enter into the composition of one subject of love, who exceeds them both, just as the subject of a revolutionary politics is not the individual militant. It is one singular production, my emphasis. In short, subjective singularity, or operational self-regulation, they amount to the same thing in practice, is characteristic of each generic procedure. The poem is accessible only in its act, just as politics has no end other than itself. A political sequence must be identified and thought from the perspective of the sequence itself, as a homogeneous singularity, and not from the heterogeneous nature of its empirical happening. Philosophy, nally, proceeds through its history as nothing other than a desubstantialization of the truth, which is also the auto-liberation of its act. See. Badiou's ultimate goal can be quite accurately described as a declaration of the sovereignty of philosophy itself, in its singular delimitation. See. He writes always in search of the proper place of philosophy, against its delegation to something other than itself. Badiou opposes all forms of pseudo-philosophical speculation that delegate its autonomy to a relation with another dimension: the historical, the transcendent, the linguistic, the poetic, the communal, or cultural. Just as only the sovereign can judge the sovereign, so too there are no criteria of truth external to the affirmation of that truth's existence. Once philosophy breaks with the order of representations, it has no other guarantee of reality other than its own experience. See, pp. I have already suggested that since his explicitly Maoist days, Badiou has in some ways moved to a more rather than a less absolutist position. He has moved forever further from any approach mediated by the activity of interpretation, broadly understood. In place of a partisan truth carried to some extent by a dialectical process of historical change, Badiou's work now affirms a subject whose very existence is maintained only by his own prescription. Though always cited in terms that re-ect the current state of the situation, the subject is no more bound up in a process of dialectical interaction with a socio-historical outside than it is endowed with a private interiority, in which might be generated a question of self. The subject is even, properly, the unquestionable, since it is that by which proceeds a response. The unquestionable is invulnerable to all interpellation. Though it may serve to protect him from any confusion of the subjective with the ideological, Badiou has yet to provide a fully convincing way of distinguishing such recourse to the unquestionable from its sovereign avatar. Of course, Badiou is not about to let an accusation like this go unchallenged. For almost a decade now, he has focused much of his attention on precisely relational questions concerning the nature of logic, knowledge, and the internal organization of a situation. It will be another year or two before he has niched the second volume of THIRD-WORLDISM, in which he promises to integrate the answers to these questions within his philosophical system as a whole. But in the next and NAL chapter of the present book we can look briefly, in anticipation, at the tentative outlines of the argument to come. Chapter: The Ontology of Appearing. We turn now, in closing, to the matter of Badiou's challenging and remarkable work in progress, which promises to renew, if not transform, several of his most fundamental concepts. This renewal may in time amount to a shift as considerable as that which distinguishes, without separating, l'événement from theory du sujet. The full implications of this revision have yet to be fully integrated into the systematic order of his philosophy as a whole. Although Badiou has published much of what I will cite here, all of this material remains somewhat speculative or prospective, and should be treated as such. Perhaps the most striking general development is a shift from a previously disjunctive approach organized essentially around the dichotomy of either or to a more inclusive position arranged in terms of NN. Where before the subtractive ontology of pure being qua being was emphatically opposed to more continuous or constructivist conceptions, say, Leibniz-Bergson-Deleuze, for short, the two approaches are now arranged as thoroughly distinct yet compatible or perhaps even complementary angles. Now non-relational abstract being is itself endowed with a more relational, more emphatically situated ontological dimension, the dimension of its appearing or being there. As Badiou writes, being is essentially being there, Dasein, and being there is conceivable only in terms of relation, since every there is the product of a particular set of differential relations that esh out a situation in a particular way. There is thus less of a stark choice between disjunction and relation, between déliaison and liaison, than there is a recognition of the apparent paradox that being is multiple, in radical disjunction déliaison, and yet at the same time everything is in relation, ta. To some extent at least, Badiou has incorporated the relational alternative his philosophy, thus far, had always sought to exclude. In a letter dated, Badiou outlined 4 problems to be addressed in the forthcoming second volume of THIRD-WORLDISM. He will include an acceptable foundation for the language of the situation, and thereby for knowledge, whereby, considered as a logical category, each term of the situation can be grasped, identi-ed, only through the logical network, non-existent, in a certain sense, of its relations to others. He will consolidate the theory of the evental site, in its role both as material of the event and as local origin of the truth procedure. The arbitrary, random, quality of the subject's trajectory is limited by the attractive power of the site. You don't set out from just anywhere, nor in any old direction. He will reconsider the rapport and torsion between a truth and the knowledge it deposes, whereby knowledge is properly the exclusive material of a truth. Not in the sense, as you suggest, of a compacti-cation in one point, but in the sense of an attentive, complex refolding repli of the logical relations constitutive of knowledge, a refolding that establishes, step by step, the generic subset. And, he will reconsider the unamiable as the unique instance of the one, but not as the real of the procedure. It belongs rather to its symbolic aspect. This symbol positions the procedure outside the whole or tout. But it is quite a complicated business. In this chapter I will present Badiou's development of the RST point, the only one of the 4 to have received much published attention thus far. As Badiou said in a recent interview, the reworking I'm engaged in at the moment consists of giving both a legitimacy and a much greater consistency to this double question of the language of the situation and the existence of knowledges. This has naturally led me to rethink the most basic concept of my thinking, which is precisely the notion of situation. As tentative as they are, his comments are worth quoting at some length. In reality, the concept of situation is reduced, in THIRD-WORLDISM, to the purely multiple, to which is added, slightly from the outside, the language of the situation and its predicates. Setting out from a study of what determines the particularity of a situation, I hope to show that there is necessarily in every situation a predicative universe, which I will call its being there et là. I will try to distinguish the being of the situation, which refers back to ontology, from its being there, that is, the necessity for every situation to be not simply a being but, coextensive with that being, an appearing apparator. It is a doctrine of appearing, but of a non-phenomenal appearing. It's not a matter of an appearing for a subject, but of an appearing as such, as localization. It is a localization that doesn't itself refer back to any particular space or geography, but is rather an intrinsic localization. It is a supplementary ontological property, in addition to pure multiplicity. In other words, I'm going to tackle the problem of the distinction between a possible and an effective situation, between possible situation and real situation, since I'll go back over the fact that ontology doesn't settle this question, that it is beneath this point of distinction. Hence the effectivity of a situation, its appearing, can't be deduced from its congruation of multiplicity. There is no transitivity between the one and the other. At this point we'll have to ask about the laws of appearing. I think that we can maintain the idea that mathematics still explains some of what happens, that we aren't absolutely obliged to leave the realm of the mathematical. Simply, we'll need a slightly new form of mathematicity, one that requires a minimal theory of relation, a logic. I call logic that which is a theory of relation as relation, relation between elements, between parts, etc. I will argue that being as being, that is as beneath the relation between being and being there, is a pure multiplicity. But I will show how this pure multiplicity is always attached to, distorted by, or reworked by, a universe of relations, which will dne the logic peculiar to the situation, and not merely its being displayed in its multiplicity, or its network of belongings. The main methodological inspiration for Badiou's own logic of relation and appearing is provided by that branch of mathematical logic known as category theory, the logic of appearing. Once you push it toward the dialectic of relations, requires an engagement with categorical mathematics, just as pure ontology is unthinkable without mathematical set theory. L. In what follows I will review what Badiou takes to be the essential insights of this theory, after considering some of the wider issues associated with a truly mathematized logic as the basis for any general theory of appearance and relation. Being and appearing, reworking the concept of situation. We know that Badiou's ontology presumes the elimination of any primordial one or totality. There is no possible set of all sets that could be studied in its own right. So even if we invest a univocal mathematics as sole ontological discourse, we must realize that any particular ontological investigation is irremediably local, ct. We cannot study being in general, in its totality. We can study only particular localizations or situations of being. This is why all being is essentially being there, and also why ontology is itself a situation. Or again, what can be consistently thought of being is what, in a particular situation, appears to thought. It remains the case, Badiou insists, that a being qua being latent and tantuatent is, itself, absolutely unrelated. It is a fundamental characteristic of the purely multiple, as thought in the framework of a theory of sets. There are only multiplicities, nothing else. None of these are, by themselves, linked to any other. In a theory of sets, even functions should be thought as pure multiplicities, which is why we identify them with their graph. Which excludes that there be, strictly speaking, a being of relation. Being, thought as such, in a purely generic fashion, is subtracted from all relation, ct. What Badiou calls the world of appearances or phenomena, by contrast, is always given as solid, related consistent. It is a world of relation and cohesion, in which we have our points of reference and our habits, a world in which being is, in sum, captive of being there. Throughout Badiou's current work, appearing seems to obey quasi-Kantian rules of intelligibility, compatibility, and coherence. The goal now is to understand how it is possible that any situation of being is both pure multiplicity on the border of inconsistency, and intrinsic, solid relation liaison of its appearing, ct. Whereas the pure being of being is inconsistent and thus wildly anarchic, disordered, free. The appearing of being is itself a certain ordering of being, LM, chapter, p. We might say that the shifting of Badiou's attention from the being of being to the appearing of being already implies a shift in priorities that brings him closer to Deleuze than ever before. From now on, the ultimate reference to ontological inconsistency or chaos will always be mediated by the exploration of precise ontic strata or complexity, in roughly the sense made current by complexity theory. What does Badiou mean by appearing, exactly? He proposes to call the appearing apparator of a being that which, of a being latent, is linked to the constraint of a local or situated exposition of its multiple being multiple, that is, its being there et rela. Appearing appears here neither in Heidegger's phenomenological sense nor as a function of time, space, or the constituent subject. It appears as an intrinsic determination of being, ct. A direct consequence of the impossibility of any totalization, or all-inclusive set, of being. In the absence of any whole, appearing is that which ties or readies a being to its site. The essence of appearing is relation. Though it is an intrinsic determination of being that it be there, that it appear, nevertheless it is not exactly pure being qua being as such that appears. What appears of pure being is a particular quality of being, namely existence. Thanks to the equation of ontology and set theory, pure being qua being is essentially a matter of quantity and univocal determination, something either is or is not, with no intermediary degree. Existence, by contrast, is precisely a quality of being, a matter of intensity and degree. Something is if it belongs to a situation, but it exists, in that situation, always more or less, depending on how clearly or brightly it appears in that situation. We might say, for instance, and very crudely, that while a great many things belong to the American situation, that situation is arranged such that certain characteristic things, free speech, pioneers, private property, baseball, freeways, fast food, mobile homes, self-made men, and so on, appear or exist more intensely than other, dubiously un-American, things, unassimilated immigrants, socialists, opponents of the National Reassociation, etc. How something appears is not deducible from its ontological pro-le. Always, Badiou, like Sartre and Lacan before him, is determined to sever any analysis of how we behave from presumptions about how or what we are, our nature, our identity, our roots, and so on. LM, chapter, p. LM, chapter, p. To take the most obvious case, though the numbers used to identify the pages in this book are ontologically the same as those used to distinguish prices in a supermarket or the results of football games, they appear differently in each situation. CFLM, chapter, pages. How we appear, in any given situation, is determined by the established ordering and organizing procedures internal to that situation. What Badiou calls le transcendantal, a phrase that I translate here as the transcendental regime, of a situation is that state-like part of the situation which measures the degrees of self-identity that distinguish particular existences. It is the transcendental regime of a situation that determines the degree to which things belong to that situation, the intensity of their appearing in it, in our American situation, the degree to which things are worthy of patriotic veneration and cultural approval. Unlike Kant's idealist conception of the transcendental, attributed to the structural, a priori operation of a subject, Badiou's transcendental regime is entirely a function of the objective world it governs and in which it is itself included. It is part of the sphere occupied, in symmetrical opposition to the sphere of truth, by an object without subject. LM, chapter, p. A large part of Badiou's recent teaching has been devoted to what he calls the mathematics of the transcendental. This is not the place to hazard a proper summary of this new teaching, since it is both partially incomplete and highly technical, and, at least in the view of this reader, considerably more resistant than set theory to simply ed analogical explanation. Nevertheless, the 2 or 3 main developments of this teaching are well worth mentioning at this stage. The conceptual core of Badiou's whole understanding of the transcendental dimension of a situation is provided by an analysis of the mathematical relation of order, as opposed to equivalence. Order is what relates smaller quantities to larger ones. Unlike the relation of equivalence, it is obviously non-symmetrical, PQ, and Badiou thus treats it as the most primitive logical expression of comparative difference, the very RST inscription of an exhortation exigence of the other. L. What a transcendental regime does, essentially, is order the various elements of its situation in terms of their existential intensity. These degrees of intensity, the brightness of their appearing, are themselves determined by a set of identity functions, written ID, A, for any element A. These functions RST measure the degree of self-identity of any element A, ranging between a degree of maximum intensity, whereby the existence of A appears absolutely certain, and a degree of minimum intensity, such that A appears altogether non-existent. By contrasting these degrees of self-identity, the identity functions can subsequently measure the degree of identity between 2 elements, across degrees of resemblance ranging from exactly the same to entirely different. L. The basic idea is that A has all the more phenomenal existence in the situation, the more vigorously it affirms its identity in the situation. L. The transcendental regime of a situation can then be defined as a set that is at least partially ordered, i.e., most of its elements can be related in terms of end, that contains a minimum and a maximum degree of recognizable intensity, that, given an element A, can measure the opposite or obverse L-inverse of that element, that, given 2 elements A and B, can describe the multiple that these elements have in common, the largest inferior element that they share, along with the global multiple just large enough to envelop them both, and so on. The theory further allows for the decomposition of each appearing element, or object, into ultimately non-decomposable parts or atoms, each of which appears more or less strongly in its turn, i.e., belongs more or less significantly to its object. At this atomic or literally elemental level, degrees of existence or appearing are directly determined by pure ontological being. The relative appearing of an atom effectively expresses the being of the particular element, belonging to the situation, to which it corresponds. This is what Badiou calls the RST principle of materialism. At the atomic level, then, it remains the case that, against any Deleuze-Bergsonian investment in the virtual, every object, and thus every appearing, is determined by its actual ontological composition, L. It is the atomic level, likewise, that provides the basis for a connection between the logic of appearing and the mathematics of being as such, L. This connection further allows, very roughly speaking, for an analysis of the compatibility of various objects appearing in a situation, along with their localization and atomic decomposition, all of which enables a description of what happens to a multiple insofar as it is objecti ed in a situation, and not simply insofar as it is, L. In Logiques de Mons, Badiou gives the example of a political demonstration in which various groupings of elements, unions, political parties, anarchists, lyceens, passers-by, etc., appear more or less distinctly, powerfully, uniformly, insistently, and more or less compatibly according to the criteria that come to govern the logic of this demonstration. Each group, insofar as it remains a distinctive group, will end certain irreducibly characteristic or atomic features that serve to differentiate its being there, as opposed to its generic, indifferently different being as being, from that of the other groups, LM, chapter, pages. But again, should something then happen to unite the participants in an exceptional unanimity, the demonstration will cease to be a mere compilation of allied groups and become part of the mobilization of a true political subject, as happened, for instance, to the various groups of actors involved in the making of the French Revolution. What this complex and highly abstract conjuration provides is a considerably more nuanced definition of a situation or world, which now includes the following ontological features, L. Every situation S is made up of a collection of multiples, sets, or elements, noted A, B, C, which compose the stable being of any such situation. Nothing new here. Any S also includes a particular multiple T, the transcendental regime Le transcendantal of S, whose structure is generally uniform, characterized by an at least partial order ranging between a minimum and a maximum degree of intensity, a largest inferior element common to any pairing of elements, etc., but whose sophistication or range of degrees is innately variable. T is what accounts for the structuring principle of a situation, as distinct from its state, or representing principle, a point that was left more or less unexplained in L''t''evenement. Any particular multiple A of the situation can be indexed against T according to its particular identity function or function of appearing, ID, and the result of this indexing is what determines an object A for the situation, written, A, ID. Any such object A is, in turn, made up of atomic components that can be noted ID, A, X, where A is a minimal element of A and X is a degree of self-identity measurable in T. Every element of an object A is distinguishable according to its degree of existence in A and is also localizable by an element of T. Between two objects A and B there can exist relations, i.e., variations on the relation of order, or end, on condition that these relations preserve the essential characteristics of their regime of appearing, localizations, and intensities of existence. Or again, a relation between two objects preserves the atomic logic of these objects. Insofar as they appear in the situation, the multiples that belong to it are thus structured by their apparent objectivation, their incorporation into objects, meaning arrangements of similarity, difference, compatibility, enveloping, order, and so on, which are preserved by the relations operative in the situation. In short, a situation can be defined as a universe of objects and relations that makes a collection of pure multiples appear, L. What Badiou now calls a world is just a situation in this newly rami-ed sense, that is, considered in terms of its being there. A world is a coherent set of innumerable appearings governed by an innately rami ed transcendental regime. This regime is what category theory will label the central object of a topos, more on this below. A discrete world exists insofar as it holds together a certain congruation of multiple beings which appear there, along with a certain range of transcendentally regulated relations between these beings. LM, Chapter, p. In the third chapter of Logiques de Mondes, Badiou develops in particular detail the example of Quebec, as the world whose historical development runs from Cartier's initial voyages in the S through the recent referenda on national sovereignty, and in which appear, more or less intensely, an innate multiplicity of things including the voyagers, the Inuit, Neil McKenty, hydroelectric power, Laval University, maple syrup, ice hockey, Saint-Sava, and so on. The unlimited dissemination of the elements of its elements recon RMS in ontological terms the presumption of l'événement that every world is ontologically innate, and the order of this innate is properly inaccessible. A truly mathematized logic. It is the fact that being must appear somewhere, Badiou continues, that ensures that there is logic. Appearing is nothing other than the logic of a situation. The word logic, of course, sounds somewhat out of place in Badiou's philosophy. Certainly, that mathematics is a form of thought means, rst of all, that it is not a logic. For a long time, Badiou admits, he had believed that a Platonic reversal of Aristotelianism required the destitution of formal logic as the privileged means of access to rational thought. He is now content, however, that logic can be accounted for, not as an empty syntactical construction, but as an effect of mathematical prescription itself, ct. A logic will always be particular to a decided mathematical universe, and logic will mean the principles of coherence operating in such a universe. Logic will describe the domain of appearing, leaving pure mathematics to describe the domain of being as being. But inasmuch as appearing or relation is now perceived as an intrinsic constraint upon being, logic or the science of appearing must itself be a component of the science of being, and thus of mathematics. It is necessary that logic be mathematical logic. But inasmuch as mathematics apprehends being in its being, beyond its appearance, and thus in its fundamental de liaison, it is also necessary that mathematics be in no way confused with logic, ct. It also remains the case, as you might expect, that when something happens, when in the wake of an event being seems to displace its congruation under our eyes, it is always at the expense of appearing, through the local collapse of its consistency, and so in the provisional cancellation resiliation of all logic. Because what comes then to the surface, displacing or revoking the logic of the place, is being itself, in its fearsome and creative inconsistency, or in its void, which is the without place of every place. We have, then, a double imperative. We must conceive of logic as mathematical logic, but without confusing mathematics with logic. Neither imperative is surprising. If Badiou is prepared to import a logical theory of relation into his ontology, this can only be a logic that recognizes its ultimate subordination to mathematics, as opposed to an allegiance to language or some vaguely de-net faculty of judgment. The problem and hence the importance of the second imperative is that the kind of mathematized logic we have inherited from the pioneering efforts of Boole and Freya is a logic that was mathematized in the wrong way, according to a mistaken understanding of mathematics itself. Such logic remains, consistent with what Badiou terms the Aristotelian ontological tradition, a more formalized, kind of clarifying language applied to an otherwise confused material. The entire effort of this mathematized logic, beginning with Freya's ideography, has been to constitute logical languages as formal objectivities objectites. The mathematical aspect of such logic is thus derivative and external, ct., and Badiou sees the whole enterprise as simply one aspect of that linguistic turn promoted, in other domains, by Heidegger, Wittgenstein, and analytical philosophy generally. Between Aristotle and Hegel, Badiou writes, logic was the philosophical category in which ontology maintained its ascendancy over language. The Phrygian mathematization of logic, on the other hand, authorizes the seizure of philosophy by language. And the price paid for this seizure has been the destitution of ontology in general, either as according to Wittgenstein, the statements of ontology have no meaning, or, as according to Heidegger, the statements of metaphysics have reached the moment of their closure in nihilism, ct. The RST thing Badiou needs to do, then, is reconceptualize the mathematization of logic in keeping with his own ontological prescriptions. We know that from a true Platonic perspective, the essence of mathematics is not its merely formal clarity but its capacity to think and transcribe being as being. That logic can be properly understood as mathematical requires a conception of logic that allows it to emerge from within the movement of mathematics itself, rather than from the application of a linguistic frame to mathematics. So the real question is what event of thought, with regard to logic, enables philosophy to evade the hold of grammar and logic. Badiou's answer is the development, begun in the S by Eilenberg and Maclane, and subsequently continued by Grothendieck, Freyd, and Lavra, of what is known as category or topos theory. Badiou writes triumphantly, I have been able to solve at least partially my problem, the problem of the relation between logic and mathematics, by putting philosophy under the condition of the theory of toposes, ct. Topos theory establishes the desired conclusion that logic is a local dimension of possible mathematical universes, ct. As soon as logic is mathematized in the form of a syntax, or a formal theory, its connection to language is primordial. The theory of categories proposes a complete reversal of perspectives. Whereas the syntactical presentation of logic as formal language disposes its universes, or models, as semantic interpretations, in the categorial presentation what exist are universes, of which logic is an internal dimension. Logic now appears as an immanent constraint enveloped by mathematics. And above all, logic is localized. It is a presented, situated dimension of universes whose possibility mathematics describes. The problem of the delimitation of mathematics and logic thus takes on a completely different turn. This delimitation no longer lets itself be decided by linguistic criteria that would exhaust its power. It is referred back to distinctions, themselves ontological, that are far more fundamental, and that concern two conceptual pairs, that of the real and the possible, and that of the global and the local. It marks out what we might call an essential ontological geometrization of the relationship between logic and mathematics. Ct. What complicates any discussion of this localization is the obviously double use of the word logic on the one hand, as logic in general, that is, global, descriptive of what holds for any possible universe, and, on the other hand, as a local logic, that is, determined by the orientation of a particular mathematical universe, classical, modal, intuitionist, etc. The theoretical inclusion of mathematics in logic is thus preserved, in a sense, but the practical force of this priority in any given localization of logic is denied. If set theory is an ontological decision, the theory of toposes is a logical description of possible ontologies, and thus prior to and larger than any particular ontology. But it is also, by the same token, a merely possible dimension, and thus empty of any real prescriptive force. The deciding of one universe among others, and this is where Badiou still differs from Leibniz, cannot be deduced from or calculated with the tools that describe the empty structure of all possible universes, ct. Although these tools allow for a description of the decision and its consequences after the fact, any such decision is itself fully primary or self-foundational. Though logic may encompass mathematics, it cannot found it, and as soon as we begin speaking of the real rather than the merely possible, we speak from the practical priority of mathematics over logic. The essential opacity of the decision-taking is thereby preserved intact. Elements of category theory. Even the most rudimentary review of how category theory actually works would triple the size of this chapter. With the space available, we should still be able, however, to get a sense of the basic principles involved and appreciate a couple of its more significant implications. Like set theory, category theory presents itself as an exposition of ontology, of mathematics, as a whole, but from a completely different angle. Category theory and set theory offer opposing approaches to all the decisive questions of the thought of being, acts of thought, forms of immanence, identity and difference, logical framework, admissible rationality, relation of experience and existence, innity, unity or plurality of universes, etc. They are, in short, different ways of conditioning philosophy. If the RST volume of L'Evenement was written under the sole mathematical condition of set theory, the second volume will be written under the double condition of both theories, suitably integrated so as to ensure the ontological priority of set theory. Where set theory directly articulates being as being, category theory is the science of appearing, the science of what sign is that every truth of being is irremediably a local truth, ct. A set theoretic ontology declares being before relation, whereas in categorial logic relation precedes being, ct. Where set theory conjures being in terms of a purely inconsistent multiplicity without one, the ontology prescribed by category theory determines being as act, relation rapport, movement, t. Where set theory recognizes only actual forms of being, category theory, oriented only by the logical characteristics of any possible universe, illustrates the primacy of the virtual over the actual, of construction over decision. Set theory is rigorously univocal, founded on the strict unicity of the void or empty set. In category theory, even the void is made equivocal, meaning that in certain categories there may be many objects without elements yet distinct from zero. The spontaneous logic of a set theoretic ontology is classical, because it accepts the unrestricted use of the law of double negation, whereas the natural logic of categories is intuitionist, because it refuses the indirect proofs of double negation, and must show or construct an object in order to be able to say that it exists. Set theory asserts a rigorous faith in the reality of what cannot be seen. Category theory complies, so to speak, with the maxim that seeing is believing. The identity of a set is extensional, or combinatorial, the identity of a category is intentional, or conceptual, whereas a set is nothing but what belongs to it. An object in category theory is a simple point, i.e., a simple letter, without a determined inside. In Descentes terms, a set theoretic ontology is intrinsic and a categorial ontology extrinsic, meaning that its determination of an object is achieved exclusively by relations, or movement, of which this object is the source or target. If Badiou himself can claim to have written a philosophy adequate to the prescriptions of set theory, he associates the philosophical bias of category theory with Bergson and Deleuze. The most basic tools of category theory are not complicated, indeed, their very simplicity is part of what makes the theory hard to grasp. The theory offers a highly formalized language especially suited for stating abstract properties of structures. The sort of actual mathematical structures that correspond to particular categories include things such as sets, groups, or topological spaces. The theory is designed to allow for the most general possible description of logical relations or operations between such structures or entities, for example, their equation or negation, their product or sum, the exponentiation of one by another, etc., and the more operations a category can recognize, the richer is the conceptual universe it formalizes. Methodologically, the way these structures are represented is essentially geometric. Isolated, manageable parts of a category are expressed in diagrams, though the more complex the diagrams, the more algebraic the geometry becomes. These diagrams are made up of objects, on the one hand, and of arrows or morphisms, on the other. Arrows are oriented correlations between objects. An arrow goes from object A, its source, to object B, its target. For example, such objects might designate mathematical structures and the arrow's relationships, say, functions, between these structures. The single most important principle of category theory is that all individuating power or action belongs to these dynamic arrows alone. In category theory, an object is without interior, and is exclusively identified by the arrows of which it is the source or the target, ct. Its nature is entirely derivative of the operations performed on it and the relations it supports. One implication is that what denotes any object as this particular object is itself an arrow, known as its identity arrow, written id, a. The identity arrow is the object a, considered as stopping time within the action. The underlying, fairly Bergsonian, or Deleuzian, idea is that an identity is never anything other than an arrest of movement, a null movement, t. Because no identity is intrinsic, two nominally distinct objects are the same if they are the source and target of the same kinds of movements. The axiomatics governing categorical congruations are equally sparse. They are, as Badiou summarizes, associative and identitarian. It is required that the compositions of arrows be associative, so that we can link without ambiguity the correlations between objects, and that each object be linked to itself by an identical arrow, which identifies that object as itself. The size of a universe thus generated depends on the correlations possible within it. These operations are uniformly denoted as limits of certain congruations, of certain Knight diagrams engaging a certain number of objects and arrows. These limits include, among others, the initial object, noted O, and the terminal object, noted, sums and products, of two objects, their exponentiation, object A to the power of object B, the pullback of two arrows to the same target. The terminal object of a category envelopes what I have described earlier in this chapter as the transcendental regime T of any situation S, and corresponds roughly to the structuring operation of the situation. It is what counts as one every object in the situation, in the sense that every object has one and only one relation with the terminal object, a relation that ensures that the object is indeed an object, L. This is why the terminal object can be considered as the object 1, and noted. The one can effectively count all the elementary, atomic, components that belong absolutely to the object, that are most remarkable or distinctive about that object, L. The initial object of a topos, or zero, further corresponds to the minimum degree of existential intensity recognized by T. Whatever exists as zero in a situation is what cannot be counted as one, that is, what cannot enter into a relation with one. Zero is whatever is empty of one-iable elements. In the category denoted by set theory, zero and the empty set are clearly one and the same, meaning that there is only one object, in the set theoretic situation, that counts as zero. This coincidence need not apply in other sorts of category, however, where it may happen that quite different things appear as empty or minimally existent. Within a category, nally, the functions of syntax and semantics cannot be clearly distinguished. Logical operators such as varication, negation, disjunction, conjunction, implication, and so on, are all arrows or operations of the same kind as semantic values such as true or false, ct. The values, arrows, of true and false are thus active affirmations in an almost Nietzschean sense, t. Diagrams of a category are structured or consistent, as opposed to merely indefinite or arbitrary, if arrows that dene one half of a diagram have the same effect as, and are thus identical with, the arrows dening its other half. For example, and purely for the sake of literal illustration, given a triangular diagram with vertices A, B, and C, the diagram is consistent if it commutes, that is, if the arrows that go from A to B to C add up to the same arrow that goes directly from A to C. Such a diagram would be drawn something like this. B. AC. C degree A equals C degree B degree A. A diagram of this sort might be used, to give a somewhat arbitrary example, to express the symmetrical relations of support and condemnation that a typical progressive French citizen might feel, during the showdown at the Saint Bernard Church, toward the sans-papiers on the one hand and the police on the other. That such a diagram, or its reactionary inverse, or any diagram linking progressive and reactionary citizens, and so on, commutes, means that whatever might increase the citizen's support for the sans-papiers would simultaneously increase his or her disapproval of the police, cflm, chapter, pages. The speci kinds of categories Badiou is mainly interested in are known as toposes. A topos is a category whose every diagram is consistent, each of which has a limit in the sense described earlier, a kind of universally valid concept. More technically, such categories are characterized by what is known as Cartesian closure T. A world as d-net earlier in this chapter, that is, as a collection of multiples whose appearing or being there is governed by a transcendental regime, is a topos. Every topos includes a central object, or C, which acts as its class-er of subobjects, a world's transcendental regime, that is, what Badiou described in L'être et l'événement as the encyclopedia of a situation, corresponds to this central object C. A topos is further endowed with arrows, called truth arrows, directed from the terminal object, to the central object, C, and includes the pullback of these truth arrows, meaning that such arrows are monomorphisms or conservers of difference. If arrows F and G are different, F plus M and G plus M are also different. A topos is a centered universe. Its arrows converge on C, and the relation of truth is established as a singular connection between two objects of the universe. As a truth procedure progresses, it bores a hole in the transcendental regime or encyclopedia as a trajectory between the set heoretic, decisional, and the categorial, definitional or relational, aspects of the axiomatic. It refolds repli, as subject, the relations into the pure presentation of elements. Whereas the basic axioms of set theory themselves generate and order a large part of the set theoretic universe, the nature of any particular category cannot be deduced from category theory itself. Each investigation can proceed only empirically, as an inspection of what it contains. There would be little to gain, at this point, from any sort of detailed inventory of the different kinds of categories. The essential thing, for Badiou's purposes, is what categorial description has to say about set theoretic categories, i.e., toposes in which set theory or something like set theory determines what exists. The great value of category theory is that it makes explicit in any particular mathematical universe logical operations that otherwise remain implicit. For example, we know that set theory demands a form of classical logic, that is, the validity of indirect proof. But set theory itself cannot articulate this logic as a justiciable principle. It cannot demonstrate the necessary connection between its ontological assumptions and this logical consequence. For set theory is first and foremost a decision or choice, and an ontological choice erases at the same time the system of possibilities in which it is decided. Once the axioms have been decided, this system is no longer accessible, nothing else was possible, for here holds a truth, in all its consequent necessity. In other words, category theory is useful not because it informs and clarifies an ontological decision qua decision, i.e., not because it provides access to the taking of the decision, but because it allows, retrospectively, for an understanding of what was thereby decided or refused. It allows us to represent the founding ontological decision as a singular choice, including the choice of a logic. Because it is itself committed to no particular orientation, category theory can describe logical connections that any given ontological commitment can no longer discern, since it is blinded by the import of its decisions. It provides, after the fact, a comfortable or critical distance with respect to a decision. As you might expect, mere knowledge of such a theory decides nothing at all, and sophistry begins when we start to believe that the investigation of logical possibilities is itself an ontological decision, or which means the same thing when we conclude that any decision is arbitrary, or that there is no ontology of truth. T. Badiou's ontology, logic under ontological prescription. Badiou's interest in category theory, then, should not be seen in any sense as a qualication of his commitment to set theory. For me, he insists, set theory is still today the only consistent ontology that I know of. T. An axiomatic ontology alone decides, it alone prescribes what is real, and the real alone matters. If category theory describes possible universes, real mathematics is not a mathematized inspection of possible mathematical universes. Real mathematics decides a universe, CT. What Badiou now calls ontological is the domain described, by category theory, of the logical consequences of an ontological decision, CT. In other words, given a particular decision concerning what exists, for example, the decision to recognize either punctual or qualitative differences, ontology can spell out the local logical implications of that decision. Badiou's particular interest, of course, is in the logical implications of a set-theoretic ontology. We know that set theory links together a concept of radical immanence, whereby any multiple is dened by what belongs to it, a concept of punctual difference, whereby all differences are local, or in one point, and an exclusive concept of the void, as unique and sole foundation. None of these concepts or proposals constrain the general categorical conception of all possible universes, or even a sizable fraction of these universes. The set-theoretic universe, then, is a dramatically singular congruation within category theory. The great advantage of seeing it in this categorical setting, i.e., as itself situated, as a situation among others, is that its precise logical characteristics emerge as explicit and distinctive, t. 3 such ontological characteristics or correlations, meaning 3 theorems of category theory, stand out as especially important in Badiou's account thus far. These theorems link logical properties of appearing or existence to strictly ontological characteristics. In each case, what the theory demonstrates, contrary to the principles of a more conventionally mathematized logic, is that we go from the manifestation of being to the principles of language, and not the reverse, ct. If what exist in a topos are only punctual differences, i.e., if the topos is what is known as a well-differed or well-pointed topos, category theory tells us that this topos recognizes one and only one object as zero, or void. A well-pointed topos is one in which the difference between two distinct relations j and k linking the same two objects x and y is based on an element in at least one of those objects x or y that is itself fully distinct, such that this element points to the difference, t, l. Among the range of possible categorical features, this is an exceptional characteristic, and its equally exceptional consequence is the unicity of the void. Badiou writes, the key question, with regard to the void, is that of its unicity. If an ontological description establishes the unicity of the void, it assumes, in the Parmenidean tradition, a certain reversibility of being, as subtraction from the count and the one. If it admits the multiplicity of the void, or its absence, it pluralizes the foundation itself, and, in the Heraclitan tradition, institutes it as alteration, or becoming, ct. Deleuze, for example, working. In this Heraclitan tradition, refuses to recognize the ontological priority of the void. The same can be said for Leibniz and Bergson. Badiou's own position, then, might be described as a Parmenidean principle applied to Parmenides' negation. Parmenides' negation amounts to the assertion, the nothingness of every presentation is, there is the void. The Parmenidean principle amounts to the assertion, everything that is, inasmuch as it is one. The combination of the two amounts to this, inasmuch as it is, the void is one, t. If a topos is well pointed, its logic is necessarily bivalent, or classical. Or, a topos that acknowledges only punctual differences is one whose central object C has only two elements, the true and the false. It is the ontological trait, punctual difference, that compels the logical characteristic, bivalency, and not the other way around. Combining this result with the RST theorem, we can conclude that the unicity of the void prescribes application of the law of double negation, not false equals true, not true equals true, rather than partly true or not altogether false. This is something set theory, and Badiou's philosophy as a whole, presumes in practice, without managing explicitly to explain why. Category theory demonstrates that the co-implication of these two ontological characteristics is indeed a universal law, a law of possible universes, t. Conversely, then, if a topos is not well pointed, and thus if there exist, as with Leibniz, Bergson, or Deleuze, intensive, qualitative, or global differences. Then your logic cannot be classical, but rather intuitionist or modal, CT. With Leibniz, for example, we know that between P and not P, there will be an infinity of intermediary states, just as, with Deleuze, we know that negation has no power of implication, and what matters is a syntax of n, of et over est. In other words, the two is classical in its exclusive recognition of P and not P, whereas, as we have known since Hegel, the overcoming of classicism requires the three. If not P is to be something more, or less, than P, we need a third position, that is that of the time of creative negation or transcendence. Non-classical logic, in other words, presumes a genuine mediation of P and not P as a relation over time, the disjunction of outcome from origin, whereas classical logic presumes the immediate identity of P and not P, the identity of outcome and origin. If a topos admits the axiom of choice, its logic is bivalent or classical. The axiom of choice implies, in other words, the legitimacy of indirect proof and the law of the excluded middle. This is perhaps the most striking of the three theorems. You may recall that the axiom of choice asserts the possibility, given an infinite number of sets, of creating an infinite subset composed of one element randomly chosen from each of these sets. This choice is effected as if automatically, without a criterion of selection. The resulting subset is made up of a truly haphazard collection of more or less typical elements, brought together by purely arbitrary means. Within mathematics considered as an active truth procedure, we know that the axiom of choice is a clear sign of subjective intervention, e.e. Moreover, the axiom of choice has the following ontological implication: there exists an infinite, anonymous and lawless representation, for every infinite situation, in keeping with the ontological presumptions of concepts like Descartes' divine freedom or Rousseau's general will. What is remarkable is that a topos that accepts the legitimacy of this anarchic procedure in keeping with most of mainstream mathematics, but in sharp contrast to intuitionist principles, must also accept the implacable rigor of classical logic. The generic, in other words, is indeed logically compatible with the austerity of the truth as opposed to the false. Taken together, these three theorems recon the two possible lines of thought, the two ontological traditions associated with Plato and Aristotle, outlined at the opening of my third chapter. Unity, ontological, of the void; localization, of difference; classicism, of logic. Plurality, of voids; globalization, of differences; intuitionism, of logic. For the RST orientation, all differences are elementary in the most literal sense, and concern effectively independent entities. For the second orientation, difference occurs as the difference of two arrows, two oriented actions, and not as the difference of two objectivities, or two multiples. Rather, as in the physical universe according to Aristotle, the RST differencing is that of movements. Difference here results from action, and results as general, global, or qualitative. Leibniz's monads, for example, although they include the whole universe and have no extension, they cannot be d-net extension ally, see the universe in a different way and express it according to a distinct modality, the elementary ontological relation being, for Leibniz, precisely one of inclusion rather than belonging. The primacy of decision. What Badiou is at pains to emphasize, in his several discussions of category theory and the new conditions it establishes for his philosophy, is its ultimate subordination to the earlier ontological condition prescribed by the axioms of set theory in particular, and the principles of axiomatic decision in general. Set theory and category theory stand opposed on almost every point, and the discord between set theory axiomatics and categorical description establishes mathematical ontology in the constraint of options of thought whose choice no purely mathematical prescription can norm, pm. This does not mean, however, that Badiou's philosophy now wavers in some uncertain hesitation between these two options. As a general rule, the real is encountered only under the axiomatic imperative, and it is just mere possibility that can be described under the regime of definitions and classifications, ct. Badiou's commitment to a set theoretic or axiomatic orientation is no less strong today than it was when he wrote the RST volume of L'événement. The sign of his delight is precisely the fact that such an orientation rests upon an absolute decision or choice, a choice without criteria, a choice no purely mathematical prescription can norm, pm. There is no way to calculate the correct choice of a set theoretic as opposed to an intuitionist or Aristotelian ontological orientation, for example. The choice is not between set theory and category theory. Category theory simply provides Badiou with tools to describe the choices made by set theory. If category theory has become one of the conditions of Badiou's recent philosophy, his commitment to an axiomatic ontology remains properly unconditional. How this ontology conditions his philosophy remains absolute. Nothing informs the ontological choice. What any such choice or decision chooses is a certain way of conceiving or seeing the innight, Anzation de l'ni. This zation cannot be preliminary, transcendental, or linguistic, because it depends on an event, an act, which is the axiomatic declaration itself. Thought is thereby under the condition of a pure evental addition, and it is for this reason that it produces an implacable logic. This logic stems from what thought exposes of itself by admitting the act, by being faithful to the event. This delight, in turn, arranges a truth that is necessary for no one other than its subject. Necessity is always a result, ct. Badiou has thus faced, head-on, the transcendental challenge posed to his philosophy by logic. He has accepted the condition imposed by a duly mathematized logic, but in such a way as to make this condition itself subordinate to the more fundamental condition of mathematics itself, i.e., of mathematics as a truth procedure. Rather than simply ignore logic's claims to priority over mathematics, as he did, in effect, in L'événement itself, Badiou now has an elaborate and convincing way of dealing with this claim. Thought is not logic, but it is no less true that there is always a logic of thought. To think mathematics as thought means, from within this thought, to forget the logic, to the advantage of a delight to the decisions. Badiou now knows, so to speak, what exactly his delight forgets. Having confronted the question of logical priority, he is in a position to propose a modern pact between a Platonic orientation assumed as dominant, and an Aristotelian, Leibnizian, orientation providing a mechanism of control to control, a mechanism that allows, from within the after effect of the real, for the retrospective exploration of the forgotten possibilities from which this real was decided and subtracted. Although the mechanism of control seems to presume a degree of theoretical transcendence, nevertheless the existence of a logic depends only on a process of truth, itself hanging on the chance of an evental condition, and on a decision concerning this chance. In this way, the hierarchy of decision over logic and truth over language is preserved and reinforced. Every truth procedure demonstrates that there is a logic of truth, but no truth of logic, ct. Badiou sums up his current agenda in a 4-point program, which I quote almost in full. Logic is not a formalization, a syntax, a linguistic apparatus. It is a mathematized description of possible mathematical universes, under the generic concept of topos. A mathematical universe, a topos, localizes its own logic. A possible mathematical universe establishes constraining correlations between certain ontological features and certain features of its immanent logic. The study of these correlations is the fundamental content of logic itself. Logic thus thinks its own subordination to ontology. It is because it thinks this subordination that it can be mathematized, since mathematics is ontology itself. Mathematics operates through axiomatic decisions that arrange in the real a possible universe disposant and real un-universe possible. Logical constraints follow as a result. The constraints are thought logically by the logic of possible universes. They are practiced, but not thought, by real mathematics. Consequently, the irreducible gap between logic and mathematics stems from the blind point of a thinking decision, which is that every decision of this type installs a logic that it practices as necessary, although it is a consequence of the decision. Mathematized logic is a clarication of this blindness, since it thinks the ontological correlation. But to do this, it must regress from the real, which is encountered only under the axiomatic imperative, to the possible, which can be described only under the regime of definitions and classifications. Ct. All of this D-ness, Badiou says, a program of thought, one that turns on the determination to think the possible from the point of the real. Or, to invest definitions from axioms, and not the reverse. As much as at any point in the evolution of his thought, Badiou remains committed, today, to the fundamental principle that philosophy is essentially axiomatic, and not definitional or descriptive, ct. With his ontology, his ontologic, Badiou believes he has discovered what it is that ensures that, however inconsistent their being, all worlds or situations are implacably related lies, ct. It is a brilliant extension of a philosophical system already extraordinary in its range and ramification. Its full integration into the concrete mechanics at work in what Badiou describes as the generic procedures promises to be a quite remarkable work of adjustment and synthesis. It is of course too early to submit this extension to rigorous evaluation. 2 points about Badiou's new conception of relation, however, may be worth making at this initial stage of its development. Both are obvious, and both are unlikely to change very much in future versions of the argument. The RST is that relation remains a clearly derivative category. As we have seen, Badiou is very insistent about this. Relation is still denied any properly ontological status, and its strict equation with logic ensures that it will always play secondal to the true moving force of Badiou's philosophy. An axiom relates nothing, whereas inter-elemental relation itself appears only insofar as it leaves untouched the self-identical degrees of intensity of the apparent elements, or objects, it relates. As a result, no relation can increase or diminish the degree of identity between two terms. In other words, a relation creates neither existence nor difference, LM, chapter, p. Relation always comes after its terms. Relations of solidarity or antagonism, for instance, still play no constitutive role in the shaping of the individuals they mobilize, connect, or divide. The second point is that the kind of relation articulated by pure logic is itself a relation made absolute, so to speak. What any one relation relates is here exclusively a matter of other relations. Categorical elements themselves are nothing but relations of self-identity, expressed by a function of appearing or measure of existential intensity, id. If relation does not create difference, we might say, it is because it creates identity itself. It is as if Badiou has gone from one extreme to another, from an ontology determined solely by elements subtracted from all relations to an ontology determined solely by relations abstracted from all elements. For we know that in category theory, as one textbook introduces it, objects are not collections of elements but simply compositions of arrows or morphisms, that all properties of objects must be specified by properties of morphisms, and that morphisms cannot be applied to elements but only composed with other morphisms. Identity and difference are here conceived exclusively as the effects of actions performed upon empty carriers of these effects, and consequently identified or differed. An element is intrinsically differed, never differing. This is why relations between elements remain derivative, even if relations in themselves are effectively absolute. An element is RST determined by its own degree of identity to itself, and only then differs from others by comparison with their own degrees of self-identity. As a result, inter-elemental relations can really be analyzed with the new transcendental machinery only as variations on the comparative relation of order itself, as relations of larger than or smaller than, which, as we know, provides Badiou with the very RST inscription of an exhortation exigence of the other, L. Some readers, however, may well object to this very restriction right from the start. Is not this primacy itself, once again, the result of its abstraction? In terms of what appears, blue is perhaps different from orange, or John different from Jane, or mine different from yours, without these differences being, in the RST instance, a matter of quantity or degree at all. In any case, relations in this conjuration are not, strictly speaking, relative to their terms at all, which they either compare or identify pure and simple. Deleuze has already anticipated the necessarily anti-dialectical conclusion: such relations are external to their terms. This is a conclusion any philosophy of the specie must reject. Badiou's acceptance of a categorical conditioning of philosophy may well have brought him closer to his ontologically opposite number, Deleuze. But it has not encouraged him to consider the alternative to either of these two singular positions, namely, that both elements and relations can be accounted for only together, as co-implied in a single process that maintains the elementary integrity of what is related, precisely insofar as it is related. If the abstract types isolated by category theory clearly have their uses in the rare domain of pure logic, Badiou is too quick to conclude that they hold the key to relationality as such. He is too quick to associate the relational so RMLY with the realm of mere possibility. Category theory describes only what can be abstracted of relation. Actual relations themselves, however, exist between, rather than after or above, what they relate. Since there should be no need to repeat here the kind of summary of Badiou's philosophical system provided in my introduction, I will conclude with an effort to situate the system in terms deliberately foreign to its own orientation, the terms of its limit. There are at least two simple limits to any philosophy, which we might call lower and upper. The lower limit would concern what philosophy conceives as beneath its dignity, what Badiou, for instance, associates with the animal, the worldly, the interested, the ephemeral, and so on. In crossing this limit, philosophy would cease to be philosophy, and would become something else: opinion, common sense, communication, tradition, ideology, etc. The upper limit would concern what philosophy is unable to analyze or account for, yet must presume as essential to its practice, typically, thought, being, God, the innate, the outside, the inconsistent, and so on. By trying to cross this limit, philosophy risks its paralysis in a silent veneration of what exceeds rational articulation. Thematic differences aside, most philosophies might be crudely divided into two broad tendencies as regards their own situation within these limits. Some philosophies tend to con-rm and perhaps reinforce the lower limit, while struggling to blur the upper limit. At its most extreme, this tendency will culminate in what Badiou calls anti-philosophy or mysticism, a full participation or extinction in the limit. The more a philosophy can penetrate its upper limit, the more vigorously it can defend its less noble frontier underneath. However variously it is pursued, this effort, I think, links, without in any way identifying, philosophies as diverse as those of Hinayana Buddhism, Plotinus, St. Paul, Al-Hallaj, Spinoza, Heidegger, Levinas, and Deleuze. These projects are all oriented by their upper limit or origin, by what lies beyond merely actual being, sunyata, the one beyond being, God, sen, the virtual, etc. We might call these redemptive philosophies. They all seek to wake up, in Buddhism's phrase, from the slumbering illusions of worldly specifications and distinctions. They die to the world as world, so as to embrace a purer life above or beyond it. The goal of such a philosophy is to become, through a more or less dramatic process of despeciation, newly, immediate to its primordial, singular condition. Satori, resurrection, eternal return, ethics, aletheia, becoming imperceptible, and so on, are so many rituals of initiation or criteria of selection by which the properly despecied can escape mediation and rejoin their true state. Other philosophies, however, cultivate a certain skeptical distance as regards knowledge of their upper limit, so as to concentrate more on the extension of their worldly frontier. Such philosophies accept that their upper limit is indeed inaccessible or unthinkable, that this limit is banal in its inaccessibility, and thus busy themselves with what can actually be thought. They acknowledge, for instance, that it is impossible, from within thought, to think fully and adequately the thoughtless conditions that give rise to our thinking, just as it is impossible, using language, to say silence except by breaking it. Unless we presume that thought engenders itself in a quasi-miraculous confusion of cause and effect, we accept that what enables thought is indeed effectively transcendental to thought itself. From this transcendental condition spreads the full and unlimited mediation, in thought, of an always relational specificity. Philosophies as diverse as those of Mahayana Buddhism, Montaigne, Kant, Merleau-Ponty, Foucault, and even, the earlier, Lacan, might be read as contributions to this alternative. From this perspective, the experience of a self is always mediated by the experience of others, but not by an inaccessibly or absolutely other, which instead ensures or provides, we might say, the medium of this mediation. The inaccessible is indeed the condition of mediation as such. Because the inaccessible is indeed inaccessible, what is conditioned is unlimited by its condition and constitutively related to others conditioned in the same way. Any philosophy of the specificity, I think, will have to develop at least some of the lines of inquiry explored by this tendency, one way or another. To be sure, to conceive of the inaccessible as in any way substantial as noumenal, secret, or ineffable can produce only a form of anti-philosophy. The alternative is to acknowledge the inaccessible as such, not as any kind of pregnant secret or noumenal plenitude, but simply as a limit or horizon. The inaccessible is void, pure and simple, but as Badiou reminds us, a void is always void for a situation. A horizon is not an objective structure of the world or the universe, but a limit specific to a particular perception or conceptualization, however inclusive or abstract. Even the mathematical demonstration of an unending sequence of ever larger innate numbers, while it certainly establishes the banal and numerically limitless dimension of all number, is nevertheless obliged to acknowledge a kind of specifically numerical horizon, that is, an unreachable limit that no numbering operation can cross and within which every feasible numbering operation takes place. This is the limit indicated, as we know, by the impossibility of a single set of all sets. Such an impossible set would precisely be a set without horizon in this sense, that is, a set that excludes anything inaccessible. One of the remarkable things about Badiou's generic philosophy is that it refuses to recognize this distinction of tendencies as a real distinction at all. On the one hand, we know that Badiou conceives of any particular philosophy as the effort to demonstrate the internal compossibility of those truths contemporary with it. Badiou's radical immanentism commits him to the principle that truth is always the truth of its situation, that it is collected as a subset within this situation. A philosophy simply identifies and connects such truths. The active components of a truth procedure are always militant interventions within the concrete limits of the situation. Anticipating Badiou's future work, we might say that a truth always appears as specificity. But on the other hand, and perhaps more fundamentally, Badiou's axiomatic orientation presumes the singular auto-constitution not only of the subject and truth but of the medium of this very auto-constitution itself, that is, thought as such. Thought, the stuff of philosophy in general, the thought that stands to a thought somewhat as the logic of possibility stands to a local or decided logic, is precisely that which decides itself into existence, all at once, in the element of pure subtraction. Thought is what lacks any upper limit, and for that reason, it is effectively cut off from its lower, worldly, or animal, contamination. Thought, as decided by a subject, as proclaimed by an axiom, is at once immediate to the truth, of being, of politics, of sensation, and so on, that it articulates. And so thought is from the beginning withdrawn from relation in the most general sense, and especially from a relation with what lies beneath it. As regards what other philosophers have conceived as inaccessible, then, Badiou's position is very simple: there is nothing inaccessible. He writes, "Every atheist philosophy posits that nothing, in principle, is inaccessible. Hegel is decisive on this point: the whole of the real is rational. My own thesis is not that the inaccessible is accessible. It is that there is nothing inaccessible. Neither the event, which has vanished, but remains as named and active as truth procedure, nor the unamiable, which is accessible to knowledge, and inaccessible only to truth, is inaccessible. As Mao used to declare, we will come to know everything that we did not know before. It is, in any case, one of the implications of the laicization of the innate. At the moment, I am the only atheist around. This refusal of the inaccessible is what enables Badiou's commitment to an eternal notion of truth as proclaimed on earth. A truth is neither limited by a worldly corruption that will eventually absorb it nor blocked by an unsayable beyond that must ultimately exceed it. I have two questions to ask of this refusal and its consequences. The RST concerns, predictably, the status of relation. Is it possible to relate, to be relative, rather than absolute, in the absence of something ultimately inaccessible, or at least whose effective access is forever deferred? For the inaccessible is precisely something toward which we can only relate, because it is necessarily beyond absorption or negation. To recognize something ultimately inaccessible is to characterize our existence, from the beginning, as essentially relational. Is the refusal of an inaccessible not the same thing, in the end, as a refusal of relation itself? It is telling, in this respect, that Badiou's recent admission of logical relation into his philosophy is achieved precisely through acknowledgement of an effectively inaccessible domain, the domain of purely logical possibility that frames any given ontological choice. However virtual or empty, this is indeed a domain that no particular ontology or philosophy can get behind and explain. Might it not be considered as the horizon of ontology? In the second place, to what degree might Badiou's refusal more rightly be called a denial of the inaccessible? For instance, can his decreed laicization of the innate fully resolve the matter of an innately innate number? His relegation to mere non-being of what Cantor saw as the inaccessible upper limit of inconsistent multiplicity, the innate extension of innate number with no possible largest number or set of all sets, does not fully dispel the indication of a domain that is ultimately inaccessible to number. That this domain cannot be coherently thought in terms of a divine one will not trouble those theologically minded philosophers for whom the ultimate one beyond being is equally a one beyond unity, that is, the indication, precisely, of a pure inaccessibility in which any distinction of the one, the multiple, and the void is inadequate by definition. More important, if Badiou's axiomatic model of truth can account for the effectively sovereign exercise of any particular instance of thought, to what degree can it account for the general existence of thought itself? Does an axiomatic thought not presuppose, at least, the medium of its assertion? Does a decision not presume, as Nietzsche might say, the one that decides? To the degree that Badiou can proceed only from the assumed sovereignty of thought, his orientation must eventually compete, in my view, with the RST of the two tendencies described in this conclusion. The subject of a thought is always the induced effect of that thought itself. A thought is the result of something that happens, that is, of a particular truth procedure. But thought itself, the medium of any particular thinking, cannot be so derived from what happens, since it enables it to happen. Hence the necessary ambiguity of the term thought in Badiou's philosophy. On the one hand, Badiou writes that with the word thought I designate any truth procedure taken in subjectivity. Pensée is the name of the subject of a truth procedure, am. In this sense, thought is axiomatic, exceptional, rare, and thus unnaturalizable, ls. On the other hand, Badiou is sometimes obliged to dene thought almost as an anthropological attribute, a natural or structural constant of that age-old hybrid, the thinking animal. The exclusively human capacity is thought, am. Though Badiou, of course, seeks to maintain a strictly evental definition of the human, nevertheless our singular human capacities, the ability to use mathematics, to love, and so on, make up an effectively general domain of thought as such. Such capacities are employed in particular instances of truth, any particular mathematical invention, but cannot themselves, as capacities, be fully generated by them. Thought in this general sense is indeed irreducible to its particular congruration in truths. Badiou's axiomatic procedures cannot explain what they do. Nor do they tolerate inquiry into what enables their doing. Axiomatic thought encounters nothing but more axiomatic thought. The transcendental regime presumed by any conception of the speci, by contrast, acknowledges certain speci ed, i.e., thoughtless, conditions of thought. We cannot get outside thought to think these conditions as they are in themselves, and whether they are attributed to a divine providence or a mechanical evolution is not, in the RST instance, particularly important. Our reconstruction of these conditions will always be just that, a reconstruction. By the same token, they do not intervene in thought to determine what thought thinks. It is all of thought, thought as an open whole, that is conditioned by its speci ed conditions. This is why these conditions do not themselves specify any particular thoughts. No rational theology, no evolutionary psychology, no cognitive science or neurology, will ever be in a position to specify the direction of particular thoughts. Badiou is certainly right to agree, with Parmenides, that thought and being are one and the same. Simply, Badiou's ontology prescribes the nature of being directly, without any dialectical intermediary, and his conception of thought is essentially linear, the step-by-step composition of a subset. Speci thinking, by contrast, can never be fully immediate to being as being. On the contrary, thought is nothing other than being mediated. Speci thought folds itself over concrete being, distances itself from it, in such a way that there can be no direct or unmodulated transition from the one to the other. The relation is irreducible. This is the banal reason both for our freedom within being, what we do is never speci ed by the general structures of being, and for our frustration outside it, whatever we do, we cannot rejoin or consume being. Badiou's guiding assumption is that the being of an individual or a situation is a matter of inconsistent multiplicity, an inconsistency that is accessible only once that individual has been subtracted from the regime of relations it has with other individuals. My guiding assumption is that an individual has no being outside of its relations with other individuals, so what matters is the conversion of oppressive relations into liberating ones. By any criteria, Badiou's project is one of the most remarkable, most original, and most powerful contemporary efforts to renew an engaged, progressive conception of philosophy. His is certainly the most rigorous and most inspiring assertion of a subject-based or conviction-driven philosophy since Sartre. To my mind, his philosophy is much the most inventive, the most thought-provoking, of his generation. It is limited, if that is the word, only by its refusal to grant relation any properly constituent force. As long as philosophy is defined as singular rather than speci, as long as it preserves itself in its pure de liaison, as long as it retains a strictly axiomatic integrity, it will not be able to provide a fully convincing account for the shift from withdrawal to intervention, from subtraction to transformation, from prescription to production. Though it will have long since ceased merely to describe the world, its promise to change this world will always remain unduly abstract. Appendix. On the development of transnite set theory. Set theory is one of the most sine qua conditions of Badiou's philosophy, and it provides the formal framework for his ontology. This appendix is designed to offer, independently of Badiou's unique application of the theory, some elementary background information concerning its history, purpose, and broad philosophical sine quans. The reader will nd summary explanations of a number of concepts and terms referred to at various points during the main text, including actual and potential conceptions of the innate, denumerable and non-denumerable sets, Cantor's continuum hypothesis, Russell's paradox, the Zermelo-Fraenkel axioms, Gödel's incompleteness theorem, and, in a little more detail, Cohen's generic sets and concept of forcing. All are presented with the strict minimum of technical complication and intimidation. What the great German mathematician Georg Cantor, called trans-night or supra-night set theory, is clearly a theory that aims to combine a conception of the in-night with a conception of set, or number. Its revolutionary innovation concerns the mathematical status of the actual, or completed, in-night, the in-night conceived, precisely, as a set, that is, as an embraceable collection or whole. This appendix begins, then, with the general context in which this innovation took place. Subsequent sections look at the various components of the theory, and at perhaps the two most important moments, associated with Gödel and Cohen, respectively, of its post-Cantorian evolution. The principle guiding the whole of this presentation is that of a shameless simplication throughout. In 90 before Cantor. Before Cantor's dramatic invention, most philosophers had agreed that application of the concept of actual, or self-embracing, in 90 should be reserved for an entity more or less explicitly identi-ed with God, the one of Plotinus, Descartes' idea of God, Spinoza's substance, Hegel's absolute or good in night, and so on. The most that mathematics could do, it seemed, was describe something potentially in night, the sort of thing illustrated by unending numerical succession. N. Only this concept of the in-night as potential or never-ending was deemed worthy of scientific status. Indeed, the idea of a completed in-night provided many classical philosophers with the supreme example of an idea exceeding the powers of human thought. On the one hand, the possibility of an actually in-night division of time or quantity into ever smaller quantities appeared to suggest the impossibility of motion itself. Anaxagoras, Zeno, on the other hand, the possibility of an actually in-night number, a number such that n equals n plus, appeared to defy the principles of arithmetic themselves. Galileo, Leibniz. Real or actual in-nighty seemed forever destined to belong to a realm beyond number and thus beyond measurement, doomed to remain, in short, an essentially infinite, if not frankly religious, concept. Perhaps the most significant moment in this metaphysical consensus can be traced to Aristotle. Confronted with Zeno's famous paradoxes concerning motion and division, Aristotle set a trend that would hold good for the next 2,000 years, even if physical bodies might in principle be in-nightly divided. He argued, they never are so divided. Nothing existent is actually made up of in-nightly small parts. As a result, if the in-night can be said to exist at all, it must have an exclusively potential existence. The story of the actually in-night in modern mathematics, then, is the story of the slow subversion of this eminently sensible Aristotelian approach. Most histories of mathematics distinguish 3 or 4 central episodes in this story: the discovery of irrational numbers, the algebraicization of geometry, the discovery of calculus and the controversial status of infinitesimals, the discovery of non-Euclidean geometries, and the consequent search for a new arithmetic foundation for mathematics. The last of these 4 episodes determines the immediate context for Cantor's set theory. Incommensurable magnitudes. One of the RST great mathematical encounters with the in-night is associated with the apparent discovery, a century or 2 before Aristotle's own intervention, of incommensurable magnitudes or ratios. Pythagoras and his followers had maintained that all of reality could be described in terms of commensurable magnitudes, that is, in terms of the whole numbers or ratios of whole numbers. It may, then, have come as quite a shock to discover that the diagonal of a square could not be expressed as a ratio at all. If we consider such a diagonal as the hypotenuse of a right triangle whose 2 equal sides are measured as 1 unit, the familiar formula A equals B plus C gives the diagonal's length as square root units. The square root of, or of any other prime number, is irrational, meaning that it cannot be expressed as a fraction or ratio of 2 whole numbers, however large. Its decimal expansion, beginning, is endlessly unrepeating. It is thus a literally in-night number, not, of course, because the quantity it represents is in-nightly large, but because any night representation of it can be only approximate. In a sense, the existence of such irrational numbers provided the RST mathematically irrefutable proof of the inexhaustible wealth of the number line or geometric continuum. it would seem that there is no obvious way to count all the possible numbers between any two whole numbers, just as there is no obvious way to count all the extensionless geometric points in a given stretch of space. Even to pose such questions in this way would seem to be incoherent. Descartes and the algebraicization of geometry. The ancient promise of an exact and universal measurement was reasserted centuries later by Descartes and the thorough algebraicization of geometry, but this new effort also led to another paradoxical encounter with the actually innate. Before Descartes came along, geometry was essentially the stuff of ruler and compass manipulations of the kind still taught in primary school, a matter of graphic, intuitive representation or spatial modeling. What Descartes did was to begin to eliminate the intuitive aspect of geometry, in favor of a purely numerical description of forms and curves, that is, a description that allows us to reduce the expression of a form to the calculus of its coordinates. As Mary Tiles puts it, prior to the algebraicization of geometry, the classical, i.e., Aristotelian nihilist could stand his ground without suffering mathematical penalties. So long as geometry, the science of continuous magnitudes, and arithmetic, the science of discrete magnitudes, remain separate and largely independent branches of mathematics, the innate inherent in the continuum remained internal to the notion of continuity, which was taken as a primitive notion grounded in geometric intuition. In this context, the question how many points are there in a line, has no mathematical sense. Because a line as a continuous magnitude does not form the sort of whole to which a number, other than a measure of length, is assignable. The situation changes, however, with the algebraicization of geometry. With the introduction of an algebraic notation, there is immediately a tension between the view of a continuous curve as a whole given before its parts and as a whole composed of discrete entities given as its parts. In other words, the numerical description of the hitherto purely spatial or intuitive notion of a linear continuum had become a genuine conceptual possibility. Calculus. The calculus invented independently by Newton and Leibniz took partial advantage of this possibility. Calculus describes forms of continuous variation, curves or motions, in precise numerical terms. To do so, it had recourse to what Leibniz called the usefulsion of infinitesimal numbers, ideal or imaginary numbers innately smaller than any conceivable real number, and thus adequate to represent the lengths of the innately short line segments that make up a curve. With calculus, the possibility of an arithmetic description of the continuum became a reality of sorts. The question remained: what sort of reality? At the end of the 17th century, mathematicians such as de L'Hospital and Fontenelle were indeed content of the actually innate dimension of the infinitesimals. But the next century was to see a gradual reaction against this actuality, however, spurred in part by Berkeley's famous critique of the infinitesimals as the ghosts of departed quantities. Over the early decades of the 19th century, thanks to the cumulative work of Cauchy, Bolzano, and Weierstrass, the apparently incoherent notion of an actually infinitesimal number was at last replaced by the more easily acceptable idea of a numerical limit toward which an innate series tends. In other words, rather than conceive of the gradient of a curve as the ratio of two innately small quantities dy dx, this ratio is conceived as the limit of an innate sequence of ever closer approximations to a given quantity. The exclusive existence of the potential innate was thereby re-established, and discussion of the actually innate was once again presumed to refer to nothing more than what Gauss called, in a manner of speaking. What this theory of limits required in its turn, however, was an account of its own now exclusively numerical foundation, and in particular an arithmetic basis for the so-called real numbers, i.e., innately continuing or irrational numbers. The need for such a foundation became all the more urgent with the discovery, also made over the decades of the 19th century, of alternative forms of geometry itself. Non-Euclidean geometries. According to some accounts, the discovery of non-Euclidean geometries was the most consequential development of 19th century mathematics. Euclid's geometry had been premised on the idea that what it described in the idealized terms of points and lines was ultimately the very reality of space and physical extension themselves. Descartes' innovations had done nothing to challenge this idea, and it remained a basic assumption for the entire rationalist tradition no less than for Galileo, Newton, and the scientific revolution as a whole. Writing at the end of the 18th century, and somewhat behind the mathematical trends of his day, Kant still stuck to RMLY Euclidean principles in his description of a priori space. Euclid's famous postulate that parallel lines never meet, for instance, was held to express an obvious fact of the physical universe as much as an intuitively demonstrable principle of ruler and compass geometry. After many attempts, however, it turned out to be impossible to develop a conclusive proof of the postulate's necessary truth, and the impossibility of its direct derivation from Euclid's other and less controversial axioms was nally conremed in. At the same time, a number of mathematicians, Lobachevsky, Bolyai, and Riemann are the most celebrated, managed to demonstrate the existence of perfectly coherent but thoroughly counterintuitive, non-Euclidean geometries comprising any number of theoretical dimensions. In the light of their discoveries, a conception of space in which the parallel postulate holds true now appears to be one rather limited conception among a multitude of others. For example, the non-Euclidean configuration of two-dimensional space as mapped onto the surface of a sphere asserts either a plurality of lines through a certain point P parallel to a certain line L, Lobachevsky, or the absence of any such lines, Riemann. In other words, geometric axioms could no longer be understood as the transcription of certain elementary, self-evident aspects of homogeneous physical space, but were recognized to be irreducibly relative to a particular model of space. More than any other modern mathematical discovery, the elaboration of new geometries at a level of complexity far beyond the limits of any conceivable physical existence, let alone any merely graphic representation, served to undermine the idea, so widely accepted in the 17th century, that mathematics was ultimately grounded in its correspondence with the innately mathematical structure of the universe itself. One consequence was the need to clarify the now unavoidable fact of mathematical autonomy. If not material reality, what was to secure the foundation of mathematical truths? The attempt to answer this question led to a newly rigorous investigation of the properly numerical foundations of arithmetic itself. Only the natural number system based on the elementary succession of units appeared invulnerable to skeptical relativism, an attitude summed up by Leopold Kronecker's quip, "The whole numbers are the work of God. All else is the work of man, and therefore doubtful." Even here, however, paradox remains close at hand. If number is to be the sole basis of mathematics, is number itself an ultimately coherent notion? Long before the invention of non-Euclidean geometries, Galileo had realized that if we order sets of numbers on the basis of an unending, one-to-one correspondence, there are as many squares as there are numbers, see the GUR in the next section of this appendix, a result that encouraged him to conclude that the very notion of number loses its coherence as it approaches infinity. Hobbes's presumption remained the typically pre-Cantorian view. When we say anything is infinite, we signify only that we are not able to conceive the ends and bounds of the things named, having no conception of the thing, but of our own inability. Above all, the mathematicians of the mid-19th century still upheld the common-sense empiricist notion, that the idea of one innately bigger than another is an absurdity too gross to be confuted. The concept of an actual, measurable infinity and thus the possibility of different sizes of infinity, of different innate numbers seemed to be forever resistant to precise mathematical description. Such was the situation in which Cantor set to work, with Dedekind's help, in the S. Cantor's theory of transnite numbers. What Cantor did, then, was provide precisely what previous mathematicians and philosophers had almost unanimously declared impossible, a mathematically precise description of innate numbers qua numbers. Of course, an innate number is not measurable in terms of innate quantities, nevertheless, Cantor established that the concept of numerical order or succession is every bit as coherent in the realm of the actually innate as it is in the realm of the obviously innate. He showed that it made perfect sense to speak of the size, or cardinality, of different innate quantities, conceived as completed wholes or sets. Cantor's definition of a set was simplicity itself. By a set S we are to understand any collection into a whole of D-night and separate objects M of our intuition or our thought. In order to conceive of any such collection as a collected whole, Cantor realized that there was no need actually to count out how many elements were collected, although, sine cantly, he did cling fast to the idea that all such collections could be enumerated in principle, that is, by some sort of innately powerful counting agent. Actually to enumerate a given quantity is, as Russell put it, a very vulgar and elementary way of ending out how many terms there are in a calculation. What mathematicians call ordinal numbers are determined through such enumeration, by counting their elements up from zero. Cardinal numbers, by contrast, are compared in terms of a one-to-one correspondence quite independent of the ordinal counting or ordering process. For instance, we can easily compare the number of teacups to that of saucers on a tray, and determine whether there are as many cups as saucers, without having to enumerate either quantity up from zero. In other words, cardinality refers to the relative size or power of a set, while ordinality refers to the way it is ordered or counted, up from zero. The ordinal numbers provide what we might call an absolute scale of numerical succession. Cardinality measures the effectively relative size of sets. So long as we limit ourselves to night quantities, ordinal and cardinal numbers clearly amount to one and the same thing. Any night number can be ordered or counted in only one way, and thus coincides with its cardinality. When it comes to in-night quantities, however, it is a different story. An in-night set of a particular cardinality may well be ordered in many different ways, which means that the relation between its ordinal value and its cardinal value is not obvious. Indeed, what distinguishes an in-night quantity, by the definition that Dedekind proposed and Cantor reneged, and that Galileo had anticipated but dismissed as nonsensical, is precisely the fact that it can be put into a one-to-one correspondence with one of its own subsets or parts. An in-night number, in other words, violates Euclid's postulate that the whole is necessarily larger than the part. Natural numbers, odd numbers, squares. Since the sequence of natural or counting numbers is itself in-night, it is perfectly true that there are as many odd numbers as there are both odd and even numbers. More remarkable still is the fact that, as one of Cantor's earliest articles showed, the set of numbers that includes all of the fractions conceivable between any two whole numbers is itself no more in-night than the set of whole numbers on their own. Though there are in-nightly many rational numbers or fractions between any two whole numbers, since between any two fractions we can always add another fraction, this in-nightly dense abundance of the rational numbers adds no discernible quantity to the already in-night wealth of the natural numbers. Cantor, eventually, confirmed this counterintuitive result by perfectly intuitive means. All that needs to be done is to show, once again, that the endless sequence of fractions can be put into a countable, one correspondence with the natural number sequence. By following the arrows we come up with a number line that will come to include every possible fraction, a line whose elements can in principle be paired off, with some repetitions, with the natural or counting numbers. In other words, any set, night or in-night, whose elements might be paired with the natural or counting numbers can thereby be considered denumerable, and all in-night denumerable sets have the same cardinality or size, regardless of how large a part of the whole in-nightly denumerable set they include. Cantor chose to represent this RST or smallest in-night cardinal number, representing the size of the set to which belong all natural and rational numbers, with the RST letter of the Hebrew alphabet, subscripted with a 0. Does the denumerability of even the set of all possible fractions mean that all, in-night, sets are denumerable? Are there in-night sets other than this? Were Hobbes and Locke right in thinking that there can be only one order of in-nighting? For the RST time in history, Cantor was able to give RMLY negative answers to these questions. After all, the discovery of irrational numbers had already demonstrated the existence of numbers no fraction could translate, numbers representing so many wholes on the numerical continuum, wholes that no ratio of whole numbers could represent or LL in. The problem Cantor had inherited from previous attempts to complete the arithmetization. of geometry was precisely the one posed by the fact that the ordered, denumerable body of rational numbers does not produce an exhaustive numerical description of a linear continuum, i.e., it cannot count out all the conceivable geometric points belonging to a line. His initial goal, then, was to arrive at an arithmetic definition of the set of numbers required to represent or index this elusive number. His great achievement was to show that this set, the set of real numbers required to describe the uninterrupted continuum of a line segment, is not denumerable at all. The real numbers are of an entirely different order of infinity from that of the denumerable, rational numbers. They are, precisely, infinitely more numerous than the infinite set of denumerable numbers. Cantor's most famous demonstration of this point is indirect. Imagine a line segment measured as one unit, that is, as a segment running from 2 on a number line. Now suppose that it were denumerable, and suppose that all the numbers between and could be listed as indefinitely preceding decimals, in the form d equals .xxxx. xn, where each x stands for one digit in the decimal sequence. This would generate an endless listing of these decimals that would include, to choose some arbitrary examples, n, 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 and we might expect that this kind of list should eventually cover every possible decimal number between and. Nevertheless, Cantor could easily show that it is possible to construct endless further numbers between and that could not be included in any such list, simply by performing some arbitrary operation on a number generated diagonally down the list, here, the digits in bold type. Say we construct a number that differs, in every digit, by 1, or 2, or 3, from the diagonal number. And that can be put together in this way, thus yielding or. The result will certainly be a number that is between and, yet different from any of the numbers in the original list, if only in the nth place. In this way Cantor conremed by arithmetic means the ancient geometric understanding that, though infinitely dense, the collection of rational numbers does not form a continuum. However fully this collection is enumerated, it is punctured by infinitely many irrational holes. The cardinality of the continuum as such, this non-denumerable set that includes all the real numbers, Cantor called C. By another counterintuitive demonstration, he showed that this cardinality applies to any segment of a continuum, no matter how large in conventional terms, 1 inch as much as a trillion miles, a line as much as a plane or cube. Even the dimensional continuum is of the same size, or cardinality, as the one-dimensional continuum. There are thus at least 2 different orders of mathematical infinity, the second, C, infinitely larger than the rst. From, moreover, the elementary procedures of set theory can easily generate an infinite succession of further infinite numbers or sets, most obviously by means of the axiom of the power set. Once we have established a set of a given cardinality n, nite, or infinite, we can create a new, much larger set by bringing together all of its possible subsets, all of the possible ways of combining its elements into parts. As we saw in chapter, given a set n, the total number of parts or subsets thus collected together will form a set with n elements. When n is a nite number, however large, this excess of the power set over the set itself, or of parts over elements, is easily measured. When n is infinite, however, the excess is itself infinitely larger than the set's own infinity. Hence an unending sequence of infinite numbers, each infinitely larger than its predecessor. Cantor was able to show that the second number in the sequence, the power set of, could be put in a one-to-one correspondence with the non-denumerable cardinality of the continuum itself, C equals C. Cantor's next and abiding question, formulated as the famous continuum hypothesis, ch, was this: what sort of relationship is there between the rst and smallest infinite cardinal and its power set, or C? Might the power set be proven to be the successor to, that is, the next largest cardinal on the transnite numerical scale, written? In other words, might the power set follow immediately after the denumerable infinity of the natural numbers, with no distinct number between the two? Ch is the presumption that equals, or that C equals. Cantor was convinced that this seemingly plausible hypothesis was true, and that it provided the basis for a kind of order and stability in the realm of the transnite. In a universe in which a generalized Ch held true, every in-night set could be thought of as well ordered. The potentially anarchic concept of a non-denumerable set would be denet as following immediately from the cardinality of the denumerable set of natural numbers. To Cantor's great consternation, however, he was unable to prove the point. As Cohen was eventually able to establish, the derivation of a successor cardinal simply bears no obvious relation to the operation of the power set axiom. It cannot be determined that the sequence of in-night cardinals is identical with the exponential series. To this day, Ch remains one of the great bones of mathematical contention. More than any other issue, it indicates the differences between the various ways of thinking, which Badiou distinguishes as intuitionist, transcendent, and generic, about the nature and reality of mathematics. See chapter. We should address one further point before moving on. Cantor's definition of set left undecided the question of whether a set is what Russell was to call intentional, that is, the collection of objects corresponding to a predicate or concept, the set of all nations, all Cubans, all abstract ideas, all natural numbers, etc. Or extensional, that is, the result of a simple collecting together of previously existent elements, which may or may not share any unifying properties, the set of all things lying on my desk, the set of all things caught in a Sherman's net, etc. The intentional, or rule-governed, conception of set RST defended by Freya and in a later version by Russell himself presumes the logical priority of the concept over its application. The concept of fourness, for example, is what will allow the gathering together of any number of sets of 4 people, 4 apples, 4 zeros, etc., into a set D net as one whose elements all have 4 elements. The extensional, or combinatorial, conception of set proceeds instead from the bottom up. Such a set is simply a result, the result of collecting together a certain bundle of elements. In contemporary set theory, and in Badiou's ontology, the extensional approach prevails, largely because Russell's famous paradox concerning sets belonging to themselves demonstrated the vulnerability of any set theory that tries to deny the notion of set. For if sets are to be thought of as intentional, it makes sense to distinguish between properties that include themselves within their intentional grasp and those that do not. Some sets will include themselves, the set of abstract objects will be an abstract object, the set of all collections of paintings will itself be a collection of paintings, but others will not, the set of all women is not a woman, the set of all stars is not a star. The question then arises, is the set of all sets that are not members of themselves a member of itself? Consider, for instance, the analogy of a village barber who shaves only those people in the village who do not shave themselves. Does the barber, then, shave himself? We must conclude that there can be no straightforward answer. But the fundamental assumptions of intentional set theory seem to bar us from saying that there can be no such paradoxical set. The immediate effect of the paradoxes was devastating for Freya and the intentional concept of set, and had, according to his great contemporary David Hilbert, a downright catastrophic effect on mathematics in general. The debates concerning the nature and reality of mathematics that developed in the early years of the 20th century arose as so many responses to this new crisis in its foundations. The intuitionist school, led by Brouwer, simply refused to acknowledge anything whose existence could not be directly demonstrated, or constructed, including actually in-night sets. Russell's own solution was to reformulate Freya's logicism, the attempt to reduce mathematical expressions to elementary principles of logic by denying the notion of set in terms of hierarchical types, in such a way as to exclude the possibility of sets that include themselves, since the including set would always belong to a higher type. In this approach, sets do not provide the most elementary stuff of thought but are perceived instead as constructs manipulated by still more basic logical operations. The more distinctively mathematical way of handling sets, an approach initiated by Zermelo and pursued by Frankel, Hilbert, and most other working mathematicians applies axiomatic principles directly to the sets themselves, rather than to logic as an intermediary. This enables a more intuition-free foundation for geometry and number theory. Only what came to be known as axiomatic set theory provided a way of avoiding the logical paradoxes without sacrificing the many achievements made by classical, i.e., non-intuitionist, mathematics. Why there can be no definition of set. Not only was Cantor unable to prove his precious continuum hypothesis, but hardly had he put his ideas in their niched form than he became aware of another problem, comparable to the one later indicated by Russell's paradox. Even before Cantor, Galileo and Leibniz had already realized that the number, or set, of all numbers entails a contradiction if one conceives of it as a completed whole. Cantor's theory led to a similar conclusion: any attempt to deny the ultimate set of all sets leads immediately to paradox. For there can be no such set without immediately accepting the existence of its power set, since, as a set, it must be included in the set of all sets. But one of Cantor's own fundamental theorems established that the power set P, x, of the set X must always be larger than X. Hence a set apparently larger than the set of all sets. This contradiction led Cantor to distinguish strictly between ordinary or consistent inities, the transnite per se, capable of numerical treatment, and an inconsistent innity, the absolutely innite, which remains beyond the realm of number altogether and forever out of human reach. Whereas the transnite is essentially like the nite in that it is both xed and dnite in relation to all other numbers and increasable, that is, part of an unending numerical succession or hierarchy, the absolute is itself dnet as unincreasable or unapproachable. At this unincreasable limit, number ceases to be consistent. In other words, the set of all sets is not a set and fails even Cantor's naive definition. It cannot be coherently collected into a whole. The devoutly pious Cantor himself had no difficulty in attributing this absolute innity to a divine transcendence. His followers, however, wanted a more precise explanation of how exactly to set this inconsistent limit, how to situate the place where number gets too big for set theory to handle. What is known as the limitation of size hypothesis, versions of which were proposed by Jourdain, Russell, Zermelo, Frankel, and von Neumann, among others, attempted to specify precisely that place. But, despite several heuristic advances, none of these attempts have fully succeeded. The exact demarcation of consistent and inconsistent sets remains unclear, and has given rise to an abundance of theories concerning more or less strongly inaccessible cardinals, larger than anything Cantor would have recognized as consistent. These attempts to establish a clear limitation of size fail, it seems, for the same reason that the continuum hypothesis itself cannot be confirmed. It has not proved possible to put effective limits on the impredicative operation of the power set axiom. The consequences of the power set axiom, that is, the generation of new orders of innate power or cardinality, simply cannot be aligned in any clear way with the ordinal or countable number sequence. It is crucial for an evaluation of Badiou's philosophy to consider the fairly subtle ontological implications of this outcome. Why, you might ask, did Cantor feel compelled to introduce this vexing power set axiom at all? Indeed, it was not part of his own initial theory of transnite numbers. Cantor understood that there was no need actually to enumerate the elements of a set in order to establish its cardinality, or size. Nevertheless, he initially believed that he might be able to map out the transnite domain by assuming that it could, in principle, be counted out as a well-ordered, rather than an exponential, succession. What is distinctive about Cantor's initiative is precisely his ordinal theory of cardinality, that is, his belief that all the transnite cardinals, or powers, are capable of being ordinally numbered, or counted up from 0, rst, second, third, and so on. Hallett calls this dominance of the ordinals perhaps the most striking feature of Cantor's work, the basis for its fundamental nitism. It is striking because there is no clear reason to believe that innate sets even should be countable in this way. rather than accept that in-night collections cannot actually be counted and thus look, as did Freya, for another definition of number altogether, one based on purely relative, one-to-one, correspondences between sets. Cantor persisted in trying to treat the trans-night as the night, that is, as countable or orderable. This implies that the counting mechanism presumed by Cantor's trans-night ordinals must itself be actually in night. There is a very real sense, then, in which for Cantor, much more important than our ability to conceive of a collection as one was God's ability to do so. It is really God who has put elements together to form sets, not we. Now we know that a fairly conventional notion of counting or ordering allowed Cantor to dene his RST, denumerable in night number. It was when he tried to count the set of all real numbers, the geometric continuum, that he was obliged against his will to introduce the power set axiom. Only this axiom allowed him to collect the real numbers together in an apparently d-night set, the set whose cardinality is indeed. But it did not allow him to count them. Even if we attribute quasi-divine ordering powers to some hypothetical counting agent, we still cannot count out this new power set. In other words, counting or ordering could no longer be considered the basic mathematical principle behind both night and trans-night sets. And Cantor could not propose any viable new principle in its place. As Lavigne and Hallett argue in convincing detail, the post-Cantorian axiomatization of set theory that began with Zermelo's once controversial axiom of choice, was less a response to the familiar logical problems associated with Russell's paradox concerning sets that are members of themselves than an effort to enable Cantor's fundamental ordering project to succeed. The price to be paid for Cantor's ordinal approach, unlike Freya's cardinal theory, is that in order to preserve set theoretic consistency from contradiction, the uncountable limit to all possible countings or sets must be explicitly barred from inclusion in the theory. Axiomatization was RST proposed largely in order to locate this limit and ensure the order of the whole trans-night realm. In the process, it also had the effect of blocking the specifically logical difficulties that Russell associated with unrestricted application of the comprehension theory of set, that is, the paradoxes concerning sets of things that are members of themselves. Axiomatization prescribes in particular through the axiom of foundation means for avoiding these paradoxes. But the essential thing to understand is that this axiomatic advance was achieved at the cost of any explanation of the most basic concept involved, that of set itself. As von Neumann put it, in the spirit of the axiomatic method, one understands by set nothing but an object of which one knows no more and wants to know no more than what follows about it from the postulates. Set theory was axiomatized, Hallett explains, precisely because we do not understand the set concept well. Indeed, in a fully axiomatic set theory, the notion of sethood is not just unexplained but inexplicable. Once we embrace a fully extensional theory of set, whereby a set is dened solely by what belongs to it, there is no obvious sense in which a set retains any distinctive unity at all. This is where, for many philosophers of mathematics, the ontological chickens come home to roost, because it is not able to say what its elementary concept is. Axiomatic set theory is generally refused any properly ontological authority. This is why Hallett, for instance, is doubtful that set theory can legitimately be applied to the real domain of the continuum at all. For, since the axiomatic system as a whole cannot be proved consistent, if only, even before Gödel's famous incompleteness theorems, because of the anarchic consequences of the power set axiom, we cannot say why all of mathematics should be embraced by the concept of set. In particular, we cannot say why the continuum, i.e., the power set of, should be embraced by it. Badiou takes exactly the opposite view. It is precisely because the theory prescribes, rather than describes, the most basic predicates of existence that it can be held to be the sole truly ontological discourse, the discourse where being and thought are actively indistinguishable. And nowhere does this discourse ring more true than at its real point of impasse, that is, the point where we attempt the impossible measurement of the power set of. This point is the passé of the subject, because it indicates the exact point where we cannot know, in Hallett's sense, the consistency of mathematics, the point where we are forced to make a choice. The axiomatization of set theory. We can go back now to review what is actually involved in this axiomatization. Thanks largely to the discovery of non-Euclidean geometries, axioms are no longer generally understood in modern mathematics as self-evident truths or idealizations of empirical behavior. The truth of mathematics is no longer ensured through its correspondence to observable reality. For most mathematicians, propositions are true at best insofar as they follow from assumptions and definitions we have made. An axiom, in the modern sense, is indeed something we make, something artificial or postulated. It is simply a rigorous convention accepted on the basis of its utility and its compatibility with other similarly accepted conventions. In a sequence of steps published between a group of mathematicians including Zermelo, Frankel, Skolem, and von Neumann put Cantor's still partly intuitive theory of sets on a secure axiomatic, or non-intuitive, footing. The result became known as the Zermelo-Frankel axiom system, ZF, and is widely held to provide the most natural version of set theory. Rather than conceive of a set as a collection of objects according to a conceptual definition or rule, the new iterative conception of sets as cumulative hierarchies assumes that any collection or whole is always generated from or after its parts or elements. This iterative concept of a set foregrounds the procedures by which all the sets recognized in the ZF universe are formed out of smaller, simpler sets. As we saw in some detail in chapter, all such sets are constructed by the combination of axiomatically prescribed procedures, principally those prescribed by the power set and union axioms, in successive steps from an assumed foundational empty set O, such that any given set is precisely formed at one stage in this succession, O, 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 omega or omega. The transnite ordinals are generated in exactly the same way, founded on omega, omega, the axiomatically asserted limit ordinal, or largest countable, i.e., smallest in nite, number, whose cardinality is equal to. The only primitive relation presumed in the entire system is that of belonging. Set membership symbol, for inclusion can be described in terms of belonging. There are 9 basic axioms in the ZF system. Axiom of extensionality: if two sets have the same elements, then they are identical. In other words, a set's identity is determined entirely by its elements. Null set axiom: there is a set that contains no elements, written O dot. This is the only set whose existence is directly asserted. Every other set is constructed in some way or other from this set. Given the axiom of extensionality, the uniqueness of the empty set follows as an obvious theorem. Subset axiom, or power set axiom: given a set alpha, there is another set, written P, alpha, the power set of alpha, whose elements are the subsets or parts of alpha. The collecting together of the subsets of alpha provides Badiou with his definition of the state of alpha. Union axiom, or some set axiom: if X is a set, then there is a set denoted union set symbol, the union of all the elements of X, whose elements are all the elements of the elements of X. For example, if X is a set with two elements, Y and Z, where Y equals A, B, C and Z equals A, C, D, E, in other words, such that X equals A, B, C, A, C, D, E, then the union of the two elements of X is simply the set A, B, C, D, E. If the axiom of subsets is what groups together all the possible groupings of a set's elements, the axiom of union has the opposite effect, enabling the decomposition or dissemination of elements into their own multiple elements. Axiom of innity. This axiom declares the existence of a limit ordinal, that is, a set that, though not empty, nevertheless does not succeed another ordinal. It guarantees the existence of at least one innite set, from which endless others can be generated. Axiom of foundation, or regularity: if alpha is a non-empty set, then there is an element B of alpha such that there are no sets that belong both to alpha and B. This axiom explicitly outlaws the paradoxical situation of sets belonging to themselves. It ensures that, given a certain set, it is impossible to count down indefinitely from the set to a member of that set and then to a member of that member. Eventually, we reach something that belongs to the set but that itself has no member, an element, or the empty set, which is thus foundational of all the other sets. Replacement axiom: if a set alpha exists, there also exists the set obtained by replacing the elements of alpha by other existent elements. This axiom allows us to conceive the consistency of a set as transcendent of the particularity of its elements, e.g. Axiom of separation: given a set alpha, on the one hand, and a well-defined property B, on the other, there exists the set of those elements of alpha for which B is true. The predication of this property separates this particular part of alpha. This means, roughly speaking, that any recognizable property that can be stated in the formal language of the theory can be used to definite a set, the set of things having the stated property. As far as Badiou is concerned, this axiom confirms that being is anterior to language, since we can use language to isolate a set only if we presume the existence of that set, e.g. cf. Axiom of choice: if alpha is a set, all of whose elements are non-empty sets, no two of which have any elements in common, then there is a set C that has precisely one element in common with each element of alpha. Russell's illustration is well known: if we have innately many pairs of shoes, we do not need the axiom of choice to pick one shoe from each pair, we can just pick the left shoe, say. But if we have innately many pairs of socks and want to pick one sock from each pair, we need the axiom of choice. Zermelo RST proposed this axiom in order to prove Cantor's belief that every set can be well ordered. It has remained controversial ever since, because it des all construction, it is impossible to specify any rule that might guide an innate set of arbitrary choices. Once we accept a purely extensional or combinatorial notion of set, however, this axiom follows as a matter of course. Badiou himself associates this axiom with the possibility of a purely generic or anarchic representation, a principle of innate liberty. It provides him with the precise concept of the being, as opposed to the act, of subjective intervention, e.g. The axiomatization of set theory as the foundation for mathematics completed the process begun by Descartes and the arithmetization of geometry, namely, the liberation of mathematics from all spatial or sensory intuition. Numbers and relations between numbers no longer need be considered in terms of more primitive intuitive experiences, of objects, of nature, or logical concepts. The whole of mathematics could now be thought to rest on a foundation of its own making, grounded on its own internally consistent assertion. Thus axiomatized, Cantor's set theory appeared secure from paradox and internal contradiction. By David Hilbert felt content enough to declare, famously, "No one will succeed in driving us from the paradise Cantor created for us." And, in a sense, this assertion still stands, despite two major further blows to its optimism, one to the apparently unshakable integrity of axiomatic systems themselves, the other to Cantor's own continuum hypothesis. Gödel, Cohen, and the mathematically undecidable Hilbert had believed that the thoroughgoing axiomatization of mathematics would resolve the question of its foundations once and for all, and securely establish the certitude of mathematical methods. In books such as his landmark Foundations of Geometry, he maintained that the key to mathematics lay in a complete mastery of the axioms and a rigorous diligence to what logical deduction might derive from them. In order to prove a particular conclusion, there was no need to construct an answer, it was enough to show that the solution, as a matter of logical necessity, must exist, since any other conclusion would result in a contradiction. The essential thing, then, was that the system of posited axioms be complete and consistent. Hilbert looked forward to the possibility of a complete axiomatization that would guarantee the many results of mathematics threatened by intuitionist skepticism: the existence of irrational numbers, of functions, of transnite numbers, the law of the excluded middle, and so on. Kurt Gödel's celebrated incompleteness theorem, published in, dashed Hilbert's hopes once and for all. Gödel proved the inherent limits of any axiomatic method. Using methods acceptable within any of the dominant approaches to mathematics, Gödel showed that it is impossible for a sufficiently rich formalized deductive system, such as Hilbert's system of all classical mathematics, to prove the consistency of the system by methods belonging to the system. There will always remain the possibility of constructing undecidable statements, that is, apparently true statements that cannot be proved true or false by the system's own resources. In other words, any fully consistent axiomatic system will be inadequate even to establish the elementary principles of arithmetic, while any system rich enough for the job cannot be proved, within that system, to be consistent. Gödel's theorems are too technical to discuss in any detail here. What he did, in brief, was to use number theory to talk about number theory, to make the theory re-ect upon itself. Gödel made number theory introspective, to use Hofstadter's phrase, by assigning numbers, the famous Gödel numbers, to the various parts of number theory itself. He then demonstrated that it is possible to formulate, in a kind of reworking of Epimenides' paradox, an obviously true statement in number theory that number theory itself cannot con-rm, that is, a statement that asserts its own unprovability. In short, Gödel's result established that there are questions of mathematics that mathematics cannot answer. One of these undecidable questions is whether set theory itself is consistent. The foundations of mathematics were thus shown to include, for all their logical necessity, an element of rigorous faith. The adoption of axiomatic methods was henceforth to be more a matter of belief than of certainty per se. It should be stressed that Gödel himself did not interpret his result as implying the end of certainty and a crisis in mathematics. On the contrary, he remains the most celebrated contemporary advocate of a mathematical Platonism in the familiar sense, one that affirms the independent reality and existence of mathematical truths. Unlike more formalist thinkers, Gödel saw the axioms of set theory as self-evident and immediately accessible. They force themselves upon us as being true, he believed, in much the same way that physical objects force themselves upon sense perception. More to the point, a further result of Gödel's went some way toward restoring confidence in the consistency of set theory itself. He demonstrated the internal coherence of the constructible or well-ordered universe, the universe established in a series of clearly defined steps from the succession of ordinal numbers, and showed that within this constructible universe both the axiom of choice, AC, and the continuum hypothesis can be proved consistent with the ZF axioms. In other words, if A is any innate constructible set, then there is no constructible set between A and A. Since all the sets manipulated in mathematical calculations, the natural numbers, real and complex numbers, functional spaces, and so on, are constructible, since any working mathematician will directly encounter only constructible sets, e.g., part of Cantor's dream had come true. However, in Paul Cohen established that set theorists would indeed have to settle for this small part of the dream alone. If Gödel had shown that CH and AC could be consistent with the other ZF axioms, Cohen confirmed that CH and AC could not be proved consistent from these same axioms. After Cohen, it had to be accepted that Cantor's precious continuum hypothesis was simply independent of the basic axioms of set theory. Cohen thus showed CH to be a very dramatic example of what might be called an absolutely undecidable statement, in our present scheme of things. Without a doubt, this result is itself the single most important postulate in the whole of l'événement, and the means of its verification require a considerably more involved survey than did the other topics mentioned in this appendix. As you might expect, the crux of the matter concerns the nature of a non-constructible, or generic, set. Cohen's own procedure is again too technical to summarize properly in so brief a presentation, but the gist of it is as follows. Gödel demonstrated the consistency of CH with ZF by tolerating only constructible sets. Remember that a universe populated exclusively by constructible sets is one in which explicit definition maintains a perfect grip on the multiplicity of being. In the constructible universe every name has its referent, every quantity can be ordered, and every excess can be measured. In Badiou's terms, it is precisely a universe in which Since CH holds true, the state of a situation directly succeeds the situation itself, without any numerical gap between presentation and representation. Cohen's argument thus begins by rejecting the unreasonable requirement that a set must be constructed according to any prescribed formula in order to be recognized as a genuine set. After all, the axiom of extensionality, which denotes a set exclusively in terms of what belongs to it, suggests that a purely random collection of elements, though lacking any principle of construction, nevertheless qualifies as a perfectly acceptable ZF set. If a set is simply any collection of previously given objects, it seems plausible to assume that the power set of should include all possible collections of elements of whether there is a deaning condition or not. A generic subset will be one that is organized so as to re-ECT something of this all possibility, that is, a little of everything that happens to be available in the set. So while every constructible set has a special character, the steps by which it can be constructed, a generic set will lack any such individuality. By contrast with a constructible set, a generic set is one characterized by the least possible information. As a result, the gap between presentation and representation in such a set will prove to be literally immeasurable. In order to formulate a model of set theory in which CH does not hold, we begin by positing a constructible ground model M that re-X the characteristic features of the theory, where M includes a denumerably inite set, i.e., one whose members include all the natural numbers up to and including the limit ordinal omega, along with its constructible subsets, where M is transitive, i.e., if X belongs to a member of M and Y belongs X, then Y will belong to M, and in which CH is presumed to be true. As it is a denumerable model, we know that its elements, that is, the elements of omega, can be counted out in a one-to-one correspondence with the unending sequence of whole numbers. The actual counting out of this denumerable in nity, however, the operation that collects omega as a set is possible only from a perspective outside M, a perspective that embraces the broader universe of set theory as a whole. As a constructible set, M includes a very limited selection of the possible subsets of omega. If, as is customary, we represent the whole universe of sets as an inite cone spreading up from the empty set along a vertical backbone denoted by the succession of ordinal numbers, omega, omega plus omega plus omega omega, such that the width of the cone at any particular ordinal level indicates the number of subsets of that ordinal, the shaded area M will include only a narrow section of the whole cone. We know that the number of subsets of omega will be initely larger than omega itself, and so long as we recognize only the constructible subsets of omega, Gödel's result implies that this number will correspond to omega, or constructible sets. The universe of sets. Succession of ordinals. Model M. Model M, G equals or omega. Added. Non-constructible subsets of omega. Alpha eta. Adapted from Tiles, The Philosophy of Set Theory, and Crossley, Logic. The goal is now to enlarge and widen the minimal model M to form an extended model, call it M, G, by forcing M to include a certain number K of non-constructible subsets, written alpha, 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 alpha eta. Since all nite sets, along with omega or itself, are constructible, the RST point where it may be possible to introduce non-constructible sets and thus widen our cone is where we come to consider inite subsets of. All our alpha eta will thus be inite subsets of, and if M, G, can be etched out in such a way that each alpha eta is distinct, in M, G, the set of all subsets of, or will be larger than, or equal to K. Non-constructible sets, remember, take full advantage of the axiom of extensionality, and cannot be denet in terms of any overarching principle. In order to collect them into a coherent group or set at all, their inite contents will simply have to be read out, element by element, one at a time. In order to talk about these new subsets alpha eta before we have thus read them out, that is, before we know what exactly they will consist of, all we are able to do is name what they will become. To do this we can set up a language L of the model M of ZF that will allow us to name every sort of set that ZF can recognize. This language will include labels for every element smaller than K, along with the logical signs for existence, membership, and negation, and so on. We want to make sure that no statements in L will be true of any added alpha eta that are not directly required to be true, in keeping with the axiom of extensionality, by the members of that alpha eta. We can arrange things in such a way that the very cation of statements about any alpha eta in M, G, will be forced by a finite amount of information about the members of that alpha eta. We encode such information in groups of finite conditions that will serve to approximate descriptions of alpha eta. These conditions are individually discernible in M and ordered in such a way that extended or more inclusive conditions give more information about the set being approximated. If M, G, is to remain a coherent model of ZF, all these conditions will have to T in one consistent finite subset of M, written G, for generic. Inspection of the conditions belonging to G will then allow us to determine in advance all the statements that will be true in M, G, even though we cannot yet inspect M, G, itself. Rather, we will use G to give an interpretation to each of the terms in the language L of M, such that our new extended set M, G, can be dened precisely as the set of these interpretations. In short, any sentence lambda of the language L of ZF will hold true in M, G, if there is some condition P belonging to G that forces the sentence lambda. What Cohen calls forcing thus denes the relation between finite groups P of conditions and variably true statements lambda formulated in L to describe the newly added finite subsets alpha eta. Any formula in the language of ZF, no matter how complex, will be forcible if there is some condition in G that ensures that the formula is satisfied in the model. The term forces is simply Cohen's jargon for satisfaction in the model. Conditions correspond to what Badiou himself calls investigations, i.e., that is, the finite stages of a truth, or generic, procedure. The set G of conditions is what Badiou opts to label G. It collects as one the being of such a procedure, that is, the being of a truth. Since any given condition P gives only a finite and thus incomplete amount of information about newly specified finite subsets alpha eta, we must make provision for the extension, or, as Badiou says, the domination, of these conditions that will allow them to embrace, again one at a time, all the elements of any finite alpha eta. In particular, we need to show that any condition P might force the negation of a statement lambda about any alpha eta if and only if, for all conditions Q that extend P, it is not the case that Q forces lambda itself. For example, P can negate the statement alpha equals alpha only if there is no extension Q of P that forces its affirmation. In other words, we cannot simply presume, as classical logic might suggest, that if P does not force lambda it must force the negation of lambda, since it could be that this particular P simply does not yet contain enough information to settle the question of lambda one way or the other. We want P to force the negation of lambda only when, no matter how much further information we acquire, lambda is still not forced. As a result, although we cannot say, given any condition P and any statement lambda about the newly added subsets alpha eta, that P must either force lambda or the negation of lambda, we can at least assume that for every P and lambda there must be a further condition Q extending P that forces either lambda or the negation of lambda. This will mean that, in our extended model M, G, each and every statement lambda about the newly added sets can indeed be varied or disproved by a finite amount of information about their membership, that is, by some Q extending P. Since M is denumerable, it can be shown that such a complete and consistent sequence of conditions, that is, a coherent generic subset G of M, must indeed exist. To make this a little less abstract, imagine that the conditions belonging to G consist merely of sequences of S and S, along the lines of OR. Each such condition encodes a simple piece of information, say, the property of containing at least one, and the second sequence extends the RST by including a little more information, containing at least 3s. Any particular condition can be extended in one of two incompatible ways, So each time we move up the chain of extensions we need to choose between two mutually exclusive possible extending conditions, for instance, can be extended by either the condition or the condition, but not by both. Any discernible set formed in keeping with a night condition P will thus remain distinct from at least one extension that negates it, e.e. the property of having only S, for example, exhibited by the in-night sequence of conditions, is in turn extended by a condition that exhibits the property of having at least one. This because, however large a night sequence of S we read out, we can always stick a on the end of it. Extends. On the other hand, a subset formed in keeping with an in-night set of conditions that intersects every consistent extension, i.e., that has at least one element in common with every mutually compatible extending condition, will be indiscernible according to the criteria of discernment available in M. In our example, these are the criteria that can distinguish sequences of S and S. All that can be said about such a set G is that it is vaguely typical of M, since in the end, the only condition that might consistently include or extend every other condition M will exhibit a property that is precisely not distinguishable in terms of S and S, namely, the property of having any number of S and S. The set of conditions that exhibit this property will extend all more speci C conditions of the type having at least 4 billion S or having 10 trillion S in a row. On the other hand, G will not include every possible condition in M, since sequences D net as beginning with and beginning with, for instance, are not compatible. Such conditions cannot be put into one in the same set. Our most inclusive condition G, at the summit of the chain, will thus emerge through the sequence of preliminary decisions or exclusions or, as Badiou would say, through the pursuit of militant investigations. In Cohen's own version of the sequence, the conditions belonging to the generic subset G of M are sets of triples of the form, where n is some number smaller than omega, eta is a number that indexes some newly specified subset included in K, and I is variable, taking either or as value. What such a condition will tell us is whether any number n actually belongs to any subset alpha eta, depending on whether I is, yes, or, no. If a given triple belongs to G, this will force the belonging of n to alpha eta. A given condition P forces n to belong to alpha eta if and only if the sequence is included in or extended by P. We are now in a position, at last, to demonstrate the independence of CH from the model M, G, of ZF. In fact, the NAL move is very simple. All we need do is show that the language of ZF allows us to force a measurement of in M, G, that corresponds to some cardinality other than the next largest set directly after, that is, some cardinality other than. By building up our generic set G, we know we can force the distinction in M, G, of an in-night number K of non-constructible subsets alpha eta of. Remember that, as seen from outside M, from the perspective that embraces the general universe of set theory, M is D net as a denumerable set, so the set G of conditions that determine whether any given number n belongs or does not belong to any given subset alpha eta added to M will also be denumerable or complete. No condition P can force the equation of two newly specified subsets alpha x and alpha y if x is not equal to y, since there will always be a condition Q extending P such that, for any number n, the further condition whereby n belongs to alpha x but not alpha y, or vice versa, is included in Q. This is simply what it means to be a generic set, i.e., a set of conditions that includes at least one element from every consistent extension, and this is what ensures that all our subsets alpha eta are genuinely distinct. Clearly, whatever the size of, it must be at least as big as K. It turns out that, once we are able to demarcate in nightly many distinct though non-constructible subsets of in this way, there is simply nothing in the language of ZF to stop us from setting the value of K at just about any in-night cardinality. The conditions enumerated in G will allow for the distinction of, or even worth of new subsets alpha eta. As far as we can tell from the model M, the value of the continuum might be omega. Though it might seem more of a sleight of hand than a genuine proof, this result is altogether less magical than it might rst appear. It doesn't imply that we thereby somehow create all these non-denumerably many new subsets out of thin air. By definition, all our newly distinguished subsets were already included in the set of all subsets of, they just couldn't be distinguished in a universe that recognized only constructible sets. Tacitly included in M, these newly distinguished subsets didn't yet belong to M. The essential thing is simply that our innately extended sequence of conditions in G will allow us to distinguish or read out, element by element, a truly immeasurable number of subsets of. Cohen shows that G can easily be arranged so as to force the equation equals K where K amounts to or. The resulting model M, G, will thus be a model of set theory in which CH is untrue. Again, there is certainly nothing about ZF that directly authorizes this demonstration, the point is simply that there is nothing in ZF to prevent it, either. Cohen's proof does not establish the actual value of the continuum, it does not actually measure, it just establishes the independence of this measurement from the statements that can be varied in the language of ZF. The ZF axiom system simply does not tell us enough about the mathematical universe it creates for us to be able to measure the consequences of the power set axiom. In the wake of Cohen's result, it is possible, as Hallward notes, that just one application of the power set axiom to an innate set might be enough to exhaust the whole universe of number. In Badiou's terms, Cohen proved that the laws of being, the axioms of ZF, set no clear limit on either the normal unthinking domination of the state or the exceptional capabilities of true subjective thought, conned by definition to the static analysis of being as being. Ontology offers a single measure for both sorts of excess, in the form of an immeasurably innate power set. The general implications of Cohen's result are often compared to those of the invention of non-Euclidean geometries. Both Cantor and Gödel had assumed that the continuum had an objective, finite structure that might one day be fully determined or described, as a construction built upon a numbered collection of points, or real numbers. It appears now that a unique continuum of real numbers could not be numbered or well ordered even in principle. Cohen's truly post-Cantorian set theory is one in which there is not one but many models, each constructed with a particular purpose in mind. Many mathematicians thus interpret Cohen's result as implying a new pluralism or relativity at the foundations of set theory, as suggesting that there is simply not one set theory but several. In some set theories the continuum hypothesis will be true, in others it will be false. Which theory we adopt and consequently what sort of mathematical reality we recognize remains a matter of genuinely fundamental choice, a function of what is to be done. We know that Badiou, far from seeking to limit the radically of this choice, invokes it in order to situate the irreducible decision that distinguishes the three fundamental orientations of ontology, constructivist, transcendent, and generic. And rather than seek to evade its implications, he embraces it as the unique point from which it is possible, with all the rigor of a subject's indiscernment, to explore the anarchic being of a truth.